Tonight, an ABC premiere presentation.
Take her out.
The adventure continues.
You didn't expect to find me.
The deadliest criminal in the galaxy is on the loose.
He wants to kill me.
And the battle lines are drawn.
There she is.
William Shatner, Leonard Nimoy, and Ricardo Montalban.
Fire!
Star Trek II.
Make a stubborn. Kill him.
The Wrath of Khan. Next.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Hey, it's Podblast time!
This ain't just a show, it's a time machine. Buckle up, pop culture fans. You're about to blast back with jazz. He's got the clips, got the knowledge, got the spark. Digging through the past, lighting up the dark. 16 millimeter film, vintage frames, toys and trivia, retro games, comic books, oh they're his thing. Bringing back the joy that nostalgia brings. Let's back, rewind that track. Saturday morning in a Podblast splash. Famous deaths, iconic scenes, laughs and legends from your childhood dreams. Now flip the switch, take it slow. We're going back to the golden glow. Grab your snacks, press play, don't miss your chance. It's a blast from the past with your host, Chance.
Hey, how are you? Hey. It's time for the Nostalgic Podblast. I hope you've had a great week. This is your nostalgia show that is weird, informative, and hopefully fun. It's a time capsule of memories of days gone by as we forge ahead together in the game of life, just like the Milton Bradley board game of life. But we're going to talk specifically about pop culture history and life experiences that we all have in common, no matter what your generation. That's what this show, the Nostalgic Podblast, is all about. This is your nostalgia show with a bite. I'm Chance Bartels, your host, no relation to Chance the Rapper. And as Steve Harvey says at the beginning of Family Feud when he hosts it, we've got a good one for you today. And I think we do. And we have our regular, semi-regular co-host, Mikey, with us. And let's bring him up. How you doing, Mikey, up there in Canada?
Hello from the wonderful confines of Scarborough, Southwest Toronto, Ontario, Canada. This is Mikey of Mikey Seuss 4. I am a maniac for pop culture, and as well as Chance Bartels is. And pleasantly, there's a distant relation between him and my friend of 50 years, Larry Bartels. So very cool. Very cool.
And we're going to talk about something that's near and dear to both our hearts, and that's the original Star Trek show. This is a series.
Oh, yes, TOS. Mm-hmm.
There's a series I've been doing called The Starlets of Star Trek, where I just feature the actresses and some of the background actresses that appeared on camera on the show.
Oh,
and so I play some clips, I show some pictures, tell some stories, And this is going to conclude season 1 of the original Star Trek from 1966 to 1967. Then down the road, we'll cover season 2 and season 3, and then get into
Very
the
cool.
next generation. But I
Very
try not
cool.
to do it every week because not everyone's into Star Trek. But I want to educate those that have never seen it and show them some interesting clips. And we're going to have some outtakes and some deleted scenes from the original show to share
That'd
with
be
you
fun.
today.
Yeah. And we'll also have trivia. Don't forget trivia there, my buddy.
That's right. We have Star Trek
We
trivia.
will throw some. We may throw some other season at you too for some trivia. I've already got a couple of questions planned for a few of those ladies that appeared in other episodes too, and some also personal experiences, including knowing Vic Mignogna, who does the Continue series, who brought back his father's son, Chris, to do the Continue series for 11 episodes online as a fan film favorite. And so, yeah, we'll have some trivia for you guys.
Now, how did you discover Star Trek, Mikey?
Okay, well, it's a long story. I'll try to make it short. Well, it came out. The Star Trek series came out when I was pretty much after I was born. The original episodes that my dad would love to watch at night, and I would just sit there in my high chair and or in my rolling. They used to have one of those early rolling things where I could just sit there and just kind of roll around and do stuff. But yeah, I mean, I didn't understand it quite that way early on, but then when they started, just after they finished the animated series, which lasted 22 episodes back in the early 70s, then they realized that after those animated episodes premiered, that Star Trek was it was burgeoning. It was as people were ready to watch it. And so on a late night show or one of the late night channels I got blessed to watch, I watched the reruns. They call it reruns, but it was syndication of Star Trek, the original series. And I really got into it. If I have to say, my favorite all-time episode is I Mud. I love Roger C. Carmel.
Yeah, Roger
C. Carmel. That was the one with the androids on the planet. And Norman captures the Enterprise, brings it back to the planet. And it's just a whole, of alacrity and fun and comedy at its best, drama in some points, because Uhura wants to have a computer body. She wants to be an android. Nichelle Nichols, wow. Anyway,
immortal, so she'd never age.
That is still my all-time favorite episode growing up. Was I Mud?
The humor in I Mud is very offbeat. That's a season 2 episode. That's a very unique choice, unusual choice in a good way.
Yeah.
I never
but of season 1, I have to say my other choice is The City on the Edge of Forever. That is
right. See, that's a typical answer. Or The Trouble with Tribbles. Some of the deeper episodes. Although Trouble with Tribbles is a comedic episode for the most part.
Of course,
written by David Gerrold, right?
Yeah, David Gerrold. But he did a great job. If you recall, Chance, he did that crossover with DS9, and they had Trials and Tribulations. That is a great crossover, I have to say. There's just no other way to describe it. It was done well.
Early use of CGI effectively where they superimposed new footage with the classic footage from 1967.
Correct.
That was really well done.
Yeah, and I watched some of those what they call CGI remastered versions of the episodes too. I'm a huge Star Trek fan. And said our channel right now on Tuesdays, since we already finished with Red Dwarf, we're doing reviews of season 2 of TOS right now. So I do 2 episodes each Tuesday afternoon at 12 noon Eastern on the Mikey Sue's 4 channel. If you guys are interested in having some fun during your lunch hour, wherever you're working. Yeah. So yeah, we'd encourage you guys to come around and watch us there on Tuesday afternoons.
Really cool. Really cool. Well, I discovered it just watching WXIA, which was at the time an NBC affiliate and still is to this day. It used to be an ABC affiliate, but they switched with WSB like in 1981 here in Atlanta. But I noticed it late at night, and they were running like 16 millimeter faded prints. But then I really got into it when I saw Star Trek 4, The Voyage Home. And at that time,
that's a great movie. It's one of my all-time favorites because it was filmed in my hometown of San Francisco, California. So
yeah, and
I knew where everything was. You know, that's so weird, Chance, you mentioned that. Because I knew where everything was. I knew where they were walking down. They're talking about, LDS.
LSD, LDS. He took too much LDS at Berkeley. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why. Really, he had his mind. He
where they
was
were.
brought back from the dead, Spock was, by the Genesis effect. And so his
Correct.
mind was scrambled. He was trying to relearn everything in the story.
Correct.
Anyone that's not seen it or may want to recall that. But so anyway, Star Trek had hit VHS right around 1985, and they released 10 episodes every 3 months or every quarter for your VCR. And that really, I've said this before, that really started what we have today, even before streaming. When Star Trek sold so well, then you had the Outer Limits released on VHS, and a bunch of other shows released on Laserdisc and VHS, and now then DVD, and then Blu-ray, and now you have like Tubi TV free streaming where you can see pretty much any classic show you want. I mean, they have a great library, like Space 1999's on there, another show that I like. And so I really got into it, and the WGNX 46 was running it in syndication around the 1985 to 1988 time frame, and they were remastered from the 35 millimeter negatives, just like the VHS recordings on VHS from Paramount Home Video. So that's really when I got into it. Now let's look at the chat. I think Joe Gutfeld in New York is with us, and let's see. He says, let me put his comment on the screen. Just a second. My computer's slow today. That's why I was a little late. Let's see. Let me look at the comments. All right, Joe Gutfeld said, I watched the Star Trek reruns on Saturday night at 6 p.m. on WPIX Channel 11 for years, till 1985. Then I recorded it on my VCR marathons that WPIX had on the 4th of July. That's very cool, yeah. Yeah, usually New Year's Day, you see the Twilight Zone in marathons on the Sci-Fi channel, or Sci-Fi as they call it now, and other channels. And that's funny, Mikey, you were about just 1 year old when Star Trek hit on NBC. I wasn't alive yet. It was before my time. I covered it in reruns. But yeah, you were just over a year, because you were born on September 21st,
September 22nd,
1965.
22nd. Yeah.
Sorry. I missed it, damn it. September 22nd.
You only missed it by 1 day, buddy. You're all right. You're fine.
Yeah, I'm a 70s kid, but yeah. And we have some other chat. Hey, GZDR Forever says, my favorite Star Trek is Let That Be Your Last Battlefield, where the guys have one half black face and one half white face. And that had Frank Gorshin, who had just finished playing the Riddler. Batman had just been canceled the season before by ABC. And that was a great role. He chewed up that scenery. And
who was the other one that starred with him? With
Lou Antonio.
Yes, that's it.
And he also became a director. He was a TV director, and he was in The Fugitive and other shows. But yeah, that was a really good episode. That's another offbeat choice. And I remember on Laserdisc, to coincide with the release of Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, on Laserdisc, they had Space Seed, and then they had on the other side, Let That Be Your Last Battlefield. Those were unrestored from the 35 millimeter prints.
Wow. From the prints. That's nice. Yeah.
Sean Ennis is checking in. He says, Sherry Jackson, that's my number one pick I mentioned in part 1 and part 2. Sherry Jackson, Jill Ireland, who we'll cover tonight, and Mariana Hill. Mariana Hill was in the episode Dagger of the Mind.
Dagger of the Mind, correct.
She was the sexy girl in the flashback scene that Kirk encountered at a Christmas party. It's revealed in that episode. And you see a semi-flashback of that. And yeah, she was in an Outer Limits episode too, I, Robot, from season 2, which had Leonard Nimoy in it. And long before the movie with Will Smith. And that's actually a pretty good season 2 episode of the Outer Limits, I might add.
Yeah, that's a good one too.
Hey to Snarky, Snark and Sass in Arkansas State is here. Joe Gutfeld said to you, Mikey, oh, Canada.
Oh, Canada. Yeah, I'll have to remember the entire anthem. I had it down.
Okay, so Mariana Hill's his number 1, actually. I misspoke. Sean said, okay, now I see it. Mariana Hill, number 1. And he said season 1, not number 1. So, yeah, number 1, Mariana Hill, then Sherry Jackson, who's my number 1, and then Jill Ireland. Yeah, very cool. I got it right.
My number ones from season 1 are obviously Joan Collins from City on the Edge of Forever.
We'll talk about her later, yeah.
Sherry Jackson in What Are Little Girls Made Of? And right, that's the one she was in. And then the other one, oh yes, hello,
She's in
welcome.
That's Southern California.
And
Florida.
was help me out here. Hello, I actually liked seeing Miri. Miri was a good one. I think that's later, but she'd be my number 3. Would be the lady
Kim
Linda
Darby.
that played Miri.
Kim Darby.
Kim
See,
Darby.
I was at odds with someone in chat because she's a very great actress, and she really moved me in that episode, in that performance. But I found her to be kind of a plain Jane. But that's just me. But hey, there's no wrong answer.
But she was in True Grit. I mean, with the great,
Dude, John Wayne.
John Wayne. So hello, I mean, just she got blessed.
She was a great actress. Oh my god, and she did 2 Fugitive episodes as well.
Yeah. And Majel and also let's not forget Majel Barrett Roddenberry. Well, at the time she was just Majel Barrett, but she looked really cute as Christine Chapel. I have to say, I can understand why Gene had such an affection for her. Let's just say that. And then they, yeah.
Well, she was also, of course, number 1 in the pilot, The Cage, and she had long dark hair, and she was credited. They had to rename her for the Menagerie repeat, where they edited The Cage into that 2-parter as Emily Hudek. That was her on-screen credit for the aired version of that first pilot, The Cage, in the form of a 2-parter, where they filmed new scenes around it with the Telosians, those alien beings with the power of mental.
Oh yeah, which they later on, and I think in some of these new Trek, said that Talos 4 was off limits. That thing was totally like.
It was a death penalty. The only death penalty left on the books of Starfleet.
The only one. Yeah, the one planet they could not go to. Yes.
Under pain of death. Yeah.
And under pain of death, yes.
Oh, man. Okay, so let me see here.
And Omar Montgomery is in here. Welcome, Omar.
Oh, good old Omar. Yeah, we changed the time. I changed the show to Saturdays at 5:35. And I was going to do 7:35, but I realized it would conflict with another stream that I do Saturday night, and with Open by Chance Toys. They're live at 7. And I like to watch them on occasion. So I'm going to do it at 5:35. Hopefully it's okay with you, Mikey. I didn't really.
I told you I'm totally flexible, buddy. I'm retired.
All right. Well, that's great. Awesome. I appreciate you being flexible. It's really nice.
No worries.
Yeah, let me just put that comment on the screen. Omar in the house. Hello, Chance.
Hello,
and Joe.
Omar. Hello.
We're talking about classic Star Trek, primarily the Starlets of Star Trek, as I call the subject matter. And we're closing out season 1 of Star Trek, starting with episode 21 in production order. Tomorrow is yesterday, going through episode 29, Operation Annihilate. And one of those episodes didn't have any females in it at all. And that's part of my trivia. And we'll reveal the answer as we speak. But all right, so we've said hey to the chat, and let's just say if anyone wants to call in old school and talk via the phone, you don't have to be on camera for that. The number 770-438-1050, or just leave a comment here, and I'll put the comment on the screen. Those that are watching YouTube Live or Twitch or Facebook Live, and if you're listening after the fact on Saturday or Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, or Monday or Wednesday night Eastern Time around 6 p.m. Eastern Time on Fistful of Radio out of Atlanta, and you want to see the clips, although it's audio friendly, so not to worry, simply Google search The Nostalgic Podblast, and at the top you'll see the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel. Click that, and then click the Live tab, and you'll see an image of all these beautiful Star Trek Starlet actresses. That's the correct thumbnail, and this is part 3, closing out season 1. And this is the first one I've done with Mikey. So this is going to be exciting. I'm excited to have him here. And that's all you got to do. And quick disclaimer, in terms of the clips I'm going to play, and there's a lot of them, these clips I present to you tonight, I do not represent the owners of this material or any of their entities. This is a live, educational, interactive lecture for fellow fans of the genre of the topic at hand. Do not own any of the movie clips or musical cues. No rights are or were given or are or were implied. I encourage all to purchase official releases of this material where applicable, as I have done on DVD, Blu-ray, and VHS and Laserdisc of the classic Star Trek series from Paramount Home Video. And all these clips were found on YouTube from other unofficial fan channels. So I hope that's cool, and we'll find out in due time.
It's totally fine, Omar. It's totally fine.
And that said, let's get this nostalgic party started.
Yeah, let's get started.
All right, so some quick history about Star Trek. Let me see what Omar said. Omar said, I am a Trekkie too, since I was very young. I made a mistake on your name, Mike. Forgive me. Oh, no, it's cool. Just like Mikey said.
No, it's totally fine. It's fine.
Oh, and I got a great comment here from GZDR number 4 EV. Are they a starlet if Captain Kirk kisses them? If so, Uhura would be a starlet. Yes. Well, I mean guest starlet, but she certainly is a starlet. She's one of my number ones in terms of the original cast members that appeared in the movies of the original show or the original television
show.
She
did so much. Mm-hmm. She did so much, Nichelle Nichols, to help the African American community. Even now, she was even doubtful of wanting to continue. And it was Martin Luther King Jr. himself who told her that she should do this, that this is something that is not only going to define the rest of the African American community, but it's also going to define civil rights as a whole. It's going to allow for all of it to survive. And I thought that was a tremendous story. And Nichelle always recalls it because it's a great memory of meeting him and talking to him.
Correct. She was going to quit the show.
Yeah, she was ready to go.
Because she felt they weren't giving her enough lines of dialogue. And, my camera went down. You can still hear me. Okay, there we go. I was trying to switch.
Yeah, I can still see. Yeah, I can still hear you.
I'm frozen. Anyway, but she was going to quit the show because she felt like, especially early on, they only gave her lines like "hailing frequencies open, sir," and she just thought it was a waste of time. And MLK says, "No, Nichelle, you must understand. You represent womanhood as well as African American women in the future in a competent role," or words to that effect. And so. He inspired her to stay with the show, and that's a great story. And only she can tell it adequately. That's a terrible rendition of paraphrase for me, but that's no pun intended. That's the essence. Remember Essence magazine, Ebony Jet magazine. Anyway, that's the essence of it.
Yeah. Now here's a cool story regarding Nichelle. Also, Mae Jemison, who was one of the very first African American female shuttle pilots that worked in the NASA on the shuttle, was also inspired by Nichelle Nichols' appearance, as you heard on Star Trek. And Mae Jemison herself said that if it wasn't for seeing, Nichelle there doing what she was doing every week and being a part of this eclectic cast, she called it, she wouldn't have wanted to continue to pursue her career in space, being a shuttle pilot and doing all the other stuff that she did. Also, there is a trivia a bit here. Mae was one of the females that was there, female ensign that was there in an episode from Star Trek The Next Generation. And she is sitting there doing the board along with Wesley, who was played, by Will Wheaton. So, yeah. So that's the story there of Mae Jemison. Yeah, she was a very good, like I said, African American female pilot for the shuttle program. So for NASA, and Nichelle was the one that inspired her. So, oh hey, there you are, Omar. Yeah, Nichelle Nichols used to be a singer with the Duke Ellington Band. That is absolutely correct. And you know how I know that? Because the one of our Canadian jazz people that recently passed away, I believe his name was Roger Peterson or something like that. He mentioned that she was one of the early singers that sang along with Ella Fitzgerald. Yes. So that is correct. You have good knowledge there, Omar. And I like your Blue Jays hat. Oh, thank you, Joe. Thank you so much. It looks like we're temporarily some temporary problems there with Chance, so he'll be right back. Also, I do want to have a disclaimer on these future shows. If for some reason my thing goes off here, then Chance can go ahead and show his clips, do his stuff. It only lasts up to like, I think, 10 minutes at most. So, and there's Chance Bartels. There's my buddy.
Hey, I'm here.
Welcome
I'm
back, sir.
I'll work on it later, but I do have some Star Trek facts. You can hear me, right?
I can hear you perfectly. Yeah, it's just that your camera's
It's frozen.
pausing a little bit.
Well,
It happens.
I mentioned this the last 2 times that I've covered the Starlets of Star Trek, but just for those that have never seen this feature, I want to mention that classic Star Trek premiered on Thursday, September 8th, 1966 at 8:30 p.m. opposite My Three Sons and the start of the CBS Thursday night movie on CBS and the Tammy Grimes Show and the first color season of Bewitched, season 3 of that program on ABC. And Star Trek got absolutely bowled over and clobbered in the AC Nielsen ratings. Season 2 of the show of Star Trek moved to Friday nights at 8:30 opposite Gomer Pyle USMC and the start of the CBS Friday night movie when NBC moved Star Trek to Friday nights. And then it was opposite a show called Hondo on ABC. And then in their infinite idiocy, the NBC programming executives moved Star Trek up to 10 p.m. on Friday night for season 3 opposite the CBS Friday night movie and a show called Judd for the Defense, starring Carl Betts from the Donna Reed Show over on ABC. And for summer reruns, starting in June of 1969, Star Trek went to a better time slot, Tuesday night at 7:30, opposite the Mod Squad on ABC and Lancer on CBS.
I was just...
Earl Hagen.
You intrigued a memory there for me for Mod Squad.
A great theme song, right? And that was an early success. I think it lasted 4 seasons. In fact, I know it 4 or 5.
I hate to say it, but my favorite the favorite actor was Peggy Lipton. She was pretty good. She was pretty good looking back then.
She was gorgeous, and she married Quincy Jones, the guy who did the theme song from Sanford and Son. The game show Now You See It, along with Bill Cosby of all people, they co-wrote the theme song to that game show that only lasted from 1974 to 75 on CBS.
Totally did, yes.
Do you know which sci-fi drama Peggy Lipton appeared on before Mod Squad appeared? She had a small co-starring role, speaking part.
Speaking part.
And she was killed before the opening credits. Her character died. That's a little hint.
Oh, wow. It's sci-fi drama.
It's by Quinn Martin.
Oh, you mean The Streets of San Francisco?
No, The Invaders. The Invaders.
Oh, The Invaders, the other thing. Okay.
It only lasted 2 seasons.
I was thinking when you're saying a Quinn Martin production. Oh, by the way, this is kind of off topic, but I'll go real quick. I found a treasure. I found season 1, episode 1, the pilot episode of Streets of San Francisco from 1972. I was still only about 6 or 7 years old, and I didn't really get to see it. And I was like, I'd been looking years for it, and I finally found it on YouTube. Somebody downloaded it, and I was like, wow, just awesome.
Very cool.
Yeah, thank you.
The Blue Jays. Had anyone listening? Mikey's wearing a Blue Jays baseball cap.
Yeah.
In the camera shot.
Yes. My new adopted team.
it was 5 seasons for Mod Squad. Omar Montgomery says Mod Squad ran from 1968 to 1973, produced by Danny Thomas and Aaron Spelling and Leonard Goldberg.
Yep.
And I'm looking at my book right now, my TV Bible. It debuted on September 24th, 1968, and it ended, this is a rerun now, on August 23rd, 1973.
Yeah, and Omar said earlier to you there, Chance, that he got the book about Star Trek, which was called the official Star Trek Encyclopedia, which has all things Star Trek in there. That is awesome. I'm jealous of you already, Omar.
There it is. There's the comment on screen.
I'm already jealous. I'm telling you. Yeah.
And who else was in the mod? Hey, who else was in the Mod Squad main cast who was in Star Trek as a guest star? He played a Klingon.
Clarence Williams III.
Nope. Teague Andrews, who played their boss.
Oh, T.
He was in the episode with Julie Newmar, her character was pregnant. It's called Friday's Child from season 2.
Friday's Child. Oh, yes, that was the one where they named. Wait, let me see if I got my memory correct. Leonard James Akar. That's the name of the child, Leonard James Akar.
Sure was. We'll
Wow.
switch cameras here. I don't know what the hell's going on with my camera. It's really kicking me off.
And one of the other famous lines at the very end of that episode is where, Spock says, "You two will be insufferable for a month." They laughed at him. "Sir," and he says, "Sir." You two, Captain, he says, "You two will be insufferable for a month, sir." Yeah, one of my favorite lines. Chance. Oh, okay. Sound is flat. I meant a few years ago. Okay, Omar. Awesome. That's good. Yeah, I bought it at Sam's Club a few years ago. That's so cool, sir. Yeah. And Friday's Child is a great episode. I agree. Fleck. It totally is. Yes. Yeah. Julie Newmar, great role for her in that. Totally. Yeah, that's where the Klingons were sharing weapons with, like flintlocks and things like that with the. Yeah.
I'm here, but I'm having some technical problems. I'm really getting ticked off, but man. And now it's mirroring. God dang it. Hang on a second, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Totally
Son
fine.
of a bitch.
I can hear you, Chance. Yeah. Yeah, I remember watching, like I said, I remember watching reruns on NBC when we had our local NBC station back then. And then I remembered watching a lot of them, as well as the Jerry Henderson stuff like Space 1999. That all came out on KAET Channel 8 in Tempe, Arizona. It was on the campus of Arizona State University. That's where I saw a lot more of those reruns of different episodes from Jerry and Gene Roddenberry, and all of the stuff was on that channel. One of my best friends I had at the time, Scott Hume, was one of the controllers at the boards there on the local PBS station, the public broadcasting. And that's where I saw a lot of that shows. Great stuff there. Monty Python's, Flying Circus, all that stuff. Yeah, Star Trek is one of my all-time favorites too. My two favorite franchises have always been Star Trek and Star Wars. Always has been. And I love them both. I'm definitely into sci-fi. Yeah. What did Omar say here? Okay. Did you, Leonard Nimoy and William Shatner did an episode on Man from U.N.C.L.E. called, The Stringless Affair in mid-1964? Oh, okay. I didn't know they did an episode together before the Star Trek. That's cool. Well, the other day, we were just talking about Twilight Zone, and we were talking about Shatner, who did the Nightmare at 30,000 Feet episode with the gremlin on the plane and everything. Yeah. Okay. Star Trek and Babylon 5, okay, from Fleck. Okay. Yeah, those are good choices too, Fleck. And don't forget, follow what Fleck says. Hit that share out button. Don't forget to comment after the show. Don't forget also to hit that notifications bell. That's this thing right here. So that you can be notified of all future Podblast webcams, live streams that Chance does, that we do here at Mikey Suits 4. Yeah. And share this. Share this with all your friends and family, your relatives, everybody you know. Yeah. So we're just waiting for Chance to come back. There he is. I think your volume is missing, my friend. But it looks like the show's still going. Okay, so JZDR4EV says, how did you feel about the Star Trek episode, The City on the Edge of Forever, where Captain Kirk and McCoy time traveled to the 30s and you mean a woman die who was organizing a wartime peace march. Well, that was Joan Collins, who played Edith Keeler in that episode, and she was trying to promote peace and isolationism. And according to, if they had stuck with one timeline, Germany, knowing that the United States was passive, would have decided to invade the United States of America and take it over, and then Germany would have won World War II. That was that whole deal. But in order for that timeline not to exist, and for the current timeline to exist, where Germany did lose World War II, and Japan and lost it too, but Edith Keeler had to die. That was the whole thing, because Spock said if she doesn't die, everything changes, and of course the Enterprise never exists, and there's no Federation, and all of that situation there, GZ. So yeah, that's how the whole episode went down, and it is a very powerful episode because, and Leonard Nimoy's guest starred in an episode of T.J. Hooker. He did, yes. Well, they were still good friends. Okay, there was no, sometimes there was no love lost between Nimoy and Shatner, but you got to understand the dynamic. When they were on together, working together on screen, everything was fine. But then when they were off screen, sometimes some animosity and other things got in the way. That's just human nature. That's how things were going there. So Joe said, GZ, yes, I just found it interesting. They chose to let an innocent person die instead of going after H-Man. Yeah, we can't say his name here on YouTube, unfortunately, but the mustachioed man, I would say. Yes, instead of going after him. But yes, that's a good point there, GZ. Joe says City on the Edge of Forever is the best episode of the series. I agree. It's second. You got to understand, on my own personal list, it's second, right behind iMud, because I loved Roger C. Carmel's performance, and everybody there. I mean, those twins, were very good looking. Those twin robot, twin android females and stuff like that. So, yeah, that was good stuff. That's good stuff. And Space Seed is my favorite. Oh yeah, Joe. Yeah, Space Seed's in my top 5 easily. Yes, I agree with that. And Omar says James Doohan and DeForest Kelley. Thank you there, Chance. And DeForest Kelley and Leonard Nimoy did different episodes on Bonanza, and DeForest Kelley did 2 episodes on Bonanza, and James Doohan 1 episode on Bonanza, and Leonard Nimoy 1 episode on Bonanza. So Bonanza was the common theme there. I get that. I understand. Well, let's see. Since we're still talking about Starlets, I hope. And anybody in the chat, if you know your season 1 of TOS, any of the women that stand out to you in that, like I said, What Are Little Girls Made Of, which of course featured a great Ted Cassidy as Ruck. Gotta say, I mean, big man, and that was the Roger Corby scenario where Roger Corby actually made a duplicate of himself, and yes, and Sherry Jackson playing the young android woman that, yeah, those were great episodes, I have to say. All of them were very good, yeah. Okay, he's saying he's shutting his computer off. Okay. Yeah. All right, be back. Okay. All right, sir. Well, if you want me to cover you here, I can still do that. Let's see. Everybody still there? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I just want to say a disclaimer. Sometimes, like I said, if this thing I don't want to talk about, but if it goes, whatever, don't worry. It's not It's not usually a fire situation. It's just somebody smoking and, setting off our sensitive alarms. So usually that only lasts about 10 minutes or so. So if I, tend to drift away for like a few minutes, don't worry. I just, it's not serious. I just let you folks know. Yeah, I also like Court Martial and the girl who played the prosecutor. Okay, cool, Joe. Yeah, it was good. Yeah, that was the one where, his buddy who he thought he killed, right? The trial, the court martial. Yeah, that was good. Yeah, don't worry, Mike. I am here. I'm going anywhere. Okay, cool. Yeah. Let's see. So, all right. So let's take a look at season 1. We'll go over it again here real quick and take a look at all of the episodes of season 1. And I'm going to go ahead and just mention them in order. And then if you folks in the chat want to tell me your favorite starlet or female in that episode, we can do that. Okay. So, Leslie Parrish is the prosecutor and court martial. Correct. Yeah, she was good looking. Yeah, she was pretty good. Okay. All right, so let's start with the pilot, which is the cage. And in the cage, of course, as Chance and I both mentioned, Majel Barrett was number 1 to Pike, to Captain Pike. And there was another female in there. Actually a few. Don't forget there was Susan Oliver, who played Vina. She was pretty good looking.
Check. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh,
I can hear you.
I was about to cancel the show and try to restart it in an hour, but we can keep going now. Thank you you were doing great. Keep going. You're talking about Leslie Parrish, based on Elmore's. That's season 2. We're going to cover her coming up. But what you got to say about her?
Yeah. So where we're at? Oh, there you are. Now I can see you, my friend. So we were talking about. We were just going to go in order, just quickly down each, and just mention the women that are in the episodes there from the first season. We were talking about the cage, where of course we had Majel Barrett as number 1. We had Susan Oliver. What a great actress! She played Vina. There was also, if you guys remember, the Yeoman J.M. Colt. She had her hair really cut short, and she played Yeoman. Like I said, Yeoman J.M. Colt. Her name was Laurel Goodwin, and she was very good in that.
Right.
And and believe it or not, one of the Telosians was a woman. Her name was Sandra Lee Gimple, but she's not credited.
Right. I interviewed her, and I have a clip. You know what? I'll play it right now. I have a clip of her.
Yeah, go for that.
Go on, finish your thought. Finish your thought, and I'll play a clip where I interviewed her face to face.
No, my thought's finished. You were mentioned her before too, and Sandra Lee played one of the Telosians. Yeah,
I think I have the bugs worked out. I don't know what the heck happened, but we're back. Here's a little clip of me interviewing Sandra Gimpel, who was a Telosian, and she was the salt vampire creature in the first aired episode of Star Trek, The Man Trap. And here's about a 3-minute, 55-second clip I edited together from when I had the pleasure of interviewing her in April of 2025 at the very first Stellar Fest convention in Duluth, Georgia. She was so nice, and she's still working to this day. Let's watch.
It's the Fembot, new from Kenner. And Jamie Summers, the Bionic Woman, sold separately.
I'm Jamie Summers. Oh, no, you're not. I am. You're a Fembot. Your paralyzer gave you away. She's unmasked me. Now I have to disguise myself as a mystery baby. No one will recognize me. Not even Jamie. Ha ha.
Fembot comes with everything seen here. Jamie Summers, the Bionic Woman, sold separately.
Hey, what time is it?
It's Podblast time! That's right, it's Podblast time. How are you, everyone? Live at Stellar Fest, the first annual Stellar Fest convention. I have a very special guest, Sondra Gimple.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well. You know, I wish I could say this is a dream come true, but it's more like a nightmare come true. Let me explain. You know who she is, even if you don't think you do, especially if you're into classic sci-fi TV. She was the very first monster you saw in the aired version of the original Star Trek in the Man Trap. She was the salt vampire, the creature that had the suction cups. She was the lady in that outfit. I'll show you pictures in a little bit. She was also a fembot. Yep. Now, I wasn't around in 1966. I was born in the 70s, but I certainly watched the fembots, and they terrified me. You wore that mask.
Oh, yeah.
And you had the eyeballs. I mean, it was like kind of like a throwback to Westworld, the movie with Yul Brynner.
Yes.
Viewers can see it on the far right of your screen right now. And then also here you are with the salt vampire M113 creature in the first aired episode of Star Trek, The Man Trap, which was the sixth one in production. Or before that, you were a Telosian.
Yes, I was.
There you go. And now the arrow's pointing in the picture, and anyone watching the video feed of this, to the wrong person.
Oh, my gosh. No, it's me on the right.
Yeah. And you worked with Meg Wiley. And tell us about the makeup. What was that thing they put on your head? That big misshapen head?
Yeah, what they did is they put a bald cap on your head, and then they put this silicone head on that had the veins running through it. And the veins were attached to a tube that went down your arm to a ball in your hand, an air ball, and you squeeze the air ball as the gentleman off stage would say the dialogue. So you kind of do it to the same speed that he was talking. And they had, if you look at the costumes on the Telosians, the sleeve lengths were very long because they wanted to cover up the fact that you were moving your hand.
Wow.
But yeah,
that's incredible. And you also worked on other Irwin Allen projects, like the movies, like The Towering Inferno.
Yeah.
Wasn't Irwin good about being loyal to people that worked?
He was
for
amazing.
him?
What happened was, once you get, Paul Stater did everything for Irwin Allen, and he had his group of guys. And once I got established into that group, we just moved from one show to the next. I appreciate it. No, it's been a blessing to me, and I've been, I've had a long, long career. And like you say, I'm still working, and I love what I do. I mean, if people love their jobs as much as I love mine, I think we'd have a much happier world.
Yeah, you remind me of my mom in that, my mom is about your age and so much energy. Like, I think you're going to keep going beyond 100.
I pray to God.
Yeah, that's it. And here's her book, and it's called Stunt Lady. Show that for the camera. So, and it's a nice read. And there she is on the back. Here, let me make my image.
And she's still acting. You said, right? She's still doing.
She had. She was going to go to the set in L.A. to do a job when I interviewed her in April of 2025. And let me see.
Right, that's so cool.
This book is over 350 pages. Stunt Lady. And she was Bill Mooney's stunt photo double and stunt double in the old Lost in Space show in seasons 2 and 3 of that program. Yeah. And she was the Ovion in the original Battlestar Galactica. You saw in that little thumbnail image that they put together at Stellar Fest.
Yeah. And I just wanted to mention, not only did she do stunts and an actress, but she also has worked as a second unit director or assistant director. So she has worked on a lot of projects in that way as well. And she was born September 17th. So she is a September baby, just like me.
Very cool.
Very cool. Of course, she's keeping her age secret. They're entitled.
You can look it up.
Yeah, they work a lot of stuff like that. They're entitled to that. But she also did work on Big Fat Liar in 2002. She was in Escape from New York with Snake Plissken, played by Kurt Russell, in 1981. And she was in The Rock. That one was Sir Sean Connery and Nicolas Cage in 1996. as some of the roles that she's well known for.
That's right. And it's Gimpel. I called her Gimple, and she was so sweet she didn't correct me, I think, until the end of the interview. But that's a portion of it. The entire live interview is on the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel in the live tab. And I also interviewed Marta Kristen, who played Judy Robinson in the original Austin Space Show and in the 1998 movie. And she was wonderful as well.
Oh, yeah, she's wonderful. Yeah.
And,
the last thing here, it says she was the obstacle course lady in the movie The Animal from 2001. And she has been, if you want to know two of her upcoming projects, she is doing both. Both of them are in post-production. One is a movie short, and one is a TV series, which is coming out in 2026 called Lanterns. Mm-hmm. And she does stunts in that TV series. And the first episode already is season 1, episode 7, is where she's doing stunts in Lanterns. So that's coming out next year. And in a movie short called Mom, she does the stunts on that. So, and I don't know if I should say this word. She did a musical in 2023. Let's just say it's the man's portion down there, the musical.
The clinical term?
What's that?
Term? Is it the clinical term, like penis, or is it?
No. It's Dix. It's called Dix the Musical.
Oh, okay. Well, that might not be what we.
Yeah, well, I hope I didn't demonetize.
Maybe it's a bunch of Richards. I don't know. But there she is as a fembot. Anyone that's watching, I put an image of her as the Callahan fembot, but she also played other fembots like you see in that image from Kill Oscar Part 3, which is a Bionic Woman episode, part of a crossover with the $6 Million Man. And that aired on November 3rd, 1976 on ABC TV.
That was very cool.
That's in between scenes because it's a very tense. They're frowning a lot in that actual scene. So it's interesting watching Richard Anderson look right into the camera and seeing Peggy Callahan played by Jennifer Darling smiling. Anyway.
Right. But the other thing I want to mention too, one more thing about Miss Gimple was she was in the Al Yankovic story called Weird, the Al Yankovic story. She did stunt performing in that one only 3 years ago in 2022. So she's been very, very active, Miss Sandra Lee Gimple. Yeah.
I just love that she's still working. I find her to be really an inspiration, and she's just got that great, still youthful energy. So God bless her. Yeah. All right. So getting back on track with the Starlets of Star Trek. Oh, I got to open up my script because when I had shut my computer down.
So what episode from season 1 did we leave off with there?
Well, we didn't even begin. I was talking about the history of Star Trek, and then you couldn't hear me because my mic was messing up, and I'm trying to calm down from that. Thank goodness my audio wasn't working because I was laying down some 4-letter words like crazy in my rage. If I were the Incredible Hulk, I would have turned by now. In fact,
Omar says he is a October baby. Okay, Mike. Thank you. Mike is fine. You can call me Mikey. You can call me Mike. Just don't call me Michael, my full name, because she's allowed to do that. Nobody else. If she's mad at me, she'll say my full name. So Suzanne. So yeah,
there you go.
That's cool, man. That's cool.
Yeah. Okay, let me get my little script and I'll see where I left off. It's pulling up right now.
Okay. I think you said right around episode 21, I think you said. So
I left off at 20, but I was about to start that. Let me just see something here where I left off.
Oh, that's all right.
All right, so just to review. All right, so last thing we talked about before everything went kablooey was the Mod Squad was on opposite Star Trek in the summer reruns starting in June of 69 on ABC and Lancer on CBS. And Star Trek ended on Tuesday, September 2nd, 1969 at 7:30 p.m. And that was, of course, a rerun. So to review, in part 1 of the Starlets of Star Trek, I mentioned this earlier, my choice overall for my favorite Star Trek guest star that was female is Sherry Jackson from the 10th episode in production order, What Are Little Girls Made Of?, which was written by Robert Bloch, who also wrote the screenplay to the Norman Hitchcock classic movie Psycho. And he also wrote the season 2 Star Trek episode, A Wolf in the Fold, a horror-themed episode that dealt with Jack the Ripper.
Correct. So, and my favorite, and then as I mentioned before when your stuff was down, my favorite character actor from that, Ted Cassidy, is Ruck, who played Lurch in the original Addams Family.
That's right. That's right.
You can't go wrong with that. He was a perfect android.
That's
His
right.
big height was enough. The only way you could stop him, I mean, because how many red shirts did he take out of that episode? If we're counting red shirts, I think he took out like 3 of them.
I want to say 2 or 3. Let's just say 3.
3 at least. We'll say 3 at least. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the only way you could get rid of him was phaser him, and that's what Roger Corby did. So
might have been 2, but I'll give you the answer next week.
Yeah.
So we're reviewing the original Star Trek episodes in production order, and last time we left off with episode 20, and this includes both pilots. The Cage being episode 1 in production order, Where No Man's Gone Before being episode 2 in production order. I don't know why MeTV airs them in aired order, because it's a show that you really need to see in production order to see the development of the characters. In fact, early on, Spock's planet, Vulcan, he was a Vulcanian instead of just calling him a Vulcan later on. Early in the first half of season 1, he was referred to, and in some of the promos on NBC, as a Vulcanian, half human, half Vulcanian. And then Starfleet Command was called something different, so you really do have to watch it. And luckily in rerun syndication, the show was distributed in production order as it was by Paramount Home Video on VHS and DVD and on Blu-ray. So they did that correctly.
And welcome back, Danny Staton. He's greetings from South Carolina.
Hey, Danny, how you doing? How you doing?
Hi,
We're
Danny.
talking about Star Trek. Good. So, let me just say that I think season 1 is my favorite season of Star Trek, even though by season 3 they advanced greatly with special effects, even in the 1960s.
By huge.
They really did, because you could see Kirk walking in front of the view screen with a moving view screen. Like he did that in the Doomsday Machine in season 2, but it was just a still Starfield shot. It wasn't in motion. So they'd improve that with like the blue screen technology as well as other effects. But I didn't like what they did with the season 3 uniforms. I thought it made Shatner look puffy. They were like too tight. I like the original feel and look of the original costumes. And I love the green wraparound tunic, which we never saw in season 3 of Star Trek. I really missed that. But
yeah,
anyway.
the one lady that, did you mention the lady that when they had the intro and they have the lady going, Lily Jean Norman. She was the woman that did all the ahs and all that stuff later on.
You mean in the theme song?
Yeah, the theme song.
The singer. Yeah, and that was from The Cage. They had that that's terrible. They did have her, right?
And
then they made it instrumental. There were actually 2 themes in season 1 of Star Trek. Alexander Courage did the first one, and you only heard that in Where No Man's Gone Before, the aired version of the second pilot, without any narration. They just played that music, and that actually was in the opening with the Shatner narration, which is on the DVD released by Paramount, not in VHS and not in on Blu-ray or in syndication. So I really treasure the DVD releases, these in the orange cases, because it's the only time it showed that original opening with the original music. Because on VHS they only had the second version of the theme by Fred Steiner, the instrumental Star Trek season 1 theme. And what I hate also about the current syndication is they put a new version of the Star Trek theme in there for all 3 seasons, whereas, as we know, there were 2 versions in season 1, 1 version in season 2, and a different one in season 3 for the opening and end credits. Now the end credits are still in syndication, but in the version that is on Paramount Plus and on MeTV, they just have this reorchestration, which is done for the remastered Star Treks we'll talk about later from 2005 through 2009. I really did not like when they redid the special effects. How do you feel about that?
I feel, I do feel that, I got to understand, when I was only like about 7, 8, 9 years old, and I'm watching these in reruns, syndication, the original effects to me were just fine. I appreciated them. I really did. When they did a remaster in 2014, right? Was
2005. They started it in 2005. It started airing in 2006 and 2005. And 2009. The last one they revealed they released was The Cage remastered.
Right, but when did they put the new CGI effects and all that stuff?
That's what I'm saying. It was from 2005. They did it over a period of many weeks and months and years, releasing one a week in syndication from 2006 until 2009. And on the Blu-rays, they give the option of watching the original version or the remastered version. So that's cool. You get that choice.
Yeah, that's at least you have that choice. That's true.
You
yeah.
do. But there were things they didn't correct that they should have, like in the Enemy Within, where Kirk is split into two halves by the transporter malfunction. At the end, when the evil Kirk is freaking out, it's my ship, it's mine. He goes in front of the view screen and it's solid white. Yeah. They forgot they screwed up back then in 1966, and they could have fixed it in 2005 to 2009. They never did. And they never fixed in the third episode, the Corbomite maneuver with Balak, voiced by whom you just mentioned, Ted Cassidy. You now have 1 minute left.
But Clint Howard played him,
They screw up with the audio in the original episode, and they should have put that back in. They they couldn't have had Ted Cassidy voiced it because the poor guy's been dead since 1979, but they might have gotten away with a facsimile or CGI or not CGI.
Well, they got away with some of his.
They need to do that with AI. They need to go back and redo and correct these things that we fans notice, that these higher ups and these CGI nerds, they don't know the show. They just paid to create the effects and whatnot. And
that's
they didn't know.
Pretty much, yeah. And that kind of took away from, I have to say though, okay, to be fair, some of that CGI was very effective when they brought it back and they remastered it and fixed it. On some episodes, it's fantastic, but on other ones, no.
It was
the original version is still the better version.
Yeah. So again, we're reviewing the original Star Trek episodes in production order. Now, last time we left off with episode 20, and that's the episode, The Alternative Factor, a horrible episode. I got a fun fact about that I didn't mention then. Do you remember the Saturday Night Live classic Star Trek parody with John Belushi as Captain Kirk?
Yeah.
You ever see that? And Elliot Gould played an NBC executive. We've decided to cancel Star Trek.
We decided to cancel Star Trek. I remember that, yes.
The Last Voyage of the Starship Enterprise, I believe, is what the sketch was called on SNL. But what was funny to me was in that sketch from this episode, The Alternative Factor, Belushi as Kirk does this fact speech. And he only did that in one episode, Kirk. Fact. Like they made it sound like it's something he always said, but he only did that in The Alternative Factor, which is a really bad episode with guest star Robert Brown.
I see. Yeah.
Remember that one with the alternate universe, and he's going to a different door into another dimension, chasing himself, and it just was really bad. But the Starlet in that episode was Janet McLaughlin, a great African American actress, and she appeared in The Invaders as well in season 2 of that show, and she was in Wonder Woman with Linda Carter. She was in the episode Judgment from Outer Space, parts 1 and 2, which starred before Buck Rogers in the 25th century, Tim O'Connor, who was
Tim O'Connor. Yes, I remember him.
Who was judging, who he didn't know the difference between Nazis and like the Axis powers and the Allies
and the Americans.
He didn't know. He's an alien. He's like, well, what makes the Nazis bad? He didn't know about all the atrocities they were doing, and so Diana Prince had to educate him on why our side and the Allies side is just and the Nazi side is evil. And that was a really good 2-parter. I have it on 16mm film, including footage that's never been released since its original air date, with Linda Carter announcing scenes from part 2 tomorrow night. And I need to put that on my YouTube channel. I haven't done that yet. But anyway, let's continue.
What I was going to say was I'm looking at IMDb, which I use for a lot of different information. Yeah. And I see that episode, and correct me, I guess I'm pretty wrong, because I know sometimes they don't get it always in correct order, but it does show when they were first broadcast. And according to what I'm seeing here, if you left off with episode 20, that was the court martial. Then
that's in aired order. That's in aired order. That's IMDb's bad. IMDb does the same thing with Space 1999. That's a bad list. You need to go to EP Guides. Look up Star Trek EP Guides, and you'll see the proper order. It's got the air date in the production order. So episode 20 in production order was The Alternative Factor, but ironically, in aired order on NBC, it aired like the week before one of the greatest ones of all time, The City on the Edge of Forever.
Yeah. Yeah, I
So
always
no, that list is
and
wrong.
don't,
It's wrong.
it's okay.
Hey,
Don't
look at this comment.
don't hate me for as I
You're
said
fine,
when I
you're
do
fine.
our
It's not your fault. It's IMDb. IMDb is completely flawed, but it's a great
Yeah.
resource. But they make plenty of mistakes.
Yeah.
Look what Sean Ennis said. Chance, is there one particular change they made in the new effects that you didn't like? Yes, I'm going to show it to you. I have it all loaded up and ready to go.
Yeah.
For this episode, we're going to talk about next. I thought they were pretty minimal. Some were and some weren't. I thought they did some simple modeling on ships that did not appear. They did that, but they also changed the look of many of the special effects, and it really irritated me. There were some things that maybe were done better, like the Great Barrier of the Milky Way galaxy, and where no
I
man's
thought that
gone
was
before.
done wonderful. Yeah, the Great Barrier itself.
That was I'll give you that. That was a pretty good improvement. And Omar mentions about Robert Brown. Run, it'll do you no good. I'll chase you into the fires of hell. He was such a bad actor. Robert Brown played in the television series Here Come the Bride. Yes, he did.
He did. Yes.
Sean Ennis said Mud's Women and Journey to Babel in particular in terms of the special effects. Yeah, I'm going to show you that. So next up in production order is one I really like a lot. Tomorrow is Yesterday. It aired Thursday, January 26th, 1967. Let's look at the official 1 minute long next week preview to that episode.
There it is. Okay.
And here it is.
Captain's log, stardate 3113.2. The Enterprise, out of control. Maximum warp power in reverse propels us backward in time.
UFO is picking up speed and climbing. I'm going in closer.
Try and beam that pilot aboard. Computer, you will not address me in that manner. Compute.
Computed, dear.
It also has an unfortunate tendency to giggle.
What about Jim? He's down there alone, probably under arrest. He doesn't have a communicator, and we can't locate him or beam him back aboard without one.
Sabotage, espionage, unauthorized entry, burglary. I am going to lock you up for 200 years.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Now, there was one female of particular note in that episode. I think the only one. And that's Sherry Gay Townsend. She was credited as Sherry Sherri Townsend. And she was born on January 14th, 1947. She would have been 19 years old, I believe. In this episode.
she played a crew woman in that.
Yeah, she did. She sure did. You want to watch the scene? I have it right here. It's 11 seconds long. Here it is.
All right, go ahead.
Good morning, Captain.
A woman?
Oh, that was funny.
Yeah. A woman.
And a woman, yeah.
Now, one thing I learned doing research for this, they say in an online source that's the year 1969, where the Enterprise winds up in our time. It's supposed to be 66. It's supposed to be 1966 or 67, right. January 67, when it aired. Yeah. That's not true. The only time it said a year, it was in the season 2 finale, Assignment Earth, where they go back to the year 1968. It says so in Captain Kirk's captain's log. We've gone back to the year to study, what was it? I can't remember the exact wording, but like to study conflicts in the year 1968. Anyway, but a year, I don't think it ever said 1966, but I'd never heard that it was supposed to be the year 1969. Now, to address the special effects from this episode, what's happened is, and this was supposed to be a 2-part episode. Part 1 was the naked time. That's not a porno movie. It's a plot about the crew getting infected by a space virus that makes them lose control of their emotions, like alcohol or a drug. And at the end, they use the formula to go back in time, and they go back in time 3 days. They were supposed to go back in time to 1966. That's the script, but there was a budget crunch on, so they jettisoned that idea. So the beginning of this episode was supposed to be part 2, where you see the Enterprise floating in the Earth's atmosphere. Let's look at the original special effect versus the crummy one for the remastered editions. Here it is. I like the original. I thought it was charming. I liked the point of view. It always gave me chills every time I saw that. And it was right before the opening credits. Just seeing the Enterprise.
I have to say, I have to say for myself, I'm a little divided because when I did see the remastered, seeing it clearly in that blue sky going across there as the plane takes off with, him in it, going after them. And I like that. But the other one does give you a more sense of ambiance, if I want to be so bold to say. How it's gliding there and whatever within the clouds and stuff. I don't mind both versions. That I'm just saying. But yes, if I had to pick between the two, I'd say the more original version would be definitely like a lot more.
That's the one I grew up with, that's the one I prefer. That's the one I like. But to each
can I also mention, buddy, about the ladies that we talk about? Sherry Townsend, rest in peace. We did lose her in 2014. She was born January 14th, 1947 in Pasadena, California. And she is known for that Star Trek episode. She was married to Ron Wolf, and she passed away on June 13th, 2014 in Juneau, Alaska. She was 67 years old.
Yes, she was.
I know that's her only credit. Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of stole my thunder on that. Oh, good. It's working now. Now I can do what I talked about in our little pre-show.
Cool.
I can pull the clip from City on the Edge of Forever. Okay, anyway, I'm sorry. I shouldn't say that out loud. But to my notes, I don't want to repeat what you just said, but yeah, she was born January 14th, 47 in Pasadena, California, and she died at the age of 67, as you stated, on June 13th, 2014 in Alaska. She was the crew woman you saw in that clip I played in Tomorrow's Yesterday, season 1, and she filmed her scene on Wednesday, November 30th, 1966 at Desilu Stage 9, and that is her only known acting appearance, as you said.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. And for 11 seconds, she got her, or I guess she got her 11 seconds of fame. Right there.
There you go. There you go. So 1 second, let me just pull this up.
Okay.
Oh, wait a second. Okay, there's that. All right, so I'm going to play another clip in a moment pertaining to that episode. Just a quick anecdote. I collect Star Trek on 16 millimeter reel-to-reel film, and I bought a print of Tomorrow's Yesterday, and it was advertised on eBay as an original print. And when I got it, it was a dupe. And what a dupe is, it's a copy of a film print, and the soundtrack can be a bit muffled and muddied. It's just kind of a.
Is it a little I call it like scraggly. Is it kind of like that?
Yeah, it's just not as crisp as an original print would be. So I returned it. And I remember the guy was a little irritated. He goes, "It is too an original print." I said, No, it's not. I beg to differ. I know. I can tell by the film stock and by the sound. It is a dupe, sir.
Hey, Jensen's been in the industry. He knows.
Well, I'm a collector, and I was right. So he did refund my money, and I don't want any dupes. I want original prints only.
Yes.
So now getting back to the special effects in that episode. Now here's one I know we'll have a debate on with the chat from that same episode, because the original one, I must admit, the Enterprise looks like this. Let me pull up my Enterprise model.
Yeah, and Omar says he has the. Or no.
Look at this. It's going like this.
Oh yeah.
The Enterprise is going up, going down. It's like on a wire in the sky.
Yeah.
And it kind of looks like this. So let's watch it. Let's watch the new versus the original. But here's the original first.
Captain's log, stardate 3113.2. We were en route to Starbase 9 for resupply when a black star of high gravitational attraction began to drag us toward it. Captain's log, stardate 3113.2. We were en route to Starbase 9 for resupply when a black star of high gravitational attraction began to drag us toward it.
Now I like the effects of that.
The original, it's nostalgia for me. Let's look at just the original again, but it did look bad. I mean, again, the Enterprise is going like.
It's kind of like going like at a weird angle, like it's not like it doesn't have any forward motion.
Is it? And maybe that was intentional, but it really doesn't look right.
But
yes, okay, yeah.
Captain's log, stardate 3113.2. We were en route to Starbase 9 for resupply when a black star of high gravitational attraction began to drag us toward it.
I can see the wire.
I like
just
it, though.
barely.
But I
can
kinda like
see
it.
that. I can see that wire just barely. I remember the episode fondly when I first saw it. I said, "Wait a second, they're dragging this thing in the sky. That thing's not moving
But
forward."
it looks
motion
so
by
cool,
itself."
though. It looks so cool in the sky. I mean, I think it just looks badass.
It looks badass, but it's not like, as I said, when they got into the CGI and they remastered it and they had it coming flying at you with the nacelles going and everything. To me, that was fine. I love that. And I was just, I realized then at that point how far we've come as far as like special effects came.
But Sean, I was right though. That was a completely redesigned special effects shot. Whether it's better or not, that's open to debate. There's no right or wrong answer there. Clearly, you think Chance's sorry, Chance. The updated effects a lot better.
It had its
factor. Yeah,
they had their days. The CGI.
I get it. Nostalgia does have its place.
That's true. That's true.
Oh, what a
no! I mean,
you're always 2 years late on your information. Yeah, Marvel left Georgia a long time ago, sir, over a year ago, and I knew it before anybody because my mom was selling props to the prop master and the set designers of Marvel, and they said, "Judy, we have bad news. The powers that be want to take the Fantastic Four to London, England, and to Europe." And so that was before it was in the press, and it's been in the press for over a year, sir. The last thing they did in Georgia was Thunderbolts, the movie. And which is on Paramount, which is on I almost made a bad mistake, which is on Disney Plus right now. I'm not upset with you. I appreciate it, but just you're little late on that news flash there, sir. But you know what? They're gonna be back. I know they're gonna be back because the Fantastic Four underperformed at the box office, and they're all about saving money. And we have a great tax incentive program here. And thankfully, DC Studios is here. Superman the movie was filmed mostly here. Superman 2 will be filmed here, although Supergirl's filmed in London right now. But anyway, Peacemaker season 2 was filmed here, which just started streaming on HBO Max last Thursday. Every Thursday night, you get a new Peacemaker episode. I'm going to start watching it because I have Max. I have HBO Max. Oh, well, sorry, Danny. No, they've been talking about it for over a year. I beg to differ. They may have been talking about it today, but this is an old news story, about a year and a half old. But I appreciate you. All right, so let's see here.
Yeah, that was one of the main reasons. That was one of the main reasons when you had those scenes that they would do in Star Trek where they filmed out in Vasquez Rocks there in California. They did that because of their tax incentives. That's why they were able to film a lot of reshoots of the Vasquez Rocks, like for the alternative factor. For Robert Brown.
In Arena before that, in production order, Arena where Kirk fought the Gorn, Vasquez Rocks. Friday's Child talked about it earlier, season 2. Steve Andrews on that in many episodes. Yeah. And they didn't go on location much in season 3. They had a big budget cut, but they did do the Paradise Syndrome where Kirk fell in love with the space American Indian woman. Sabrina Sharif played her. We'll talk about her when we get to that episode. Miramani. Yeah. And he married her. He got amnesia from the obelisk. And and that was filmed on location at a little campsite set.
Yeah, very cool.
Do you want to read what Omar Montgomery said in the chat, please?
Certainly. Yes. The astronaut in this episode was played by Roger Perry. He was once married to Joanne Worley. Right. And she was one of the funny cast members of Laugh In and played Mr. Bradley in the early episodes on The Facts of Life. Correct.
That's right. He was in, I think, season 1 and 2, or just 2. Season 2 of The Facts of Life, or maybe 3.
And Joanne had that funny, bubbly laugh.
Yeah, I can't even do it. It was so obnoxious, right?
Yeah.
But she's a funny lady. I need to put on my YouTube channel. I have some naughty laughing bloopers with the F word.
Oh, we can easily talk about that in a future one.
We should. I'm going to show that. It's a black and white work print. It's not even in color. But it's so funny. She's not saying whoopee. She's saying the F word a lot.
Yeah.
And
she is.
And Roger Perry also was in the Invaders episode, The Prophet, with Pat Hingle playing an alien who's brainwashing people into thinking that he's a man of God. And the aliens, they glow when they need to be regenerated or when they die. And so he would time his sermon out perfectly when he needed regeneration. So he'd glow at the end. And he's like, I have seen the coming of the heavenly body. And he'd glow. And all these young women are like, oh my God. It was a great episode. Roger Perry played an alien in that. That's an awesome episode. I love Pat Hingle. You know, he lost fingers like when he fell down an elevator shaft. And a lot of times hide it, but he showed it to look even more alien in that episode. And to your point, getting back to the cage, I meant to mention all of the Telosian actresses were women. You mentioned how some were. Did you know all of them were? Gene Roddenberry did that by design to make them look even more alien with their big misshapen heads.
That's true. Yes.
Hell, they were all women. She's a woman. That's proof right there. Meg Wiley played the keeper, the main one. And she's also in the classic Twilight Zone episode with Art Carney, the Christmas episode from season 2, one of the few shot on videotape, Night of the Meek. And she played the mean kind of lady at the mission playing the piano. Anyway.
So what's our next episode there, Chance?
Well, I will tell you, it's going to be Return of the Archons. And I have a really good one to show, real good clip to show you.
Okay.
No, you know, that's not entirely correct, Danny. They shot Captain America in Georgia entirely. They did some reshoots here. Fox News is wrong on that. That's I mean, I don't doubt your word. You're just parroting what you heard. But no, I know, because I know production, the people that worked on it. I didn't work on that production. I'd started getting into acting and background stuff again after like over 10 years absence going into radio. In April of 2024 is when I started. And that show was, that movie was about to wrap. But no, they did not. That's not true. Yeah. Fantastic Four was the first movie shot in England. But I appreciate your interest.
Yeah. And I just want to mention, and I just want to mention something to you, Chance, about tax incentives. Where I lived before Canada was in Arizona, and Arizona had tax incentives all the way up until and this was about early 90s or so. There was a governor there. I don't know if I should mention him, but his name was Evan Meekum. He was one of those that decided that the corporations that were doing the filming of different movies and stuff had to be taxed. He wanted to take the tax incentives away and give them full taxation on them. That was the death knell. That signaled the end of any shows that would show in Arizona. Now, despite that, over the years since the late 90s going into now, there have been a few shots. For example, there was a few shots done of, I hate to quote this movie, but Lone Ranger, the remake one, with Arm & Hammer and
Johnny Depp. The Wild Wild West movie. It never happened.
And the Wild Wild West movie, too. But they would show this in what is called Monument Valley, Arizona. And the only reason they're allowed to is because the Navajo Nation, which runs most of that whole area, that's their land. They are allowed by law, federal law, they can charge anything they want to the companies, and the companies will still film there because they do allow for tax incentives. So if you do sometimes see where it's in a part of Arizona that you wouldn't expect where the movie is, that is because of the native tribes. Otherwise, the rest of Arizona will never be shown again on film.
I love a movie that was shot in New Mexico, and it's called Piranha 3D. That is one of my favorites. Great cast. Look it up. Piranha 3D. Really fun movie.
Yeah, Piranha 3D was actually one of my friends, Channing Connolly, was in that in background as an extra. Yeah, very cool.
Very good movie. Elizabeth Shue's in it, and oh my God,
Richard who's that African American actor?
Let me see.
That was Vin Rhames. That's it. Vin Rhames.
What are you talking about? I can't see the screen.
The sheriff. Vin Rhames was it.
And Doc Brown from Back to the Future.
Yes, Christopher Lloyd was saying these things were prehistoric and came from a Fisher. Yes, that was filmed in Lake Havasu City, Arizona.
That's right. That's right.
And they have they even used
Arizona? I thought it was New Mexico.
No, Lake Havasu. Yeah, I'm talking about Lake Havasu City, Arizona is where it was.
And back to what movie we talking about? We're still talking about Piranha 3D.
Toronto. We're talking about
Really?
Piranha.
It was
3D.
shot in New Mexico. I thought, okay, well, you would know. You would know. I'm gonna look up the filming locations for that. I don't doubt your word.
Yeah, I can take a look at that.
It must have been filmed in both New Mexico and Arizona. Huh.
Yeah, but if it was filmed in Arizona, as I said, it's because, it came up right away. Elizabeth Shue and Jerry O'Connell.
Yeah, Jerry O'Connell. He played like a douchebag who was like he was a producer doing like a Girls Gone Wild spring break type video.
Yes. Okay. Yep. Lake Havasu, Arizona, USA. Yeah, that was the entire location. It was May 11th, 2009 to July of 2009 was the filming dates for the movie.
And the locations were, so it was in Arizona and New
Lake
Mexico.
Havasu City. Yeah.
Was it all Arizona? No New Mexico?
It was all Arizona. It was just, was right there in Lake Havasu. I took my wife to Lake Havasu City, got to see the original Tower London Bridge, which is out there. We drove across it. And they have a lot of canyons and water, the waterway, which is connected to the Colorado River, which divides Arizona from California. And they have these beaches. And my friend Channing Connolly said that she was an extra. She had worked on the day that they were filming those, beauty pageant thing or whatever Jerry O'Connell was filming that day. And she's in the background. She's there. And, And
Joe liked the Lone Ranger movie. That's cool.
Doing that. Yeah.
And had a cool comment here. I'm going to put on the screen from Sean.
Yeah.
I love Captain America Civil War. That was one of the better Captain America movies. And he said his ex-girlfriend worked on Captain America down in Puerto Rico.
Nice. Yeah. Puerto
Cool,
Rico.
Sean. But
That's
Joe
cool.
begs to differ with you. He liked the Legend of the Lone Ranger movie. Opinions are like
come on,
a-holes.
Johnny Depp playing Tonto. Please, no. I'm sorry, Joe. I gotta disagree with you there. I'm sorry.
Oh man. All right. So the next episode, let me make sure I showed all my clips of Tomorrow's Yesterday. Okay, I did. It's this episode, Return of the Archons. And I wonder, would we have had a Return of the Jedi if not for Return of the Archons? Very similar title, because of course the original title was Revenge of the Jedi. And then George Lucas had an epiphany and said, well, a good Jedi would never seek revenge or take revenge on someone. So we have to retitle that. After we printed movie posters, t-shirts, hats, a movie trailer said Revenge of the Jedi, the teaser trailer to that movie. But here's Return of the Archons, the 22nd episode in production order. And we're going to highlight this Star Trek Starlet in this episode. Now, it originally aired on Thursday, February 9th, 1967. And you're going to see Bryony Farrell as Tula in this clip. This is the original 1 minute next week preview. Here it is.
Captain's log, stardate 3192.1. Trying to find some trace of the starship Archon that disappeared 100 years ago. A search party has been sent to the planet below. Spock, those power readings you took, are they
Powerful enough to destroy a starship.
Where's another one? We gotta get out of here. You know what they're capable of? Only you.
Andrew, he comes. I am Landru. For the good of the body, you must die.
Oh man, what a great episode.
And what a bad wig. Landru. And of course, he was in the fold without it. He's bald as a baby's butt in that episode where he played as a different character.
Landru died 6,000 years ago.
That's right. You're right. That's a great correction. He was the image of Landru, the computer-generated image. He was CGI. It was a projection. That's Captain Kirk said. Right, Mr. Spock. Let's get rid of the projector.
Now, let's pull the plug, Mr. Spock. No. You said let's pull the plug, Mr. Spock.
Let's pull the plug on the projector.
And it took out their phaser beams completely.
And he did it with
drained
this
them of
phaser.
energy.
it was the hand phaser, the part that removes. It looks like a shaver. Looks like a Noroko shaver.
Or
But,
if
I'm
you
gonna
flip it
fire
up
mine.
like a communicator and just go, doop, yeah. Like
I'm
that.
so pissed off. Now cover your ears. I'm gonna fire this at StreamYard. I'm so pissed about the technical problems we had earlier.
Go get him. Go get him.
I'm gonna. Here it goes. Take this, StreamYard, or is it my computer? I don't know which. Whoever screwed me up, had my image freezing, my mic cut. F you.
Get him.
It's getting hot.
It's getting hot. Oh, Chance.
Oh, yeah, burned my hand.
I'm going to teach you a simple trick my husband does to stay hard for over 2 hours and last more than 3 rounds without using a single pill.
I gotta turn this ad off. Could you hear that damn ad?
I get that ad all the time, Chance. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal.
I lost my actual.
It's just penal enhancement. That's all it is.
Yeah, but I lost the top of my phaser fell off, and I don't know where the F it. Oh, here it is, right here.
Yeah, it landed down there.
There we go.
There you go.
I thought I wrecked the phaser.
So, and by the way, do people know this was the first time that Kirk was able to talk a computer into killing itself?
That's right, and he did it in the Apple in season 2. That was another time with Val.
Yeah,
VAL,
and then he also did it with M5 computer. He did it with Norman.
That's what I was saying. Your favorite episode, I Mud. That was the next thing out of my mouth.
I Mud. Yeah.
It's gonna be the next thing out of my mouth.
Did it all with all those computers. Yeah. Oh, and of course the Changeling. Yes, he did that with the.
Oh, that was a good one. With
yes,
and that story was the prototype for Star Trek: The Motion Picture too.
Yes, with V'ger, right.
With the sterilization, it was like a little. It merged. That that thing merged with another entity.
And it looks like Omar says a lot here. Wow, what did we do to Omar today? He's got big stuff there.
Let me see. Let me look at the chat. Harry Towns, in front of William Shatner, is a minister in real life. He made a guest appearance on the Incredible Hulk TV series in a 2-part episode called The First. And Landru was played by Charles McCauley, and he was in the movie Blackula, starring William Marshall. He played on an episode of Star Trek, The Ultimate Computer, in mid-1968. Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
And that was the Ultimate Computer was the episode that featured M5.
And I think Kirk destroyed that one too, did he not?
He did. He caused it to shut down, so to speak, so that that manual control was taken back. And
I have the first on 16 millimeter film. I love that print. That's a great episode with Harry Towns as Del Fry. Del Fry was his character name, and he was the old man evil Hulk who had revenge in his heart. Yep.
So now in the Return of the Archons,
killer.
So let's so the lady we were talking about.
I got it right here. I got it right here in my notes. Hang on. I got it right here. Her real name, by the way, by birth is Xenia Grastos. That's spelled Xenia Gratsos, but her credited name is Brioni Farrell as Tula. She was born February 12th, 1940 in Athens, Greece. She sadly passed away on August 8th, 2018 in California. But Farrell, early in her career, appeared in episodes of a show called Paradise Bay in 1965. She was in The Man from U.N.C.L.E., and she was in a show called Run for Your Life, a ripoff of The Fugitive, both in 1966. She then portrayed a reoccurring character in 3 episodes of Bonanza from 1966 to 1968.
Nice.
And she and 3 characters in episodes of Death Valley Days between 1967 and 1968. She also guest starred in episodes of The Wild Wild West in 1967, Mission Impossible, The Rat Patrol, Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, and Family Affair, starring Brian Keith, all in 1968. And she also guest starred in Lancer in 1969. In 1995, Farrell starred in the movie Project Metal Beast with Charles Picerni Jr., as well as Carol Davis and others that I've never heard of, so I won't even say their names. And sadly, Farrell died from complications of Alzheimer's disease in 2018, though her death was not announced until April 24th, 2019. And she was survived by her husband, Eugene Robert Glazer. So it looks like she never had kids. But let's look at in Return of the Archons. I isolated a couple scenes.
I just wanted to add also, she did do 25 episodes from 1981 of 84 of General Hospital. She played Martha Taylor in that soap opera. She was in one episode in 1980 of Fantasy Island, where she played Cleopatra in a past history episode of that series. And in 1987, she was in Hoover versus the Kennedys, which was the second Civil War. She was in the first 2 episodes, introducing that TV miniseries where she was Judith Campbell Exner in that. So that was Aubrioni Farrell. Yep.
Well, thank you for that amendment. That's good information. I didn't know she did a Fantasy Island. I didn't look up her list of credits. I just was looking at a certain great website I use for Star Trek information. But here she is, and after festival, what's happening in this episode is Landru, a computer that rules the people, suppresses them and makes them pretty much zombies, unemotional beings, except for when the red hour happens, their festival, and they run wild, and the men just grab women and their sexual assault. That's really terrible.
And they go eat poop. Yeah.
And Tula actually gets raped. Unfortunately, it's in the script, and you'll see the aftermath of that devastating, terrible attack. But it's all sanctioned by Landru, which is so sick and wrong. And Harry Towns plays her father, and he has an inn. He has a hotel, and you'll see before the red hour strikes, where she's sort of subdued and unemotional. She's talking about, you can stay at my father's place. It's right over there. Here, let's watch. It's a 1 minute, 16-second clip.
My father will be glad to put you up, though. It's right over there.
It's all right. It's all over. You'll give her a shot. It'll calm her down. Trust us.
Wow.
Damn. And the old man there on the right of the screen, sorry, listeners, he was in the pilot, The Cage. And
he was.
Menagerie 2-parter where they used the footage of The Cage.
Yes.
Yeah. We'll accept your judgment. This is Vina. Anyway, he was like Vina's father or something. But what good acting there, right?
Yeah, definitely.
I thought she was terrific in that scene.
And welcome to the chat, Introspective Gentleman.
Hey, how you doing?
And he says, besides Nichelle, oh, thank you. The most beautiful guest women on Trek to him were Nancy Kovac, Sherry Jackson, and Barb Luna. Yep, Barbara Luna. Enterprise incident. You can't go wrong with that.
No. Mirror.
Oh, mirror. Sorry.
That's okay. Nancy Kovac was in A Private Little War. Both of those are season 2 episodes. So we'll talk about that down the line when we cover the Starlets of Star Trek season 2. And Sherry Jackson's my number 1 pick from season 1. What are little girls made of? Talked about that earlier. Welcome, introspective gentlemen. So happy you're here with us. There's Kirk kissing alien women again. Yeah, I did a video. I need to put on my YouTube channel back in 1987 when I was a kid. I edited all these scenes of Kirk kissing women, alien women, human women, all women. He was an equal opportunity kisser, like Richard Dawson on Family Feud. And I dubbed over a song "You're in Love" by Rat, a heavy metal band that was popular at the time. So I'm
Round
gonna
and
try,
round.
I think the music rights will be an issue. I'm going to try to upload that. It actually, it looks primitive. I edited it with 2 VCRs, and I did one also, Some Like It Hot, where it shows Kirk just punching people out to the Power Station song, Some Like It Hot, their remake of that
And
classic.
some sweat when the heat is on. Yeah.
Right. And I show, and when it says "And the Heat is on," I show Captain Pike, where he's been taken to hell by the Telosians, an illusion where look like he's melting, his flesh is melting, he's going, ah!
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's a great song, by the way. And if some of you don't know, the group that sang that was the Power Station that had Robert Palmer, John Taylor from Duran Duran,
yep,
and his brother Andy.
That's right. And they did my former opening song, Harvest for the World, which was not a big song. It was like not even a single. I don't think it was a B-side song. Might have been a B-side on a single, but it's on their only album. Because get this, I saw their tour in 1985 when I was a kid, and Robert Palmer quit the band in the middle of their tour, and it killed the band. He wanted to do solo stuff, but that was a dick move for sure by Robert Palmer.
For sure.
So it was half Duran Duran, and then Simon Le Bon went to another group, Arcadia, at that time when they split up.
Arcadia. Yes, I remember that song.
Election Day was one of their hit songs.
Election Day was their best song, yes.
Danny Staten made a good comment. Is that Mayberry again in the scenes with Festival? Yeah, they use that in City on the Edge of Forever. We'll show that later. You are correct. Yes. That is the Mayberry Town exterior set. Very good. Very good.
Yeah,
and
very
John
good.
Said that's
very
the precursor.
Good observation there. Yeah, absolutely.
Very good, Danny. And
the Purge.
Sean Innes says that's the precursor of the Purge, that scene there. And Greg says, is that a Fall Guy t-shirt you're wearing? Yep, that's Greg. Greg Corbin. How you doing, Greg? Yeah, I am. I'm a dork. What can I say? Yeah, and I have every episode. I have Long Beach. I have every episode of the Fall Guy in 16 millimeter reel-to-reel film, 110 reels right there on that shelf, on reel-to-reel film for my movie projector.
Yeah, and this was given to me. Well, I bought this, but this was given to me by my sister Bernadette, who lives outside of Long Beach now. She moved recently, and it calls me the Long Beach Beach Bum. So
that's funny.
Yeah.
Well, let me just make sure I covered everything. I did. So that's Return of the Archons.
Okay.
What's our next Harry Towns, as we heard previously. Torrin Thatcher played Marplon, the bald guy, and I liked him in Lost in Space. He played the space trader in the season before.
That's true.
That aired in a black and white episode.
Yeah.
He was a really good actor. And Bryony Farrell was the starlet of the episode, in my opinion. About trivia, was Sid Haig in Star Trek ever?
Yeah, Sid Haig was, Sid Haig being the first lawgiver. But remember,
I remember he has the big cape. You can't see his face very well. And at that time, he also was in season 2 of Batman. He played one of the goons. So he was around back then in the 60s. But Sid Haig that was one of my trivia questions. I just blew it. I just gave away the answer. He played the first lawgiver. You're really good there, Mikey.
Thank you. Yeah, also, don't forget that he later on was in that horror film where he plays Captain. He's in clown makeup. The Hills Have Eyes, or one.
He's best known for that for a certain generation. Yeah, for millennials. Millennials know him for that. Yeah, and he was in damn Electra Woman and Dinah Girl in 1976.
Yes, he was.
Yes, episode. He's done it all, man. He was in every season of Fall Guy. He and Lee Majors used him a lot in the Fall Guy show. Going back to Colts Angels season 1, episode 5 in ABC aired order. That was his first one, and he was in one with David Hedison from Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea and The Fly. He was the original Fly. He played the character that Jeff Goldblum played in 1986 in the remake, but he was in Undersea Odyssey, which also had the woman who shot JR, the actress Mary Crosby, who played Kristen, the younger sister of Sue Ellen, who shot JR. She was in that Fall Guy. That's a good episode, Undersea Odyssey. But quick little anecdote, not trying to digress. Heather Thomas wore a sexy full piece red, it looked like pre-Baywatch style swimsuit. And she was in all these publicity photos, but the editor only showed it one time where she's underwater. You can't see her very well in it. And that was such a shame, I thought. It was such a tease that all these ads and TV guides show her in this beautiful red one-piece bathing suit. and you don't even really see her in it in the episode, but you do see Marky Post is in a bikini. Marky Post was only in 3 episodes of Fall Guy in a bikini because she didn't like to show skin. She thought it was trashy.
Right.
She was in Baker's Dozen season 3. They're all in season 3, by the way. Inside Outside, where her character's kidnapped, Terry Michaels, the bail bondswoman that Colt works for on the side, and in Undersea Odyssey. So just 3 episodes she's in a bikini. Marky Post.
Yeah, that's correct, Introspective Gentleman. He did The House of 1,000 Corpses, and then they did the sequel, The Devil's Rejects. That's where he played Captain Spaulding. Yeah.
Let's see.
Very cool. Good,
Let me
good
get
call
caught
on
up.
that
Yeah.
one, sir.
Oh, Introspective met Sid Haig in person at Comic-Con.
Nice.
In San Diego or New York? Which Comic-Con? Let us know in the chat.
Yeah.
Oh, Galaxy of Terror freaked me out. That was a good rip-off of Alien. And it had, I remember the scene with a severed arm and a bunch of maggots. And it was just horrifying as a kid. That ran on Showtime. Huh?
Yeah, and I do barely remember this. You know how I'm such a big fan of James Bond franchise. Been to exhibits. I'm a worldwide member of the James Bond fan club. Sid Haig was the Slumber Company attendant. I just remembered that in 1971 in Diamonds Are Forever. He is one of those guys right there.
Yes, he was. Very good. Great anecdote. Yeah, Galaxy of Terror. That was a freaky ass movie. It freaked me out. I used to see it on Showtime all the time.
Oh yeah, 1981. Oh my God. Yeah.
Yeah. Torrin Thatcher. Well, I saw it in like 82, 83. I was a kid. Torrin Thatcher played a guest appearance in Bonanza. He played Ben Cartwright, Sea Captain, Captain Stoddard. Good.
Stoddard. Yeah.
I was a miss. Okay, he misspelled it. That's what I thought. Stoddard.
You know, I'm
Stoddard sounds like duty or something.
Okay.
Good catch. 10,000 quadclues to you. Yeah, let's reference to season 2.
Yeah,
that is the worst. I think that I dislike that episode. The Gamesters of Triskelion worse than Spock's brain. I think that is just an absolute trash episode. Even with that Little John woman with the double D breasts. Not to be crude. It just, man, that's a bad episode. Remember that the voice of that lady was hitting on Chekhov. We could be with each other or whatever. You know, she was like this weird deep.
Oh, you mean the big one? Yeah, the blonde one. And yeah.
What the guy who played Lars, he's trying to attack Uhura in her cell. Yeah. Lars, remember, he was in a lot of Fall Guys too. Down the line, 20 some years later, he did a lot of Fall Guys. I forget the actor's name. He played Lars. Yes. But let's see. SD.
We'll definitely
San Diego. Thank you, Introspective. So he met Sid Haig at San Diego. I met him at Dragon Con here in Atlanta several times.
Yeah, unfortunately, we did lose him in, it says here in 2019 on IMDb.
Right.
So
and Joe Gutfeld
he was 80 years old, and he died one day before my birthday in 2019, was on September 21st. That's my sister-in-law's, Janet's birthday is the day before mine. So, yeah.
Cool. Marky Post had such a great body, says Joe Gutfeld in New York. It's a shame she felt that way. Yes, she did not want to be a piece of meat. She didn't want to objectify herself, which is a shame. It's like, it's TV, man. Why are you in the business? You know, she wrote for game shows, actually. She was a very smart lady. I mean, obviously, she had more brains than anything, but a great body as well. But she wrote for shows like Family Feud, Richard Dawson's Family Feud, some of the survey questions. Anyway, Angelique Pettyjohn. Yeah, that was the woman in Gamesters of Triskelion. She could not act her way out of a paper bag. I'm sorry.
Yes, and he was in the season 2 episode of Buck Rogers.
Talking about Sid Haig. Yeah, Joe Gutfeld points that out. Yeah, that was Time of the Hawk, a 2-hour episode.
Yeah, that introduced Hawkman. I think that's where the show went down, is when they decided to go out in space.
It was
talked about this
a Time of the Hawk. And guess who's in? Barbara Luna's in it as his girlfriend.
That's true. Yes.
And Barbara Luna was in a Great Invaders episode. If you've not seen the Invaders, I think you'd like it. I need to mail you a free DVD set if you don't have it. She's in an episode called Storm from season 1, and she's an alien. Spoiler alert! But she's drugging our hero David Vincent with like LSD. And, and the aliens have a machine that's set in Miami, Florida. That they have a machine that will create hurricanes, and so they're trying to destroy Florida.
Yeah.
So Sid Haig was in, Buck Rogers sure was. And Introspective Gentleman on YouTube says, I met Angelique in the 1980s at a Star Trek convention in Philadelphia. Very cool. She was in that silver outfit. Long line for an autograph for her, I'm sure. Everybody wanted to peek at those tatas, I guess. Not to be crude. We're guys, right? All right. Whoa, nice.
Yeah.
I hope she was great in person. But she looked great in that paper bag, Chance. Yeah, she did. She did look great.
Okay. Who's
So
next?
next up-
Who's next on our list here, sir?
Well, next is number 3 on our list as we close out season 1 of Star Trek, which is where we'll end today. And then I'll get to my fake rant of the week, and it has something to do with Cracker Barrel. And I got a song to play you from comedian Jim Gossett. You're going to laugh. You're going to love it. 1-minute song, a parody song about that whole situation. It was a nostalgia. It was a nostalgia fail, but that's enough tease for that.
Oh, yeah, I'll stay for that. Yeah.
Next on our list in production order is A Taste of Armageddon, the 23rd in production order, including both pilots. It aired on Thursday, February 23rd, 1967. Let's roll the preview clip for that episode right now.
Taste of Armageddon. Okay.
Captain's log, stardate 3192.5, planet Eminiar 7. My orders are clear. We must establish diplomatic relations at all cost.
You were warned not to come here.
500,000 people have just been killed.
Our duty now.
Your duty doesn't include stepping into a disintegrator and disappearing.
I'm afraid mine does, Captain.
Sir, there's a multi-legged creature crawling on your shoulder.
You and your party have been declared war casualties. You will be taken immediately to one of our casualty stations so that your deaths may be recorded. If possible, we shall spare your ship, Captain, but its passengers and crew are already dead.
Wow.
I'm going to talk about my favorite Starlet in that episode, and there's a couple, as you saw.
Yeah. My favorite
And
is the
Miko
Mayama.
Nomura was played by Miko Mayama.
I like her. Yeah.
And also Barbara Babcock. Why don't you take Barbara Babcock, and I'll quickly speak about Miko Mayama as Lieutenant Tamura. Let me just start with that really quickly. Now, Barbara Babcock, let me say, we heard her voice previously in The Squire of Gothos as Trelane's mother. Time to come in, Trelane. And she returned in season 3 on camera in Plato's Stepchildren as a sadistic woman who stopped aging at the age of 30, or so she thought. And she did. They were immortal. Anyway, but let me just talk about, all right, Miko Mayama was born, and she's still alive. The Japanese people and Asians in general live a long time.
Oh,
So
absolutely.
She's 86 now. She was born on August 15th, 1939, and she played in that episode of Taste of Armageddon, as you saw briefly. You saw a little piece of her in the trailer there. She filmed her scenes between December 27th, 1966 and Tuesday, January 3rd, 1967 at Desilu stages 9 and 10. And Mayama was born and grew up in Japan, where she was part of the Kabuki acting group, and that's spelled K like Kobe beef, Kabuki Kabuki acting group. She met actor Burt Reynolds while he was filming a movie out there in Japan, and Burt Reynolds brought her to the United States, believe it or not. Isn't this an interesting factoid? And the couple were in a relationship for 3 years. He also was with Judy Carn from Laugh-In. We talked about Laugh-In earlier with Joanne Worley and her husband Roger Perry, who guest starred in Tomorrow is Yesterday, season 1 of Star Trek. Anyway, that I never knew that until I researched tonight's Podblast. So she was involved with Burt Reynolds for 3 years romantically. She was later married to Martin Ehrlichman for a short time, and she still retains his last name. Her television movie career started in the mid-1960s, lasted until the late 1970s, and included little over 20 different roles. Her earliest film roles were uncredited parts in Walk, Don't Run in 1966, featuring Samantha Eggar, not to be confused with Nicole Eggart from Baywatch, and she was in the Star Trek original series star George Takei, Sulu, in Walk, Don't Run, from 65 to 66, the season before Star Trek's debut. And she was in The War Wagon in 1967, which guest starred Robert Walker. Actually, it was a movie, so it starred Robert Walker, who, of course, played Charlie X in Star Trek. So that's kind of interesting, The War Wagon. And those were followed with supporting roles in Impasse in 1969, co-starring Jeff Corey, who was in Star Trek Season 3's The Cloudminders. where he took on the Disruptors. Anyway, and she was in the Hawaiians in 1970 with James Gregory from Beneath the Planet of the Apes, among other things. And he also, James Gregory was the guy, the psycho that was running the insane asylum in Dagger of the Mind season 1 with Mariana Hill. And Mayama also was in That Man Bolt in 1973, starring African-American actor Fred Williamson. Now, besides Star Trek, other TV shows in which she appeared included I Spy with Bill Cosby and help me out. What's his co-star from The Greatest American Hero? Robert Culp. That's it. Robert Culp.
Robert Culp.
She was in It Takes a Thief with Malachi Throne, who was in The Menagerie Parts 1 and 2 as Commodore
And
Mendez.
also appeared as
And he
Mr. Freeze in
was
a
the
few
original voice of the
episodes
Keeper in the Cage pilot. Did you know that?
Yeah, and Malachi Throne was
Mikey, are
also
you there?
Mr. Freeze in a few episodes of Batman the TV
Oh, I can't
series.
hear you, so I think my mic cut out. Hang on.
Oh.
Keep talking. My StreamYard F me up again. I'll be right back. Hang on a second.
Okay, I was
God,
just
I could
adding
kill
that
this.
Malachi Throne was
That's
also
back. Let
Mr.
me just,
Freeze in a few episodes of
I'll be right back. Mikey, just say
Batman.
something. I'm going to duck out of here and come back. I cannot believe how crappy StreamYard is.
I'm sorry. Anyway, while he's working on that, I'll just give you guys a brief what I've already given about Barbara Babcock. She did win one Primetime Emmy, and the Primetime Emmy she won was for Hill Street Blues, which I knew that, from 1981, as Outstanding Lead Actress in a Drama Series. So that was one of her main awards that she won. She is still alive. She was born February 27th, 1937, and she is 88 years old. So, yeah, she is still around. Let me see if she's still working. No, okay. The last thing she worked on was from 2002 to 2004.
No, I didn't.
Oh,
Go ahead.
sorry. No, I just telling them about Barbara Babcock, that she won a Primetime Emmy in 1981 for Hill Street Blues. She is still alive. She's 88 years old, happily retired. She worked on 2 episodes of Judging Amy. In season 4, episode 10, it was called People of the Lie, where she played Diane McCarty. And her last role on television or film was season 5, episode 21, in where she replayed her role of Diane in Predictive Neglect. And that was in 2004 from Judging Amy. So those were the last 2 television roles she did. The last TV movie she did was Home Alone 4, Taking Back the House, where she plays Molly. That came out in 2002. So.
Wow.
And she's known for Far and Away, where she plays Nora Christie in 1992. Space Cowboys, where she played Barbara Corbin in 2000.
Great movie.
And she was on Hill Street Blues for 17 episodes. And she was in Jane Seymour's Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman from 93 to 98. She did 98 episodes of that series. And she played Dorothy Jennings in that.
She was in Dallas too, I think, a couple times in some smaller.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, she appeared in that. Let's see. Yeah, she was in The Pretender, which was a TV series. Like I said, she did 98 episodes of Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman. She also was in the Dr. Quinn movie, the movie that came after it. She was in Chicago Hope. She was in Murder, She Wrote. She appeared in 5 episodes of that, playing different characters in that series with the wonderful Angela Lansbury. My memories are going here. And she was in the TV series Sisters. She appeared in 1 episode of that. So, yeah, and of course, she was in Frasier also. She did 1 episode of Frasier.
All right. Well, real quick, that was my sister could not stand Star Trek when we were kids growing up, and I'd put in the VHS tape of Star Trek and in the main living room, and she'd go to the kitchen island to make something to eat, and she noticed Barbara Babcock and says, "Oh, she's really pretty." And she also had that reaction to another actress in Star Trek in season 2, and by any other name, a French actress. We'll talk about her later. But anyway, I remember those two instances. My sister took notice of how pretty these actresses were, and Barbara Babcock was one of them. One thing Barbara Babcock did, a TV movie with Gerald McRaney and Lindsay Wagner called Memories Never Die. Look it up on YouTube. It's a very disturbing movie where Lindsay Wagner's character suffered a mental breakdown, and she accidentally tried to kill her kids. And so she was put in an institution, and Barbara Babcock's character cannot stand her, and she gets released from the institution to see her kids. And her son is played by, help me out with his name, Michael Billingsley, Messy Marvin, and the kid from A Christmas Story. And is it Michael Billingsley? I'm not sure about the first name.
What was the name?
Story.
No. I mean, what was
Memories Never Die. It's called Memories Never Die.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to put it on my YouTube channel because I think it's in not public domain, but I don't think I think I could post it on my channel, but someone else already did.
That,
so I'm
that
not
came out in 1982, right?
Okay. 82. It was a TV movie, and Gerald McRaney played Lindsay Wagner's character's husband, and he has a heart attack.
That was Peter Billingsley.
I knew I had the first name wrong. Peter Billingsley. Thank you.
Yeah,
I knew the first name was not right. So Peter Billingsley played her son, and it's a very moving but disturbing movie. And in fact, Barbara Babcock's character keeps feeding Lindsay's husband, Gerald McRaney, fried chicken and biscuits. And she's like, "Are you trying to kill him? He just had a heart attack. What are you doing?" And Lindsay's character's like throwing out the food, and it's real. And they start yelling at each other. Real dramatic scene.
Was Gerald? Help me out here, Chance. We're good at doing this. He was in Hardcastle McCormick, wasn't he? In that TV series? Simon and Simon. I'm sorry.
And Joe,
I was getting mixed up with the other one.
Yeah, it's cool. I did not skip Space Seed. We're going, keep up, sir. I appreciate you, but production order. You might be looking at an aired order list. Space Seed was not produced before A Taste of Armageddon or Return of the Archons or Tomorrow's Yesterday. It just wasn't.
Right.
But we're going to talk about it, so don't you worry. And I got some deleted scenes from that episode that'll, I think, pique your interest.
Yeah.
Omar said Barbara did you already read this comment, or do you want to now if you hadn't?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Already.
Barbara, I did mention she won. She was only in 17 episodes as Grace Garner on Hill Street Blues, but she did win, like I said, a Primetime Emmy Award in 1981 for her role on that show. So
yes. So thank you for that. So I don't think you mentioned the character name. So thank you, Omar, for mentioning her character name.
Thanks, Barb. Barb. Thanks, Omar.
Great theme song by the great Mike Post. And that was a hit single record, a 45 record, and it played on radio endlessly. I love that theme to Hill Street Blues.
Well, I loved how he paired up with Pete Carpenter when he did Greatest American Hero and then the A-Team. Two great, fantastic shows which followed each other. A-Team came after Greatest American Hero. Two of my favorites of all time. And Mike Post and Pete Carpenter did so many. And you know what? Mike Post was one of the few people that actually, if he had a choice, he used original music. So there are a few. If you check out Greatest American Hero is available on YouTube. Look for it. It's under, I believe, Fall Rise Television. Some of these other channels do it. And if you look for some of the episodes, there are songs that Stephen Geyer, was one of the guys that helped, Joy Scarberry. Stephen Geyer sang some of the songs, but there were some other episodes that had original songs from original artists. And the same thing happened in A-Team. In fact, one of my favorites, and I think some people don't really believe this, but one of my favorite episodes that I talked about already is Cowboy George, which had Boy George on it, on an episode of A-Team. I talked about that.
Right. The only thing Mike Post screwed up.
Yeah.
Hardcastle McCormick. They had an awesome theme, an instrumental theme, and with lyrics in season 1. And then Mike Post did one. They tried to make it like the Greatest American Hero theme, and it was terrible. And the fans wrote in, and in the middle of season 2, they reverted back to the season 1 theme, which they also used in season 3.
I remember that.
Look up Hardcastle McCormick season 2 and the Mike Post song. I'm sorry, it's Mike Post, but the guy who sang it, it's the singer from Greatest American Hero. Help me out, chat. Or can you look that up for me, Mikey? Who sang the Greatest American Hero theme? Look at
that was Joey Scarberry. Joey Scarberry.
he sang this stupid theme. It was so poorly written. The lyrics did not match the characters because Brian Keith played a real hard ass retired judge, right? And it makes it sound like they're a gay couple. The lyrics, watch it. It just doesn't fit. The song does not fit.
I know it doesn't.
You know what I'm talking about? You've heard it. It's just a stupid song.
I've heard it. I have it downloaded on my list of TV themes and all of these sorts. Believe me, I catch all of these. And
it shows them like hugging at the end of the sequence, the video. It just didn't fit. Now Sean's asking, what was that movie with Lindsay Wagner and Barbara Babcock? It's Memories Never Die, and two strong actors. When Lindsay, who is the antagonist, and Barbara Babcock, who is the protagonist, collide in these scenes, it is magic. I mean, they should have won Emmys. I mean, it is like powerful acting on both of their sides.
She plays. I'm looking at the info here. She plays Louise Lowry in the movie.
Yeah, and it was Peter Billingsley. I know that. He was Messy Marvin. He had that successful Hershey's chocolate syrup ad campaign before Christmas Story. So he was just about to become really well known for Christmas Story. But this was the year before Christmas Story, when Memories Never Die.
By the way, here's a little bit of trivia too. Peter Billingsley came back to be the dad in the brand new, well, they called it brand new, but it was a reboot of Christmas Story, but it was modified for our times. And Peter Billingsley is the dad in this instance, not Darren McGavin, who it was in the original story. But they brought it back forward into a new generation of fans. And Billingsley now is playing, the dad, and, they have this other person that's, his kid having similar problems that he had when he was the kid with Darren McGavin. So, it's fun stuff. That's
I'll explain something to Joe Gutfeld, New York State. He says, I have the VHS of Space Seed, and a Test of Armageddon was previewed on the VHS tape. Yes, sir. The reason is, and that's a good point. I'm going to show you an example. Here's the Laserdisc, same release that you're referring to. They were released in NBC aired order. Now, I'm not contradicting myself because on VHS, they were released in production order. There's number 5 for The Enemy Within. By the way, that's a blooper. I've talked about this ad nauseum. That photo is from What Are Little Girls Made Of? Not The Enemy Within. So that's a screw up. But on the Laserdisc, they did put a correct photo of the evil Kirk on top of Yeoman Rand yet when he attacks her in her quarters. So the VHS is screwed up. So this is interesting. So even though they were released in production order, these were network print. So the network print reflected the aired order. So look here. Here's my Laserdisc. Go ahead.
Right. Well, no, I was going to say, but even though we don't mention Yeoman Rand, because then later in a previous or in a thing they did for Star Trek Continues, Star Trek New Voyages, which was a fan film thing, she was promoted to Commander Rand. So
she was in the movies and everything. But the thing is, that's another point of why it's important to watch Star Trek in production order. She was fired in the middle of the season because for 2 reasons. The producers thought Kirk should be able to have different romances with different characters, and they were getting pretty close, especially by the time Miri aired. Very romantic scenes between the two of them. And before that, in Balance of Terror, they're cozying up, when they think they're going to die. She needs protection from him. And so point being, in the aired version, she's gone, and then they air Balance of Terror rather late in the NBC aired run alongside the Shore Leave, after she's gone. So it didn't make sense. She's gone, then she's not gone. So look, here's the release on Laserdisc, which they had 2, not just one on each side. And that is definitely in the aired order. So that's the reason it's screwed up with the previews on your VHS tapes. That's a good point, Joe. Just want to explain that's why.
Yeah, good point, Joe.
Good point, Joe. And here is the some of these clips I played are from my Blu-ray set. There's season 1 of Star Trek that I purchased. So Paramount, don't be ticked off at me for playing these clips. It's like a commercial for you. You can still make money off these, I guess, off Amazon. I don't know if it's probably out of print. I don't know how that works. Maybe they don't make money. They've already printed as many as they're going to print, and Amazon just has the back stock. So maybe they don't make any money off it anymore in that format. They do from Paramount Plus, of course, with subscriptions and whatnot.
Yeah.
Let me put you back on the screen there. Okay, so let's get back on track. Yeah, Memories Never Die. That is a good movie, but I found it disturbing. But because Lindsay Wagner really, like, she thinks she's losing her mind at some point, and just, oh, you'll see. The theme for The Greatest American Hero was better than the show. I agree. In retrospect, I liked it at the time when I was a kid, but I tried to watch it as an adult, like recently, and I thought this show's not very good. Sorry.
It's okay. It was okay for me. You know what? I like the fact that he was an everyman. William Catt did a great role. Okay. He was an everyman, and he did, not only is he a teacher, for these underprivileged, people granted, Faye Grant probably looked a little too, in that series looked a little too older for her being a teenager. And to be fair, Michael Pare, but, but anyway, I thought, the dynamic was perfect between Kat and Connie Selica playing Pam Davison. And of course, Robert Culp, who I knew from I Spy, with that, Bill Cosby. And I was used to that. And I like the dynamic. I just like the way that Pam and Hinckley. I like how they got together and they eventually they got married, and that was the best part. I love that when they finally got married. That was wonderful. And remember, Ralph, they had to change his name later on because of the thing that went against Ronald Reagan with that guy, who went after him.
Oh yeah, Hinckley. You can say it.
Yeah.
That was terrible irony there. Yeah, they had to change the character name. And William Catt, of course, was in Carrie before Greatest American Hero.
Yes, he was.
As was John Travolta. Actually, it was John Travolta's big movie while he's still doing Welcome Back, Kotter. That predates Saturday Night Fever. That was released in 76, shot in 75. He had a big part in that. Yeah, it is an interesting screw up. But it's not really a screw up. Let me show you more of these laser discs. I just pulled some out really quickly, Joe.
Yeah, sure.
And anyone in the chat, and certainly Mikey. Here's the correct image from Enemy Within.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
As opposed to the VHS. And in production order, Enemy Within was 5th, Mud's Women was 4th. But again, on the Laserdisc, it's in NBC aired order. VHS is not. But you know what they couldn't do? They should have re-edited in the correct preview for next week in production order. But then again, I kind of like it that it's in the NBC order. I'm glad it wasn't altered in a way. But I'll tell you,
and that makes it, and because of that error, that makes it worth more to you, Chance. If you ever have to sell it,
like here's Taste of Armageddon we're talking about.
Yeah, there we go.
And in NBC's order, it was This Side of Paradise. No. In production order after Taste of Armageddon's the next one we're going to talk about, Space Seed with Khan. So that's what the Laserdiscs look like. Same artwork as the VHS release, but you got 2. And look at the price. So expensive. $34.95 for 2 lousy episodes on Laserdisc. Are you pooping me right now? And
really? Oh man.
Yeah. Luckily, hell, even secondhand, $12.99 for 2 episodes at the Book Nook.
Oh,
I bought this on Laserdisc there. So
I would have sold that for half.
Yeah. But
I would have sold that for at least half.
Nobody knows, nobody cares, nobody remembers. But I do like that I have the screw up and the correct Enemy Within from the same year, 1985.
Right, which they didn't realize that now means a lot more and is worth a lot more.
It was confusing to me as a kid when I got the VHSs because those next week previews wouldn't match the numbers on the box. I'm like, wait a minute. The next one after 5 is the Man Trap, but it would have a preview for Mud's Women. I'm like, why is that? That don't make sense. And they would do 10. Like I said earlier, they would release 10 every 3 months or 10 per quarter until they released them all. They finished releasing them in 1988, all the Star Trek. So they were released at 10 episodes apiece of all 79 every 3 months between 1985 and 1988 by Paramount Home Video. And they sold so well, it launched no one thought people would pay $14.95 for 1 episode on VHS of an old show from the 60s, 20 years old show. That's the power of Star Trek.
Oh, for sure. And Joe said he likes the show. And Joe's asking,
and Greatest American Hero. He must mean Greatest American Hero.
Oh, Greatest American Hero. And what role
understand
was
this
William
question.
Cat?
I got a question for you, Joey. I mean, Mikey. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was looking at the screen. Who was William Cat's mother in terms of acting?
Oh, yeah. She
what show?
She
Just tell
appeared in
name
one
the
of
show.
those.
Name the show. You don't have to name the name if it's not coming to your mind. You know the show. Perry Mason, Barbara Hale.
Barbara Hale, that's right.
Yep. That's his mama.
And Barbara Hale actually appeared in an episode with William Cat. Yeah. In one of the Greatest American Hero episodes. Thank you for reminding me, Barbara Hale. That would have drawn me. Now, if you started doing the theme song, I would have known instantly if you had done that. The Mets are taking what?
The Mets, he's a Mets fan. He lives near where the Mets play. Near where I live. I live a mile and a half from where the Braves play at Truist Park.
Well,
so the season's dead. Look, they're not going to make the playoffs. They can't even make the wild card. It's a moot point. You know, I just hope they don't fire Snicket, the Braves manager, because it's not his fault. There were a lot of injuries, but this isn't a sports show.
Right.
But I will acknowledge the comment. And now introspective gentleman says, I thought I had a lot of Star Trek stuff. Chance blows me away. Well, it's not a competition, but I got stuff you can't even see all over my home. I'm gonna have to show you some more stuff. I've got really rare items, but thank you.
That was I'll explain this about this, Joe. That was a rumor at one time, but then Mark Hamill himself came out and said, yeah, before I got the role, there was this unknown man. They didn't even know where he came from or anything like that. He was in TV. He did some stuff like that, but they were. I think Lucas was unsure whether or not he was going to cast him. But yes, that's true. He was up for Luke Skywalker's part in Star Wars. Yes, but he was still. But the thing was that William Cat, Joe. The reason you're correct about that is because he was still unproven. He was only a TV star. He had really lots of movie experience, but Mark Hamill had some previous experience. So, yeah. And to the Nostalgic Podcast, Chance, do you have the book Star Trek Concordance by Bijou Trimble from 1976? It has info on all the TOS and animated series episodes. Just wondering if it.
Yes, I do, and it is. And I have The Good Ship Enterprise, another book that Bijou Trimble. She started the letter writing campaign that saved Star Trek. NBC was going to cancel it after season 2, and she spearheaded a fan campaign. And Star Trek broke records in terms of fan mail, but it didn't get great Nielsen ratings. And here's why. It had bad time slots, but also I don't trust Nielsen ratings. I never have in radio or TV because they just have sample families. It's not scientifically accurate. They have people in the old days, they would have a log book and you write down what you watch, but it was just a sample of the population. Right. Now you have DVRs, but see, people have cut the cord. That's the problem with streaming is accurate because you can tell. You can check the internet service provider number. You can isolate who's watching which household and have accurate numbers in terms of streaming. So that's the good part of streaming, I suppose, from that perspective. And with cable TV, those that had DVRs, those numbers would be factored in 3 weeks after something aired. If someone DVR'd it, it would count as a ratings point. And that's accurate. But other than that, it was a crapshoot.
Right. And the samples, I mean, if you know about the samples, some of them only emphasized on one demographic. They didn't emphasize on all of them. They only covered about one demographic, so most of the time. So that was why it was so inaccurate. Omar says, I remember Barbara Hale. She was in the Amana microwave commercials on television when I was little. And Chance, what year was born William Cat? What year was he born, I guess, William Cat? He was in the Perry Mason made-for-television movies. Yes, Paul Drake Jr. The original Paul Drake and the original Perry Mason played William Hopper, who died in mid-1970. Oh. He was born in
1950. He's 74, William Cat. He was born February 16th, 1951.
Yeah, he's still alive. Yeah.
Yeah, so he was just a little kid back then. But great. Omar, I love your input, and I'm so grateful that you're here. Sincerely. Thank you for joining us again.
And Joe and everybody.
Third week in a row. We're very grateful. Joe Gutfeld says, I have footage of William Cat screen test for Star Wars. So do I. I have a Laserdisc set. I think I first saw it on. And Princess Leia. A lot of different actresses, including Cindy Williams
Cindy Williams. Can you believe
she
that
was
from
in
Laverne and Shirley?
correct before
Wow.
yes. And well, she was in the conversation. She was a serious actress in American Graffiti. See, that's why she was on Lucas's radar, because she starred in his big hit movie for Universal Pictures,
She was
American
the
Graffiti.
girlfriend of Ron Howard
Thank
in
you.
American Graffiti. Yes.
That's why she was cast in that spinoff episode of Happy Days, introduced her as Shirley.
Yeah, but
because that was a nostalgia show. I mean, Happy Days was basically a clone of American Graffiti, and of course, it was a Love American style segment. Love in the television set, retitled Love in the Happy Days for syndication.
Love in the Happy Days. Correct.
It was from 1972, and it was pitched to the networks as a show, and they all passed on it. Then American Graffiti was released, and they said in 1973, let's greenlight it in the middle of the 73-74 season, and it debuted in early 1974 on ABC TV, and the rest, as they say, is history about Happy Days.
It's history. And another fact about one of the other people that appeared in the original American Graffiti, we own both of them, by the way, the first one and the sequel. Another known fact is that
there's two that come to mind.
Yeah, there's the original and the second one. One is called American Graffiti, the other is called More American Graffiti.
Yeah, but I thought you were going to say in the first movie. There's two big future stars in American Graffiti we haven't talked about yet. Go.
Yeah, but one of them I was going to say was Harrison Ford, and he was the cowboy, the one with the cowboy hat in the first one, in the first American Graffiti. And a little known fact is that Lucas really wanted some burly, type actor that could play Han Solo, the way he did. And then he said, but he's got to have charm. He's got to have grace. He's got to have all these attributes. And he couldn't find it in like major stars that were trying out for Harrison Ford, for Han Solo. But eventually he went back to his movie and he said, wait a second, Harrison Ford, even though he wasn't on screen for very long, he has the grace, he's got the burliness, he's got the aggressive, he's got all of it that I'm looking for in a, thief and, a smuggler and whatever. And that's how he was able to take Harrison Ford and say, hey, I want you in my movie. So,
and an American Graffiti, American Graffiti.
Yeah.
The hottie, Suzanne Summers.
Yes.
That's the big two future stars I was referencing in American Graffiti.
Omar, because Suzanne Summers appeared in Three's Company for the first
before that. Well, it was after that. I mean, Three's Company.
Yeah, way after.
Debuted in March of '77, the same night as 8 is Enough on ABC.
Yeah, sure.
and it was in the middle of the 76-77 season as a winter replacement show. Became a big hit, of course. Me, Omar's actually when I'm bored. Just Google search The Nostalgic Podblast. Some joker put it on my IMDb page. I'm not proud of it. I'm old. I don't like to say it on the air because there's a nice young lady I'm courting. I'm kidding. And I don't want to know how old I am. No. Just look it up. It's out there. I'm sorry. I don't want to say on the air, but if you Google my name, Chance Bartels, it's right there on the IMDb page. And I didn't put that out there. My age was suppressed from the internet for the longest time. I didn't even start my IMDb page. Someone did that worked on the crew of a Disney movie called The Odd Life of Timothy Green. And I didn't have a credited role or anything. Somebody started an IMDb page and the rest is history on that. But
yeah, I got to look for you on IMDb. Do you have a lot of information there?
It needs to be updated. I'm not going to update it because they say if you have an uncredited role, it doesn't count. But it has my Walking Dead stuff. It's accurate. It just doesn't have. I have stuff coming out all the time.
Yeah.
I started doing like background work and some stunt stuff, and in April of all days, April Fool's Day 2024. So things are being released all the time. Like I had a little bit thing in Weapons, which is the #1 movie right now. Hopefully it'll be #1 3 weeks in a row. But it took out the superhero movies. Weapons did. It's a horror movie by Warner Brothers. It's a great film. I've not seen it yet, but I heard great things about it. And I'm not going to spoil it. It's not been spoiled for me. I just don't spoil it in the chat if you've seen it. But you know who's in it? 3 Marvel super actors, okay? Benedict Wong, who plays Wong in Doctor Strange, who plays a school principal.
Yes.
You have the current Silver Surfer actress. She plays a teacher who is a suspect of a crime. And you have Thanos. You have Josh Brolin, who's Thanos in Gabriel. And he plays an angry parent whose kid has gone missing. That's all I'll say about it. It's in the trailer, so I'm not betraying any confidences here, and it's out. I never talk about something until it's released because there's a release I signed. You know that, Mikey, from working back in the day on the Highwaymen. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to get blacklisted or sued.
Yeah, I don't. We all had to sign that, even the extras. We had to sign all that until it came out on TV the following year because we were working on the whole series in the summer of 1987, and then when it came on TV in the spring of 1988, when those episodes all started appearing, especially in the one where I told you I was in, played 3 different roles in the episode Summer of 45. When that came out, then I could finally tell people, "Hey, there I am," and they saw me and running around and everything. So yeah.
Do you have an IMDb page?
I don't have one because I'm not a member of SAG, so even though I was an extra in it,
that doesn't matter. But it is credited roles. You're right, but there are some uncredited roles that wind up there when someone else puts it on there.
Yeah, it doesn't. I haven't seen my picture in there. I have looked for it, but I haven't seen my picture in the cast.
If I can start one for you, I will. I don't know if I can, but I'll try.
Okay.
All right. So
really, the only 2 things I majorly worked on was, like I said, 3 episodes of that, and then I worked on the movie Showdown from 1993, which featured Billy Blanks, Ken Scott, and Christine Taylor, who is the one that was married to Ben Stiller. So yeah.
We got 6 more Star Treks to talk about. Actually, 5.
Okay.
But I was going to say the chat keeps pulling me in other directions, and that's okay. Joe Gutfeld said Kurt Russell was also in the same screen test for Star Wars with William Catt. Kurt Russell was trying.
No, I have actually seen that screen test for Kurt Russell. Remember, he was Disney's boy growing up. Computer who wore tennis shoes and all that stuff. But the thing is, how ironic is that he tried out for Luke Skywalker's role, and then eventually Lucasfilm sold it to Disney, and so that's
Do you want to read John Ennis's comment about Harrison Ford being a carpenter?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And Ford was doing light carpentry badly, from what I hear, LOL, in the casting offices begging for a part. That's true, too. Yes.
I first met him on the set of 42, the Jackie Robinson story in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Nice, yes.
Yeah,
Jackie
only
Robinson
time I ever interacted with him. He just walked right by me. It wasn't I didn't talk with him, but I'll never forget it. Being face to face with one of my idols. It was great, my acting idols. And the Joe mentions Mackenzie Phillips was also in American Graffiti from One Day at a Time. Future star, another future star. So that's a third future star because that's One Day at a Time came along at the end of 1975. So that was years before One Day at a Time, which is a Norman Lear show, of course, with Valerie Bertinelli. And I loved Schneider, played by Pat Harrington Jr. Schneider was a good kid.
Yeah.
And Mark Hamill was in a season 1 One Day at a Time episode before his terrible accident that altered his face. He played Schneider's kleptomaniac nephew. He tries to start up a relationship with Valerie Bertinelli's character, and he gets caught as a thief. Anyway,
catch
a thief.
Well, I have to say though, my favorite on One Day at a Time still is Valerie Bertinelli because she got to marry the rock legend Eddie Van Halen himself.
That's right. One of the greatest electric guitarists of all time. With Brian May. I go back and forth. Brian May of Queen is one of my favorites as well. But you can't beat Edwin Van Halen, no doubt.
I told
Steve Vai
you.
is good too. Are you familiar with Steve Vai? I think he's Canadian.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Steve Vai.
You're not a Canadian, but you're in Canada. But yeah. Steve Vai is
awesome. But when I was back in the States, I told you I got to see Van Halen for the one and only time in their Inconvenient Truth tour. And it was the old Pool in the Game that opened for them. Only 2 people were left from that band. The brothers, the guitar playing brothers. Everybody else was new. And then they came on with Van Halen, and there's Eddie with his red guitar. You got Alex in the back with the drums. You got Wolfie, his son, by Valerie and him. Wolfgang Van Halen, who is playing the bass. And then you got David Lee Roth, the master himself, So I was blessed to see that because I realized that's when we lost Eddie a few years later.
That was awful. Yeah.
Well, it was terrible.
Terribly awful. Let me see here. I'm trying to find some footage of an episode coming up. that we're going to talk about of classic Star Trek. We should get back on track because we got a big one coming up now. And I got some deleted scenes to share with you of it that I don't think you've probably seen. Not you, Mikey. You've probably seen it, but maybe you haven't.
No.
It's time finally to talk about the 24th episode in production order, including both pilots, Space Seed, that introduced Khan.
Yeah. Ricardo Montalban.
Yeah, with that chest. You've heard of Family Crest. What about Family Chest? That guy was stacked and jacked. His chest.
Oh, yeah. Well, you do recall the story what they said that for 6 months he worked out when he realized he got the role back in Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. He worked out for over 6 months getting his body built back in shape and everything else. Yeah. And he just looked fantastic. So when you see, and this is what Nicholas Meyer said, I know I'm paraphrasing him, but Nicholas Meyer said, when he took off and you see his chest, that's real. That's not prosthetics. That's not makeup.
And I thought it might be fake real. Because of that necklace thing he wore. It might separate some sort of a line of prosthetics. But I believe now. I'm a believer. You're right. That's his real chest. But you're right. He had to work out because he could no longer hide behind a suit as he did as Mr. Rourke on Fantasy Island. But do you remember he was a villain in the first Wonder Woman pilot starring Kathy Lee Crosby as Diana?
Yes, he was. He had those two assistants that helped him. Yes.
Andrew Prine was one of his assistants. I love that actor. Andrew
And
Prine.
What about the actress? Who was the actress that worked with them?
Kathy Lee Crosby was Diana. Oh, and you had, I know who that is. She was the first Barker Beauty along with Janice Pennington, who quit Price is Right in 76 to work on movies. She was in Longest Yard. Her name's Anitra Ford. And she played a rogue Amazonian dark-haired beauty. Her real last name is Weinstein. Her stage name is Ford, but it's Anitra Weinstein, screen name Anitra Ford. Gorgeous, gorgeous woman. And that's who.
Did you really enjoy? Let me ask you, Chance. Did you ever really enjoy Kathy Lee Crosby in that Wonder Woman role?
No, I didn't like the costume. She didn't fit the part of Diana. Diana Prince is not a blonde. I'm sorry, she's just not. Look at the comic.
No, she's not. She's a brunette.
No.
In the comics, if you even look at the comics, get it right. People at Marvel, people at DC, get it right. Us DC, get it right. She is a brunette. She was always a brunette.
Network. That was ABC.
One thing I always remembered. She was always a brunette. Never.
That was the producers of that movie. And it was released on DVD in 2012 as a special Warner Brothers collection. But it was a 90-minute movie. I had it on 16 millimeter film. I sold it a couple years ago. It was starting to go vinegar. And I disclosed that in my eBay listing. I said, it's got a slight smell of vinegar. So I sold it. I got the DVD of it. But anyway.
So is this the last one we're covering?
No, we've got more. So we've gone 2.5 hours. So I better pick up the pace. We just go in different directions. That's what happens when two buddies talk. Along with the chat is keeping us going. As we're doing this, I'm uploading even more footage to share with everybody of deleted scenes. But okay, so we're talking about Space Seed. All right, so Space Seed, it aired on February 16th, 1967. And there were some deleted scenes with Baldra Baldwin as Baker, but she had played another character. She was the woman in first scene in production order in episode 9 of Star Trek, Balance of Terror. She was the woman that was going to get married. Remember? There's a scene in the chapel, and Kirk is going to marry her character. And she also appeared in Shore Leave after her husband tragically died in Balance of Terror, which introduced the Romulans. It's the first time we saw Mark Leonard on Star Trek. Was in that episode in production order as a Romulan commander. But she's in this. I'm going to show you a piece of her deleted scene. And you had a lot of less like uncredited women that are of note in this episode, Space Seed. And you may want to add some things, but let me just say, a scene featuring a female character named Baker, who was a friend of Marla MacGyver's. We're going to talk about her. She's the main Star Trek starlet of this episode who played Khan's future wife, right? And she is a historian on the Starship Enterprise. Anyway, there was a whole scene with Baker, who's a friend of Marla MacGyver's, the character played by...
Right.
Do you know who played her? And she had a terrible real-life affliction.
Yeah, I'm getting to Space Seed. You got to remember, I'm the Aryan.
Madeline Rue. I'll just tell you, it's cool. Madeline Rue Madeline Rue
Madeline
played,
Rue. Yeah, there she
played
is.
Marla McGivers. She didn't return for Star Trek II Wrath of Khan because she was in very poor health. She had MS, multiple sclerosis. And
Yeah,
she didn't live long.
lose her in we did lose her in 2003. She was 68 years old, December 16th of that year.
Yeah, she had some bad health, really some terrible things. She was on Match Game in the 70s, and she looked like a shell of her former self on Star Trek from 10 years prior. So,
well,
but anyway, the scene with Barbara, I won't show it, but Baker played the friend of Marla McGivers. It was scripted, it was filmed with Baker played by Barbara Baldwin, who played Angela Martine in Balance of Terror. Surely I've already mentioned that, but it ended up as a deleted scene on the cutting room floor. Yeah, so I'll play that. I guess I'll play it now, or you know what I should do? I'm so bad. We should play the preview trailer, like, to be consistent. The 1 minute trailer. Ready?
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I think this is it right here.
Captain's log, stardate 3142.3. Slightly over 2 centuries ago, a group of scientists planned for a race of supermen and created conquistadors.
Name? Khan Noonien Singh.
From 1992 through 1996, absolute ruler of more than a quarter of your world.
Well, either choke me or cut my throat.
You fled. Why? Were you afraid?
I've never been afraid.
But you left at the very time mankind needed courage.
We offered the world order. I intend to take this ship. Will you assist me?
Oh, please, Khan, don't ask me.
Leave me then. The battle begins again. Only this time it is not the world who will win. It's the universe. Buddy, you're no match for me. It does not matter. The captain is dead.
Wow.
Did you notice how bad the stunt doubles were for Kirk and Khan?
I've been told that millions of times. It's so distinctive. It's so obvious that it's not them. Only in extreme close-ups do you actually get to see Shatner and Montalban. But in the entire rest of the fight, it's obviously 2 stunt doubles. I talked about that when I covered this episode in my reviews of TOS season 1, and it's just obvious. And I said, but it's a great fight, regardless. I mean, it's the only way he knocks him out was with a this post thing or something he pulled out of the console and just went vroom and knocked him out. So, yeah.
We have some other comments we must address, and we'll continue with Space Seed. Omar said Mark Hamill played David Bradford in the pilot waves enough before he was involved in the car accident. Correct. He wanted out of that contract because he had an inkling that Star Wars was going to be a major hit. And then when he had his wreck, 8 is Enough said, that's fine. You can go. And they recast, who was the actor? Grant Goodeve, who sang the theme song season 3 through season 5. They had an instrumental song or theme in seasons 1 and 2. But in season 2, towards the end, they had a plot where the family entered a talent contest, and that's the first time you heard that sappy song because David Bradford sings it in the talent competition, and it was so popular at the time with viewers, they made it the new theme song starting with season 3. And let's see, I want spoilers. And Sean says you just need credited roles to start a page in IMDb, and then you can list the uncredited work. Ask me how I know. Omar said about Pat Harrington Jr. Pat Harrington was part of the Steve Allen Show and part of a comedy group of up-and-coming comedians featuring Tom Poston and Don Knotts. Yeah, and he was also on the Danny Thomas Show, retitled Make Room for Daddy in syndication. And
and I just recently saw Tom Poston in the final episode of Newhart with Bob Newhart. I have it downloaded. He's in the final scenes of that final show, and then you find out it's a nightmare. And there's
that's right. Suzanne Plachette from the Bob Newhart Show in the bed. Oh, I just had a terrible dream that I was at this inn in Vermont.
And then all these people, and
Joe Gutfeld says, to this day, I still say that Khan's chest is fake, no matter what anyone says. Well, it was weird, that necklace, I'll give you that. That necklace, I'm like, what are they hiding there? What are they hiding? Are they hiding some sort of prosthetic line? I don't know. Omar said, I enjoyed Kathy Lee Crosby and made in the made-for-television movie Wonder Woman. She did a great job. Well, I'm not saying her acting was bad, and there were some parts in that I did like with the snake. You know, I like that snake bit where they, and that was kind of like what they did in Live and Let Die a year before. I think they copied that bit with the snake in Live and Let Die, the first Roger Moore James Bond film. If you remember,
right, the way that he takes out the snake with the deodorant spray and the flame. Yeah,
that's it. It was very much like that. And what came first? Live and Let Die. It was produced in 72, and that Wonder Woman film hit in March of 74. So, and then of course the rest is history. The executives went another direction, and I did not like the actor who played Steve Trevor either. A British guy, a British Steve Trevor in the Kathleen Crosby with blonde hair. He was bad. He was bad. Madeline Rue is a talented lady. Yes, she is. Look at her in The Fugitive. Oh my God. She did the Fugitive episode in season 1, Somebody to Remember. And she plays like a little tart. She's a married woman married to an older guy. And she's flirting with David Jansen's character of Dr. Richard Kimball, who's working for her husband. And she's a little temptress. I tell you what, in that episode, that's good acting. And she was sexy. Excuse me. She looked different than she did even a few years later, because that Fugitive was shot in 63. Space Seed shot, and I think early 67. So she looked much different. Maybe it's because it was in black and white in that Fugitive, and her hair looked dark. It didn't look red. It probably was auburn, but in black and white, you couldn't tell. I don't know. She just looked different to me. You know, excuse me. I swallowed funny. How some people photograph different. Some actors and actresses like David Corenswet, the new Superman, the new Supergirl, Bad Adcock. They look different to me in different pictures. You never notice how some people just look different in different photos. It's strange. Anyway. And Omar had said, I enjoyed work very much. Never forget her character in Space Seed. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
No, I was going to say that I did in the cast, Chekhov wasn't mentioned. Well, he didn't appear in this episode, but he had been in previous episode prior to this. And the ongoing controversy was that how did, in Star Trek II Wrath of Khan, how did Khan know that was Chekhov as soon as he recognizes his face?
I have that all written down. We're on the same wavelength. I know why. Because I'll just skip ahead. Because he studied the technical manuals and everything to do with the Enterprise. And he got access to the badges.
The manifest.
Thank you. We're a good team.
I would help you.
I think that is it. I think they didn't need to be on camera. Obviously, we know in reality, the monkeys were a big hit. And Roddenberry wanted a Russian representative on the Enterprise because of the space race between the USSR and the USA at the time, the space race.
And he had the mob top. And
he did. He had the beetle wig in the first few episodes. He had to grow his hair out. Walter Koenig had said, who played Chekhov. So they wanted a heartthrob. Really, I think they wanted a monkey lookalike, but Gene Roddenberry said in many books it was because he wanted Russian representation, which is probably true as well. And Barbara Baldwin was in a season 3 episode of Star Trek as well, by the way.
Yes, she was. Yeah.
Which one was it? The space hippie one, I think. Way to Eden. Well, will you look that up on IMDb? Barbara Baldwin for me?
Yeah, buddy? I will. Barbara Baldwin. Yes, I will.
Baldwin. Barbara Baldwin. Yeah, it's not Baldwin. It looks like W. It's Baldwin.
Baldwin. And she was in this episode, huh?
She was in a season 3 Star Trek, and I can't recall if it's The Way to Eden.
Okay, let me look up the season 3.
Oh, that might be. It might be easier to look up Barbara Baldwin, but I don't know.
Barbara. Okay, I'll look her up. Hold on.
Oh, just Google search Barbara Baldwin Star Trek. Maybe that would be. I'm just throwing it out there. She's in a season 3 episode.
I found her. Baldwin actress Star Trek.
And the Children Shall Lead. Maybe we'll see. Okay.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, she was in 3 episodes. She was in season 1 twice. She played Angela in Balance of Terror, which is episode 14. And she played Angela in Shore Leave, which was episode 15 of season 1.
17 in production order, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, and then in season 3, she was in the final episode, Turnabout Intruder, as communications officer.
She replaced Uhura. Yes. That's a shame Nichelle was not in the final original series produced episode, but there it is.
Wow, she also appeared in one episode of Bionic Woman, season 3, episode 10, Out of Body. She played a nurse in that. Wow, that's
Yes.
cool.
Yes, she did. And I knew that. That's great.
Yeah,
Take your time,
that's
relax.
awesome.
Thank you, Omar. I was about to choke. I swallowed my Pepsi funny down the
Oh,
wrong
jeez.
pipe.
And she was in 2 episodes of that crime drama, Mannix.
Yeah,
She
I
was
like
in
Mannix.
two.
And yeah, Joe Gutfeld's right. Chekhov was not in season 1 at all. That's what we're saying, because Space Seed obviously is season 1 episode. So to Mikey's point, and a lot of other fans' points, well, how is it that Khan says to him, I remember you, I never forget a face? Well, I think it's because he studied the manuals. That's just my theory.
He studied, he
We saw
studied
him in the episode studying everything. Yeah.
the Starship Manifest, the crew. He
Thank
studied
you.
every face and every name of the crew members at that time. Since Chekhov had already been in a couple of episodes, it would be obvious to state that he was able to see him in that and go, okay. Because remember, Khan had a photographic memory. He was a Superman.
The eugenics war. So, and he had a
Eugenics.
superior mind as well as 5 times the strength of a normal human. Isn't that what he says to Kirk when he fights? I have 5 times your strength. You know, in Space Seed. It wasn't 10 times, or was it 10 times? I get confused because Spock has.
It's 10
5.
times.
Is that
So,
what he said?
Spock-
10 times? I have 10. I think it's 5 times. What's the line? Somebody in chat. What does Khan say in Space Seed to Kirk before they fight? And Kirk has to cheat and use basically a baton. He has to use a club.
Right.
Like he tried to use on Spock. We'll get to that when we talk about This Side of Paradise. You're no match for me. You saw part of that in the trailer, but before that line was cut for the preview. I have 5 times your strength. It's either 10 times or 5 times. And because I get confused because Vulcans are stronger than humans. I thought it was 5 times for Vulcans too.
Yeah.
Turnabout Intruder. Thank you. Was Barbara Baldwin's final appearance in Star Trek. I was thinking I saw this episode many times. I need to see it again to make sure. Thank you, sir. My first Star Trek autograph was from Walter Koenig in 1980. He says, introspective gentleman. Let's look at some deleted scenes while you look that up, if you don't mind. This is from Space Seed. Here are 1 minute and 47 seconds worth of deleted scenes, along with some scenes that did air that are elongated with deleted material. Here we go.
Go. You are an excellent tactician, Captain. You let your second in command attack while you sit and watch for weakness. I keep my promises, Marla. Whatever we do, wherever we go, you will be with me. That is what you want, isn't it?
Never thought I'd say this to a patient. But you owe me something. In case you've forgotten, I saved your life.
He's stunned only. I will avoid the bloodshed, if possible. I'm sure you approve.
I approve only of the logic with which you took control of our vessel. Brilliant.
Have you seen that before? Isn't that cool?
Yeah, it's very cool.
And you notice they put, whoever did that added music, and they added the sound effect of the phaser and the visual effect of the phaser shooting Dr. Bones McCoy, and it was the 3rd season sound effect of the phaser. So that's the only thing that doesn't jive, but it still looked and sounded cool. It should have been like the sound effect I played earlier, I'm not gonna play it again, pierce everybody's ear. But anyway, I thought that was pretty damn cool.
Yeah, somebody will need to help us out. I went through the quotes because there's a quote section they always do on each of these episodes, and in all the quotes that they were quoted, they never mentioned either 5 or 10 times. I thought it was 10 times. That was my personal.
We have one vote for 5 times from Introspective Gentleman. My mind tells me it's 5 times, but you could be right, Mikey. I don't know. I can't believe my mind is failing me on that because I've seen that episode maybe 25 times in my life.
But who was? But then of course, who was stronger? I always thought Spock was the stronger person.
Spock is of Khan or humans. Oh, he's definitely stronger, and the age is slower, as we saw in the Deadly Years, where they were having the rapid aging in season 2.
5 times your strength. Okay,
so we have 2 votes for 5 times, 3 if you count me. But but maybe it's, somebody in the Star Trek universe has 10 times the strength of humans. I don't think Spock is quite that much stronger.
Yeah, I don't think so.
So let's get on with the chat and continue talking about this episode. I got some pictures to show you. I like the deleted scenes too. I thought those were really cool.
Yeah, those
let's
are
look
cool.
at some pictures. There were all sorts of different women.
Whoops.
Whoopsie daisy. I hit the wrong button. Actually, I think it was a StreamYard glitch. Okay, let's look at some other people from Space Seed, some other starlets. Here's Kathy. She had a credited role. That's one of Khan's women. Oh, I need to read my notes. Where I have my notes.
Wow.
Right here. Hang on a second. My notes.
I gotta say though, she doesn't hide much in this picture.
Exactly. Madeline Rue was the main starlet in this episode, of course, as Marla,
yes, she was,
Khan's
as
woman.
Marla McIvers, right?
But let me see here. That was that's Kathy Ahart. That's the actress as crew woman of Khan's ship, the Botany Bay. I love Kirk's line, discarding their worthless vessel, after he cuts the oxygen in the Enterprise. And the only thing Kirk can do is just turn off the tractor beam that was tracking in the Botany Bay.
Right.
So let me see. Well, I'll just have to show you. So there were Enterprise command crew women that wore red outfits. And there's this lady. Here's a crew woman. I remember her very vividly.
Wearing a gold outfit. Yeah.
When Kirk interrogates Khan, and I noticed she was kind of well endowed. She like leans down. That's just me. I have a child's mind. I labeled this picture "crew woman big boobs." Real good there, Chance. Here's Joanne playing a crew member in the Khan episode. Remember, she's the one that reacts when the oxygen is cut from Captain Kirk. She puts her face in her hands.
Yes.
When it looks like Captain Kirk's going to be suffocated to death by Khan. And there's the great Marla Maru, the historian on the Enterprise. Now, this is Frida. This is a shot of her from Corbomite Maneuver, the 3rd episode in production order, first regular episode filmed for Star Trek, but she's also in Space Seed in several scenes. I don't have a shot of her in Space Seed because there's multiple episodes. And then you had this nurse. That's Joan Webster as a nurse. I guess Nurse Chapel was on shore leave in Space Seed because she's not in that episode. This was the nurse.
So that was the nurse for Dr. McCoy.
For Khan, yeah, and she's helping out Khan.
Yeah, cool.
And there's a blooper, by the way. Did you notice when Khan is released on the Botany Bay, William Shatner knocks his phaser off of his belt? You know, it's like Velcroed on. And DeForest Kelley, as Bones McCoy, notices it, and he's like, "Are we going to cut?" And he scoots off camera the phaser out of the shot so you can't see it. Watch when Kirk breaks. And that's a one-take thing. They had breakaway glass. It would probably take too much time to get another pane of glass to free Khan. So it's like Shatner made a boo-boo, an honest boo-boo, when he knocked his phaser down. And you have to get that out of the shot because they're reviving people that could grab that gun, right? That would like create something not in the script, a danger not in the script. So, all right. So that's all of the other women of Space Seed. Let's move on to episode 25 in production order of Star Trek. And it's this one. I'm going to play the trailer. And then I'll get back to the chat. I see like 6 comments have come in.
All right.
This side of paradise, you will see a deleted scene in this trailer. This is the one where Spock is infected by the spores and falls in love with a former flame, Layla Kalomi, a botanist. And you'll see a shot of them hand in hand walking to a river stream. And that's not in the episode. And I have other deleted scenes to show you from this episode that explain things that we never saw in the aired version. Here's the 1-minute preview to This Side of Paradise, the 25th episode of 29, produced for season 1, including both pilots.
Captain's log, stardate 3417.3, Omicron Ceti 3. We had expected to find no survivors.
These people shouldn't be alive.
Is it possible that they're not?
This is Layla Kalomi, our botanist.
through to Admiral Comac in Starfleet.
Oh, I'm sorry, Captain. I can't do that.
I said get back to your station.
No, sir.
This is mutiny, mister.
Yes, sir.
This is Spock.
Yes, what did you want?
We're evacuating.
No, I don't think so.
You mutinous, disloyal, computerized half-breed. We'll see about you deserting my ship.
The term
And of course,
half-breed is not very cool, Captain Kirk.
no. But what I love about those scenes, obviously, the beautiful Jill Ireland. Can't you
and who
can't
was she
get
married
around
to?
it. She was just so beautiful, and what a great asset to actually feeding the human side of Mr. Spock. I mean,
I thought it had many beautiful moments. Like I love where they fade to commercial where they kiss and you see the plant, the spore in the foreground, and it fades to black. I thought that was beautiful and lovely. And the ending was lovely. His speech. Kirk had some great moments. It's one of my favorite episodes. And Jill Ireland, who was she married to at the time? David McCollum, the star of The Man from U.N.C.L.E. Ilya
Kuryakin. Yes, the man from U.N.C.L.E.
And she married Charles Bronson, whom she was married to until her death from ovarian cancer in the 80s.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, Jill and Charles were considered the power couple back then. And in fact, I remember did she appear in that movie where,
Asian USA? They did a couple movies together. I think she's in one of the Death Wish movies, but
yeah, but I also thought she was in Telethon with him, where he played a Russian agent. He had to stop Donald Pleasance from saying "and miles to go before I sleep," and was setting people off. And
look it up real quick. I'm going to play a 16-second deleted scene if you don't mind. Look up Jill Ireland's credits. That'd be helpful.
Okay.
I have a few deleted scenes to show from this episode. Here's the first one.
A stubborn man, that Jimmy boy is.
He will join us. No one has ever resisted. It's just a matter of time.
I love when they add that music. All right. And here's another deleted scene, 44 seconds long.
Where's McCoy?
He went off to create something called a mint julep. That's a drink, Jim.
Captain, why don't you join us?
In your own private paradise.
The spores have made it that.
Where did they originate?
The spores weren't on the planet when the first two expeditions were attempted. That's why the colonists died.
How do you know?
The spores told us. They have a kind of telepathy. It's subtle, almost a feeling.
Interesting.
Wow. That explains a lot. I think that's it. It's a telepathy. Now, here's a 48-second deleted scene. If you recall, Kirk calls Spock a half-breed to get a rise out of him, to shake off the effects. He discovers that strong needs and anger can ward off and kill the effect and the influence of the spores on a human being. So he tries to get Spock mad, and he draws this club out. Like he's gonna, as Kirk would say, brain him with that club.
Right.
Where'd the club come from? We don't know. We do now in this deleted scene. We'll see where it came from. Here it is.
Your father was a computer, like his son. An ambassador from a planet of traitors.
Wow. That's
Kinda
very good.
cool. I love those
Okay,
deleted scenes.
so I looked up the information for Miss Jill Ireland. We did lose her in 1990.
Oh, 90. I
passed
said
away-
85. Thank you for that correction. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'll
she
shut up
did
now.
pass away May 18th, 1990 at the right. She was only 54 years old. She was born April 24th, 1936. And yeah, she is well known for her appearance as Layla Kalomi, the only woman Mr. Spock ever loved in The Side of Paradise. And she also was known for her many supporting roles in the movies of Charles Bronson. And she did have that battle with breast cancer, having written 2 books on her fight with the disease and serving as a spokesperson for the American Cancer Society. So
Very
she
good
was
facts. Thanks for
hugely
researching
into that. Yeah.
She did Once Upon a
She-
Time. You probably saw this, by the way. Introspective watched it. Wait a minute. No. Hang on. Sorry. Yeah. Introspective Gentleman. I just watched it. It is Khan has 5 times the strength. You have no match for me.
5 times the strength. Awesome.
Okay.
Yeah. So the 2 that she appeared in with Bronson that she's known for is Death Wish 2, right? She played Jerry Nichols in that in
Deeply
1982.
disturbing movie. Sorry. Go ahead. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, and then in 1987, she was in a movie called Assassination, where she played Laura Royce Craig. Ooh, interesting. My wife's last name, formerly. And the last thing she worked in 1987 was a movie called Caught, where she played Janet Devon. That was her last acting role.
Oh, and Omar says she was in The Mechanic in 72 with Bronson, right? You mentioned that?
The
No.
Mechanic? No, but here it is. Yeah, The Mechanic. She played just the girl in 1972. And she was also in the Valachi Papers in 72 as Maria Reina Valachi. Yeah.
And she wasn't in Invasion USA. That's a Chuck Norris movie, not a Charles Bronson movie. I
Yeah,
just realized.
no.
She's not even in it, I don't think. Or if she is, she wouldn't be with Bronson. She'd be with Chuck Norris. I remember. This is an anecdote. You like Jerry Anderson's UFO, and Space 1999.
Oh, I love Jerry Anderson stuff. Yeah, everything.
You remember because you're a little bit older than me, but not much. When
Not much.
in the 80s, they edited episodes of Space 1999 into a TV movie, and they withheld them from syndication. 8 episodes, in fact, including the doggone pilot. Well, UFO did the same thing with the episodes Reflections in the Water, and the pilot of all. Yeah, the pilot. You couldn't. And here in Atlanta on WVEU TV 69, and from 1985 to 88, they ran both UFO and Space 1999 and some other ITC shows like The Persuaders, but blah, blah, blah. But here's the point. They never showed the first episodes of UFO because ITC took them out of the syndication package because they edited them into TV movies to go on different TV stations. Like here in Atlanta, WATL 36 played, get this, Invasion UFO only one time. I always got it confused with Invasion USA. I'd look at my TV guide and my TV week listings in our local paper, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, and I would get excited because there'd be an alphabetical listing, and I'd look for Invasion UFO. When's it going to air? When's it going to air? Because I need those 2 episodes to complete the 26.
But there is a channel.
Now they're on DVD, huh?
Yeah, but there is a channel on YouTube which has played, and I've seen it. They played the pilot episode of Shadow UFO, and they also played the opening, and they keep playing it all the time. Yeah, there you go. They play it all the time of the opening of Space 1999, where the Earth first, goes away from the moon base Alpha. Yeah.
It first started because Star Wars came out after Sir Lou Grade canceled Space 1999, and they released the 2-parter episode, and they retitled it Destination Moonbase Alpha. Originally, it was called The Bringers of Wonder Parts 1 and 2, and it did well. They released it theatrically overseas, and then they put it on a home video. So then they did Alien Attack, which is the first episode, and War Games, a killer special effects laden episode. Here's the USA Network VHS release with a wraparound intro and outro by Sybil Danning. They call it Sybil Danning's Adventure Video, ripping off the font from Indiana Jones.
Yeah. Nice.
Here's another one. Look, I got sealed. The other, this completes it's sealed. Of the 4 episodes withheld from syndication in the 80s of Space 1999 season 1. There's Journey Through the Black Sun, which composed of the episodes Black Sun and what's the other one called? I have it on film. Oh shoot! I digress too much. It doesn't matter, but it's called Damn, hang on a second. Say something while I look. It's right here in my film collection.
Okay.
Man.
Well, I'm gonna say that yes, she was She was in The Mechanic. And then the other film she did with him was Chino, where she played Catherine. And the other one was Breakout. And then there was Hard Times both in 1975. Chino was in 73. So yeah, and then Breakheart Pass. I remember that. And that was 75. She was in then From Noon Till 3.
Yeah.
She did Love and Bullets, The Girl, The Gold Watch and Everything in 1980. Death Wish 2, Assassination. And she wasn't with him, obviously, in Caught, but Assassination in 87 was the last thing she worked on. So, yeah,
Very cool.
with him.
It was Collision Course was the episode I was trying to think of. Oh, I
Collision
didn't put it on camera.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. God, I didn't mean to do that.
That's okay.
Well, it doesn't matter. I was trying to find. I have the VHS of Destination Moonbase Alpha, but nobody cares. We're talking about Star Trek, not Space 1999. It's here somewhere in my VHS collection. I got all those TV movies. Huh?
Yeah, and this is when you said she was with David McCallum. She appeared in 5 episodes of The Man from U.N.C.L.E. after she did Star Trek.
And before, she's in a black and white from 64-65 season. I have it.
Yeah. Let's see. Right. So from season 1, episode 3 and episode 7, the episode 3 was called The Quadripartite Affair, where she plays Marlon Raven. She comes back to play Marlon Raven or Marion. Is that Marlon or Marion? Marion.
Yeah, Marion.
God. Marion Raven. I can read. I can still read. That was in the Gioco Piano Affair. And then in season 2, she did The Tigers Are Coming Affair, where she plays Suzanne Daguerre. Ooh, she uses my wife's first name. And then in season 3, she did 2 more episodes where she plays Imogen Smythe. In episode 25 or 28, she plays The Five Daughters Affair. It's part 1 and 2. It was a 2-parter that she came back for that. So she played in 5 different episodes of that. So
thank you for that research. Space 1999. The other one was Cosmic Princess from season 2 that composed of The Metamorph, which introduced Maya, and Space Warp, where she has a fever and she turns into monster after monster, trashing Moonbase Alpha when she's sick. Key episodes. It really sucked back then. Thank God for DVD and streaming. Now you can watch them all on Tubi for free. Space 1999. For a while there, it was like, what the fuck? And what the heck? And then I've got I have the Invasion UFO videotape as well. Anyway, who cares? But I've got all those movies. And
that's so cool.
But they took away the 2-parter too. All the key episodes were made as TV movies, and some released theatrically, some not, for Space 1999, and it really sucked when you couldn't see the first episode where the moon blows out of Earth orbit when the nuclear dumps explode on the moon.
But as I said, if you folks in the chat, if you look up, just type in your in the search area there in YouTube, type in Shout Studios Space 1999, and they will have it right there for you, every episode, even episode 1.
Yes. Now, one thing, I've got a slight little gripe. They're using the European PAL versions that are slightly sped up. You can tell by the length of the episodes. Season 1 is supposed to be 52 minutes in length, and those are about 49 minutes. They're still watchable, but But Shout put them out officially on Blu-ray. I don't know if you can see it, listeners. It's behind me. Trust me. And they're in proper length, and that's the same company. And remember, they were doing for a while, a year ago, like nonstop marathons of Space 1999 on the official Shout Studios channel, and as they're doing for Space Precinct and other properties in the Jerry Anderson realm. But they haven't done UFO yet, and I think it's because of music rights, because they had a doggone Beatles song in an episode. They had Get Back in an episode. The real version, which made it to the
real version, which is
in the 2003 DVD. I was shocked. It's on there on the 2003 DVD. I'm like, I thought they're going to take this song out, and they did not. With all that WKRP and Cincinnati business on home video of them taking the songs out around that time, I'm like, how'd they get away with that? And it must be because it was a British release, probably some international law loophole.
Yeah, right.
All right, we got to get back on track. So, all right, I showed you some of the other women in Space Seed, and we're talking about Jill Ireland. Of course, you gave us some really good information about her. And there were some other women I'll just show you a picture of, and then we'll get on to the next episode of Star Trek. Because God, we've gone over 3 hours. Can you believe it? I thought this would be a 1 hour show. Silly me.
Well, we have such a great group of chatters. You guys are so well informed, and you know your stuff. And I mean, without you guys, we're nothing. We could have just been us for hours and hours without you guys. So
well stated, Mikey. Here's another Starlet. She's not a member of. Well, she could be a member of Starfleet Command. What am I saying? She's a human, a female colonist on Omicron Ceti 3, uncredited. There she is hauling some supplies. And then you also had this lady who became infected by the spores and beamed down to Omicron Ceti 3. She's a yeoman. No character name, no credit. And then you had this crew woman that beams down to be on that planet after she's infected by the spores.
Yeah.
And I can't find her name. And she's also in an episode. I'll show you a picture of her from another episode coming up. She had a pretty key little moment. So there's that. And that's all I got to say about This Side of Paradise. Other than that, it's a lovely episode. I love it. There's so many great moments in it of the character development. And I love it. So,
I can tell you one of the names. I think the one you showed me, the one you said was the yeoman, uncredited. Her name is Jeannie Malone.
Thank you for that. Thank you so much, Mikey.
Yeah. And then another Enterprise crew member is Carrie Foster. Careyfoster. Yeah, there's a couple of them.
She's the one that probably got infected, the African-American actress.
Yes, I would imagine.
Like Kerry Washington. Didn't you say her name's Carrie?
Carrie Foster.
Carrie,
the other one is
like Stephen King Carrie, or Kerry, like
Carey.
Thank you. Okay. Then I was thinking it was K. Okay.
Yeah. And of course we had the famous Eddie Paskey, who always shows up in these episodes.
He's a red shirter too.
Yeah. And Grant Woods, who eventually became a congressman, who plays Kelowitz. Yeah, I remember that, reading about him.
I forgot to mention back on A Taste of Armageddon that Sean Kennedy's in it, who played Captain Pike in the Menagerie with all that makeup after he's, been in the Delta Rays accident where he's in the wheelchair and he can only flash yes or no because they couldn't use Jeffrey Hunter. He's already moved on and was doing movies in 1966 when that was filmed. But Sean Kennedy also played a navigator on the Enterprise in Arena and in that episode, Taste of Armageddon and others. So, you get back to the chat about the club, Scotty keeping that club under the transporter like he's a barman. Yeah, it could have been a flask, long flask. Introspective Gentleman says season 1 of Space 1999 is the best. Some scary episodes too. Yeah, like Dragon's Domain, which Alien semi-ripped off, in my opinion. Same special effects guy, Brian Johnson, did Alien as well as Space 1999 season 1.
When did Catherine Schell show up as Mara in Maya?
In the Metamorph, the season 2 premiere. But she was in season 1 as an android in the 8th produced episode, Guardian of Paris, playing a different character.
Nice.
Yeah, and Joe, do you want to read this? So I give you some. I'm keep hogging the mic here. What did Joe Gutfeld, New York, say there about music copyright?
He says music copyright reasons is the reason why most of the seasons of Happy Days aren't on DVD. It says music copyright.
I did not know that they've withheld episodes. I know that the Bill Haley and his Comets theme was an issue from seasons 1 and 2 of Happy Days. One thing that really irritated me, did you ever watch or like the show Bosom Buddies with Tom Hanks and Peter Scolari?
That was a good series. I liked it.
Donna Dixon. Hello. I liked everyone that cast that Wendy Jo Spencer. She was funny and she's sadly deceased. But they had a version of the song My Life by Billy Joel, a cover for the opening credits. And on DVD, they just used that nondescript music at the end. I'm like, dude, it's not even the real version. I guess Billy Joel and the rights owners at EMI Music were like, can't do it. I still think that's Tom Hanks singing. Nobody believes me. You go back. I think it might be on YouTube, but now look at the opening to Bosom Buddies. That sounds to me like Tom Hanks singing. Everywhere online says different. That sounds like Tom Hanks to me.
No, it sounds like Tom Hanks to me too. I agree with you.
Thank you. You agree? Good. It's not just me. I'm not going crazy.
No, you're not going crazy. It sounded like Tom Hanks. I know it wasn't Peter Scolari that sang.
Nope.
So,
but
Tom Hanks was Tom Hanks was multi-talented as a singer also.
And
Most
Peter,
people don't remember that.
Peter is gone too. Peter Scolari, and of course he did Newhart, a show you mentioned earlier about the Newhart finale, and he could juggle, as we saw in Bosom Buddies. He was a good juggler. That's a cool talent and skill to have to juggle.
That was very cool. Yeah.
So we're moving on past this side of paradise, but we're going to skip episode 26, Devil in the Dark, because there's no women in it. There's no starlets, no nothing. It's all men. And that's the episode written by Dorothy Fontana, except for the Horda. I know what you're going to say. The Horda is a female because she has the.
She is a female, yes. The Horda monster is a female, and she's protecting her children.
You almost got me, but you're right. And I wrote that down. I can show you if I can screenshot. It's in my notes. That's my little joke. Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
I said, right here, I'm reading it. We skip episode 26, Devil in the Dark, from March 9th, 1967. So there are no females in it except for the monster. And that was an anti-monster thing. It was actually beautifully written by DC Fontana, like DC Comics. Real name Dorothy Fontana. Back then, they didn't want it to be known they had a female writer, which is stupid. But sexism back then. But yeah, it was a beautiful story showing you can't judge a book by its cover. And she was just protecting her baby. She wasn't trying to kill anybody. She was defending her children. And she was a silicone-based life form that had great heat, like an acid-like exterior that would burn people up if they touched her. She's just creating tunnels. Anyway,
so I was trying to remember the episode real quickly, but was there actual people underneath the Horda costume?
Yeah, Janos Prohaska played the Horda, and he did all sorts of creatures in the Outer Limits, as well as Star Trek. And that monster was based on the Probe, final aired episode and produced episode of the Outer Limits from 1965. There's a creature, it's the same costume, same everything. But yeah, Janos. And he also, and are you familiar with the classic Outer Limits? Not the Showtime crappy 1995, 96 version?
No. I'm aware of the classic one where we're taking over your horizontal and your vertical and all of that. Yeah, the original.
Vic Perrin narrated that, who was in Mirror Mirror. He played the alien that was going to get blasted by the Empire if he doesn't give up his dilithium crystals. But anyway,
right.
So Janos, the guy in the Devil in the Dark pizza monster, if you will, looked like a big slab of pizza. Pizza. He was in Architects of Fear with Robert Culp, where the one where these madmen want to create a unifying force in the world, so they simulate an alien landing, and they basically, there's a board of directors, they draw lots. One of you is going to be transformed medically into a Thetan, which is an alien race they made up. Anyway, in that costume where he's hopping around, that's Janos Prohaska. And he also was the ape in The Sixth Finger with David McCallum, season 1 of Outer Limits.
Yes.
Remember the ape? Fake looking ape. Fake ape. Looked very fake.
Fake
but that was
ape,
him.
obviously fake. Yeah.
Totally
And
fake.
I was going to quickly say, for a funny side of pizza, when you said that the Horda looks like a big, huge pizza thing, remember how Dom DeLuise looked in Pizza the Hut from Spaceballs?
What about Chet in Weird Science? That little pile of crap that Lisa transformed him into. Yeah.
Yes.
And that was the late great Bill Paxton, of course, playing
slug.
Chet.
That slug, right? That she turned. Yeah, the Kelly LeBrock, who was wow. Woo, yeah. Okay.
Like what Joe said, the Horda and Devil in the Dark look like someone puked.
Yeah.
Pizza.
But you know, he was a big, huge ass, you know, Bill Paxton was turned into a big, huge ass slug, and he kept going, you know, and all this stuff. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Weird Science. We'll have to talk about that movie someday.
I'll try to write it. Janos Prohaska on I've Got a Secret. That's a great game show. It's from 1968 or 69, and there's a great interview with him, and he shows up in a costume and scares the panelists and the crowd.
Oh, yes.
And anyway, if you know that, but look up Janos. I put in the chat how you spell it. I misspelled it. Damn it. It's
Janos is Janos. Yeah, there's no S before that.
Prohaska, I believe. I think I'm spelling it right. And for years I thought it was Janos Proshaka. It's not. It's Janos. I learned that from I've Got a Secret, where they interview him and they call him Janos. I guess the J is silent. Janos.
Here it is.
Prohaska.
Janos, yeah, Janos Prohaska.
I got it right. Thank you.
Star Trek. You got it. And we did.
He was.
lose him
Hey,
in
real quick. Before I interrupt you again, I'm sorry to interrupt you. He was the one of the cool monsters in season 3 with Lincoln, with President Lincoln. The big battle. It was kind of like Arena. With the good villain, with the Klingon and the guy and a dictator played by Philip Pine. Oh God, Savage Curtain. That's it. He played the alien in the Savage Curtain, that weird looking pizza looking monster. Yeah.
Yeah. So among the series he appeared in, such as Star Trek, he also appeared in Bewitched, and he was in The Outer Limits. He was married to Irene Noka, and he died March 13th, 1974 in Bishop, California. He was only 54 years old. He was an actor, but also he was known for doing a lot of stunts. And it says here he appeared in a total of, it looks like 6 episodes. So he was the anthropoid ape, the humanoid bird, uncredited in The Cage, the first episode. Then he was the Horta, right, in season 1. He also was in A Private Little War. He was the Gumato in that.
That attacked Kirk. Yes.
Yes. And then in season 3, he appeared in as Yarnik, but he was uncredited in The Savage Curtain. So those were the
yes, he died in an accident, I believe. I think his life was cut short by a tragic accident, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he was the weird bird, and he was in Bewitched playing that same. He in Lost in Space too. He played in Forbidden World, the 4th Color episode. He played like a big bird, and they recycled that bird costume in Bewitched.
The dodo bird, yes,
dodo bird, and he was a bit of a horn dog, at least in pictures. I never knew him personally. Obviously, I probably wasn't alive, but look at pictures. Look at Janos with Marta Kristen, whom I interviewed on the Podblast face to face last April 2025. There's a picture of him as the giant Debbie the Bloop in the 9th episode, The Oasis, of Black and White Lost in Space, where Debbie, there's some sort of a fruit that grew on the planet Pre-Planus that Smith eats. It's a preposterous episode because Smith becomes a giant, but his clothes become giant too. And Debbie the Bloop becomes a giant, and that's played by Janos. But there's a shot of him seriously flirting with Marta Kristen and with the lovely girl from Outer Limits, Sixth Finger, Jill Haworth, the lovely young British actress in that episode. And she was in 12 O'Clock High around that time. Great actress, great, beautiful young lady. And Janos is all over her as the ape. Anyway, there's so many photos of him just being a horn dog is funny.
I just want to mention 2 more special episodes. I remember Love American Style when it first came out. Of course, I was only 5 or 6 years old, but I thought with all the cool, red, white, and blue and the flag, that's how I learned about what the flag had and everything like that. Janos was in 2 episodes from 2 different seasons. He played a gorilla in a segment called Love and the Visitor, which was season 2, episode 5. He played Tiny the gorilla. That was in 1970. And then in 1970, I want to say 72. Yeah, that was the final. Season 4, episode 2, he was in Love and the Amateur Night, Love and the Cheaters, Love and some other thing. But he played Millard the bear. So he plays a gorilla in one. And, it was a segment called Love and the Unbearable Fiance. He plays Millard the bear in that. So in one episode, he plays a gorilla. In another one, he plays a bear.
Oh, crap. I'm going to find that photo. Oh, it's all over his face. Hang on a second. I mean, there's an arrow over his face. I'm going to show you the picture of Janos playing around with Marta Kristen. Hang on. Say something. Is there anything else you got to add while I pull it up?
No. Go ahead and pull it up.
Oh, damn. I need you to talk. Okay. All right. So, all right. There's that one. I'm going to find the one with Jill Haworth. Just a second. Janos.
Okay. Now, appealing to our side, who did you think was more beautiful in Lost in Space? Veronica Cartwright or Marta Kirsten?
You mean Angela Cartwright?
Angela Cartwright.
Veronica's her sister. I would say probably Marta. I don't know. It's a toss-up. I mean,
I like Penny. Angela Cartwright. Penny was my thing. I like
yeah,
Penny.
I don't know, man. I mean, I'm kind of partial. I don't know. I'm partial to blondes. I don't know. That's a tough question. God. Okay, I think I found an. Oh yeah. Wait do you see this?
And
picture?
June Lockhart made it to 100. You knew that, right?
She did. Yeah, I've reported it on the Podblast.
Nice.
All right, I found 2 of the pictures I want to share with everybody with Janos, and then we got to get back to Star Trek. There's only 3 more to do. 3 more Star Trek, and then I'm going to do my rant of the week, and we'll call it a night about Cracker Barrel. Cracker Barrel. I'm going to show you a picture of what Janos looked like, though. Let me just find one more. Damn. Well, yeah. Let me. Oh, that's a good. Oh, hang on a second. I'm sorry. I'm floundering here. This is a really good screen collage. That's the word I'm looking for. Showing all these. He was on Gilligan's Island. Hang on a second. Janos.
Yeah.
Did you ever look up? Did he die in an accident? Janos.
I could take a look at it.
Appreciate that.
Here. Sure, no problem.
You're very helpful.
Yeah, gonna look at his biography here.
Oh damn! I got.
Yeah, he died in a plane crash.
Yep, I knew it. It was a tragic accident.
Yeah, March 13th, 1974, Bishop, California, due to a plane crash.
That's terrible.
Yeah. And he was, he was born in Budapest, Hungary.
Correct. Yeah, he had a really thick accent. If you watch that I've Got a Secret, it's a great clip. Great clip. Let me
Until his death, right, that was the only person he was married to was Irene Noka. It's spelled Knoke. From 1969 to 1974 to his death, they have one child. His name is Robert Prohaska. He had one child. He played Gilligan's Island, gorilla, ape, orangutan, lion, spider, Dusty's Trail. He was in that. That was also a Gilligan's appeared in that also. Dusty's Trail. He was bears and a gorilla in that, in gorilla suits and bear suits. And he did die along with his son, so there's nobody left in the family.
That's horrible.
It said he died in the plane crash along with his son, Robert Prohaska, while working on the ABC TV series Up from the Ape.
That is just awful, awful, awful.
Up from the Ape, yeah, a.k.a. Primal Man, 1975.
I'm loading the pictures now. After all that, after we're learning about this guy, because he was a big part of Star Trek history, we got to show these pictures. So,
yeah.
Coming up now, here's the collage while I load the others. Look at that. You want to speak to that? There's the Gilligans. Just, yeah.
Oh, wow. Yes.
For the listeners that can't see it, what do you see?
Well, I see the Savage Curtain. He played the moderator and the rock creature in that. In Private Little War, he played the Muhato. What do they call it? A Mugato.
Mugato.
Yeah, the Mugato. There it is. Mugatu, right. Mugato? Is it Mugato or Mugatu? Mugato.
I thought it's Mugatu. That's what they said in the episode.
Yeah, with Bob Denver, like I said, he appeared as different animals in both Gilligan's Island and Dusty's Trail that Bob Denver did after that, which didn't succeed. And that featured Forrest Tucker in that one. Then you had
Planet of the Apes. Sorry, Planet of the Apes. Did you say that? Sorry.
Planet of the Apes. Let's see. Okay,
it's very small print.
Big One in the Cage.
Yeah.
And Devil in the Dark. There he is. And Planet of the Apes. Yeah.
Now here's the horn dog shots. Thank you for that. Here is with Marta. You can't see it. Someone put a stupid arrow over his face, but see, he's like kind of flirty with Marta in the 9th episode.
Marta Kirsten, yes.
And here he is with Jill Howarth on the set of The Outer Limits. There's more pictures than just that where he's really on top of her, by the way, as the ape, like a horny ape.
I'm surprised you didn't find any of his Love American style appearances.
I can, but I better not do it now. We got to stick to Star Trek.
Yeah, we're almost done.
We're almost done with Trek because the next one's a real quickie. No pun intended. This one is Errand of Mercy because we're skipping Devil in the Dark, the 27th episode in production order. Let me give you the air date. We skipped over Devil in the Dark. That was March 9th, 67. This is from March 23rd, 67. So Trek did not air for 2 weeks back then in March of 67. It was preempted. But this is Errand of Mercy, the first episode to introduce the Klingons. And I just have a picture of, there's 5 Organian female villagers. I don't have a photo of. You'll see a glimpse maybe in this 1-minute trailer I'm going to play now. Organian race. That's an alien, benevolent race, meaning non-warlike, that the Klingons take advantage of and try to take over their planet and rape their planet, as they say in V, the final battle, of their minerals and their natural resources, because they won't fight back, right? And John Colicos played the first on-screen Klingon from Battlestar Galactica, among other things. But let's watch the 1-minute trailer to Errand of Mercy.
Captain's log, stardate 3198.4. We have reached Organia and established standard orbit. No signs of hostile activities in this area.
Thank you for your altruistic offer, Captain.
We offer you protection.
We assure you that we are in absolutely no danger.
Out of the way, Organian.
Should one Klingon soldier be killed, 1,000 Organians will die.
What are the odds now?
Less than 7,000 to 1, Captain.
Less than 7,000 to 1. Well, getting better. Getting better.
It has begun.
Pretty cool.
Wow.
I love that sound effect of the photon torpedo. And there would be times where there'd be a screw up where, like in Balance of Terror in the preview, they got it right. It says fire phasers, but in the episode, it was photon torpedoes. Kirk says phasers. That was early episode 9 in production order. Anyway.
Yeah, but again, I wanted to go quickly back to our
Harrison's preview. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, no worries. No, I was just saying, buddy, I wanted to go back quickly to the CGI. As I said, the CGI on certain episodes did, and the sound quality that came with that CGI did improve for a lot of episodes. For this one, it did, because I understood with this Errand of Mercy, I understood that it had, the photons sounded like photons, the lasers, the phasers sounded like phasers. It was good. It was good for when they got the sounds right, when they got the sound quality right, and fixed up and repaired, and then it was good. It was very good. Yeah, great episode.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Exodus. Jill Haworth. Omar Montgomery mentions Jill Haworth was in Exodus. Yeah.
Yes, she was. Mm-hmm.
I just have one to show you. A couple of women that were on the crew of the Enterprise from Errand of Mercy to show you, and then we'll move on to a really great episode. So we have Crew Woman 1. Let me find that photo right fast, quick. It's right here.
And after you show this, if you want me to get their names, I can look up their names.
Oh, that's sweet. Thank you, because it's this same woman. Here's her key moment I was talking about later. That's the woman from this side of Paradise. Well, 2 episodes later in production order, she's here dropping. This is when the alien force that wants to end the battle between the Klingons and the Federation. Remember, they make the controls too hot to handle on the Enterprise, so they can't fire their weapons. And she's holding her little pad, and she drops it. I mean, it's a quick thing, but that's that same crewman. I don't know her name, but she's in Errand of Mercy, and she reacts, and you hear her going ah! When she's touching her communications console, and it gets like really hot. The aliens interfering. Yeah, and I like the alien form too. They were just like light beings. The aliens, the aliens that ended the war. And then we have an operations crew person from that episode.
Yeah, and that was John Abbott, who was the head of them, who played Ailborn, was one of the guys there.
And I love that teaser for Errand of Mercy before the opening credits. That's one of my favorites, along with Space Seed. I love the little teaser before the opening credits, and Tomorrow's Yesterday with the Enterprise in the Earth's atmosphere. Those are my favorite teasers, I think, of the whole series, if not certainly for season 1. Those are just really dramatic things that I love that they did.
Okay, well, I am looking at the rest. Let's see here. I am looking at the rest of the cast and crew. Well, I didn't know this. Wow. Basil Polidoris, who later on went to become a director of some movies. He was a Klingon soldier, but he was uncredited. Oh, that's interesting.
Very cool.
Basil,
see,
yeah.
see, this was again one of the operations crew people, which were a lot of them were female in the red outfit, like the security outfit.
Yeah,
That's the
but
second one,
other
and like
than
the
the
yeoman,
show,
like the yeoman, or
yeah.
like Marlena Moreau. I guess the red didn't necessarily mean. I guess with the women, they weren't red shirted. I don't remember many of the women dying that were red. The men did,
Okay.
a lot of them.
Well, I did look at the complete list, and other than Nichelle Nichols, I don't see any other women that were credited or uncredited in the episode.
That's right, because unfortunately, someone's got to have a voucher or something with their name. Somebody's going to find that before we're all dead.
Somebody will find that for us. Yeah, if you guys know later on in the chat, let us know, okay?
Yeah.
Because I'd be curious.
Yeah. So now it's time for one of the greatest Star Treks of all time. Here's the 1 minute preview to The City on the Edge of Forever with the great, who's still with us. Joan Collins.
Captain's log. No star date. McCoy has changed the course of time.
What are you? I am the guardian of forever. Now.
All right, come on.
Oh, how careless of your wife to let you go out that way.
What?
One day soon, man is going to be able to harness incredible energies, maybe even the atom.
Speculation.
I find her most uncommon, Mr. Spock.
Murderers! Assassins!
I'm in love with Edith Keeler.
Edith Keeler must die.
Go, Jim!
Yeah.
All right, we're going to have a lot to say about that. So why don't you go first?
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and give us the mini bio information I have on Miss Joan Collins. She is not only an actress, but a producer and a writer. She is the ripe old age of 92 years old. She was born May 23rd, 1933. She comes from Paddington, London, England. She is most famous, of course, for her Alexis Carrington Colby from the soap opera Dynasty from 81 to 89. She was appointed in 1997 as an officer of the Order of the British Empire, an OBE, for services to drama. And then she was promoted in 2015 to the rank of Dame Commander of the Order of the British Empire, DBE. She is only one of a few for services to charity. She is one of only a few English actresses to be given the titles of OBE and DBE, which is something cool. And she was nominated for one Primetime Emmy for Dynasty, which she appeared in 205 episodes of. She was also way back in 1960, she was in a biblical movie called Esther and the King, where she plays Esther. She was in Empire of the Ants, which they filmed partly in Arizona, where she plays Marilyn Fraser, in 1977. And, of course, she played Pearl Slaghoople in the live-action The Flintstones in Viva Rock Vegas as Pearl Slaghoople. Yeah, she was in that. And right now, even though she's 92 years old, there is a movie that was just completed called A Murder Between Friends, and it plays a role of Francesca Carlisle. That's supposed to come out, according to this information, this year. She's also doing 2 other films, one in pre-production called Unforgettable, and in another one called The Bitter End. It's a part docudrama, I'm guessing, about the King of England, or at the time, who was dating Wallace Simpson way back in those days with the monarchy, and that's in post-production right now. But she did a TV or movie short in 2022, 3 years ago, called The Gentle Sex. She played Mary Connie Brown. So that is the beautiful Joan Collins. 92 years young. 92 years young.
Her birthday when? Is
May.
So she just turned 92. Yeah.
Right. She just turned 92, May 23rd, 1930.
Well, she was in Space 1999. I think she looked better in Space 1999, filmed in 74, than she did in Star Trek, filmed in 67. Because she had, she's wearing a wig, but I'm partial to longer hair.
I did like her though. Yeah, I did like her though in Dynasty. I have to admit, I was a Dynasty watcher.
As I jokingly call Die Nasty. Yeah, Dynasty. Another great Leonard Goldberg show with the late great Aaron Spelling,
Yeah.
And for a while, Heather Locklear was on two shows, T.J. Hooker and Dynasty at the same time.
At the same time, yes.
It was a Richard Anderson move. It was on the $6 Million Man and Bionic Woman at the same time. And there was a red-shirted woman who died in by any other name. Yeah, the woman that got turned into a cube and crushed.
Yeah.
And dehydrated. And I remember, I always thought that actress was the woman who played Edie McClure. I was wrong. As a kid, I thought that was the woman from Ferris Bueller's Day Off who played Rooney's secretary as a young woman. Right. I thought it looked and sounded like her, but I was wrong. It's not her. And Joan Collins was so beautiful. Yeah. And so he's agreeing with you too. Joe Gutfeld, New York, talked about how beautiful Joan was on Dynasty. And he said that she did a stint on T.J. Hooker. Omar Montgomery says much later Joan Collins would be on Dynasty as Alexis, as you stated, and William Shatner on T.J. Hooker on the same network together on ABC. Okay, they weren't in the same. All right, she wasn't on T.J. Right, she was already way more popular and more serious of an actor than anything on T.J. Hooker. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, besides Joan Collins, they do mention one other woman that appeared, but she's uncredited. Her name was Jane Crowley, and she was an onlooker on the street.
Right. I don't have a picture of her. I couldn't find one, but I'm aware of that. Thanks for bringing that up. Thank you. And Bill Gutfeld said Joan's sister is also famous, who's also dead, sadly. Author.
It does mention her briefly here. Jane Crowley.
Jackie Collins,
right.
Successful author of trashy romance novels. She's dead, though, sadly.
Yeah. So is Jane Crowley. She passed away in 1970. So she must have been an older woman onlooker on the street, because she was born in 1888 in Urbana, Ohio.
That played the tramp. And there's a line when McCoy's out of his mind on the should I risk 3 drops of cortisone?
Yeah, to have been that older tramp in the episode.
And you know the story. Harlan Ellison wrote that, and he never wrote another Trek because they wanted this guy to be a drug dealer that they went back in time to capture. And he was dealing drugs on the Enterprise, and the network censored that, and he got really mad. And he said, and he'd already done a couple Outer Limits that were really key episodes, like Demon with the Glass Hand and Soldier, which was the prototype to Terminator with Arnold Schwarzenegger. But I digress with Michael Ansara as the Terminator in Outer Limits season 2. But so it's going to be a drug dealer. What was the drug? A shot of Quadrazine? It was something with a Q. You may not remember something.
Quadrazine? Was it Quadrazine?
That sounds right, but not right. It was. I've seen that episode 100 times. Anyway, the drug. But remember the rodent? John Harmon is the rodent who finds the phaser and shoots himself to death, and he's bald. My point was McCoy takes his hat off and notices he's bald. I guess they have the cure for baldness in the 23rd century, because he puts his hand on the guy's bald skull, and he's like, cranial development. Maybe he's just talking about his skull. Yeah, cranium. Okay, he's not talking about. I thought he was talking about the male pattern baldness, but I guess not. He's talking about just his skull. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm all over the place.
No, that's okay. But I just want to say that Jane Crowley was 81 when she passed away in Los Angeles in 1970. So in the episode, she's that older lady where she was. Cordrazine. Yes,
not with a Q. You. I was thinking with a Q. Cordrazine. Thank you.
Introspective gentleman. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So in the episode, she's that old tramp lady who's looking on the street there. At the time, she was 78 years old in that episode. So, yeah, and then 3 years later, she unfortunately passed. Rest in peace.
Look at Omar's comment.
Julie Cobb was the episode. Got crushed as a cube, right, on Star Trek. She is the daughter of the talented actor Lee Cobb. Right, she's alive and well.
Good. I'm glad. We're glad she's alive. So, I mean, it's just a key episode. But there's so many great YouTube videos from others about it that I guess we can move on. Let me look at my notes, and we'll go to the final episode with some deleted scenes. And there are some deleted scenes I could have pulled from City on Edge Forever. I should have. They're out there. Look them up. They've recently been added to YouTube by others from the Gene Roddenberry Vault, which is a Blu-ray limited release from a few years ago. I think 2016 or 2015, one or the other. And it's got all these deleted scenes. It's so great. I have it in my collection. I just love it.
So what's the last one?
Well, it would be the season 1 finale, and Trek was about to be canceled. If you look at the blooper reel, you see Gene Roddenberry coming out and singing, and they're cutting up. They thought the show was over. And then the network moved to Friday night. Talking about Operation Annihilate, which introduced a key character, I think, Captain Kirk's nephew, Peter, and his brother, Sam, and his sister-in-law, Areelan. And she's the one I'm going to feature, one of many, and a very attractive officer of the Enterprise, a female officer. Let me just see. I'm looking at. I'm back up my notes here.
The actress played Areelan was Joan Swift, and then Mariska.
Tagliaferro, but she just had her one credit. She's credited as just Mariska, like Cher, like one name, or Madonna.
Yeah, right. Yeoman Zara, and then remember the beautiful Majel Barrett came back as Christine Chapel for this.
She did, and she came. She was in The Naked Time. She was in her biggest solo one of season 1 was What Are Little Girls Made Of, looking for Dr. Roger Corby, her fiance.
Yes, her fiance.
But,
and then Craig Huxley played Peter, but at the time he called himself Craig Hunley. But then he did.
That was confusing as all get out. And there's a deleted scene with him I'm going to show in a second. But let's look at the next week preview for that final episode of season 1, which almost was the final episode of the whole series, Operation Annihilate.
Captain's log, stardate 3287.2. The course of mass insanity we have tracked across the galaxy seems to have already touched Deneva.
You have to tell us what happened, Ariel.
Things. Horrible things. Don't let them go any further.
I'm a Vulcan. Is no pain.
I'm also quite blind.
Wow.
In one of Marisha's lines, Captain, it doesn't even look real. And I always thought those little monsters look like scrambled eggs, especially when they disintegrate, when they discovered that light kills them.
They looked like fried eggs. Yeah.
It did. It looked like fried eggs in a skillet that they filmed. That could have been what it was.
Skillet, yes. Yeah.
You forgot about his Vulcan ears. Okay.
Oh.
Right. When at the end, that's the final scene when McCoy says to Kirk, don't tell Spock I said he's the best science officer in the fleet. And then Kirk says,
well, thank you.
Are you concerned about his Vulcan eyes? You forgot about his Vulcan ears. Yeah.
Yeah. He had that. What was the explanation for Spock being able to get out of his blindness? It was like some sort of eyelid virus.
An inner eyelid, like the human appendix that it slipped his mind in the Vulcan anatomy and acts as a shield that comes down. Yeah, it's an inner eyelid. That was
inner eyelid. Okay, thank you.
And what Sean Ennis said, if you care to read it.
Yeah, that set of Deneva looks like the ABC Center in Los Angeles that was used for Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. Actually, it was used for Conquest of the Planet of the Apes. The Conquest, the one that had Peter Breck and had the character and
set 1991. I love that, and Ricardo Montalban's in it. Yeah,
and Ricardo Montalban, yes.
And that's the one that sets the stage where the humans are using and domesticating apes because there was a famine, a plague that killed dogs and cats, right? And so that began, and they were abusing them. I felt bad. I mean, it's just people in ape costumes, but it really was brutal how it showed the humans abusing the apes in that picture. I thought it was really disturbing. But the most disturbing thing in all the Planet of the Apes movies is the end of Escape from the Planet of the Apes, where the baby shot to death. Yeah. Cornelius! I'm like, God, I mean, that really upset me, even though it's just fake as all
even though it's
like,
a fake baby, right? It was a fake
and it's
chimp.
a monkey,
Yeah.
but still, just seeing animals get hurt, whether it's King Kong, fictional or not, it tugs at my heartstrings.
Joe said the reason for Spock regaining his eyesight was so lame.
I know. Hey, let's look at this deleted scene with Peter, Kirk's nephew, on the bridge of the Enterprise. Have you ever seen this one, Mikey?
No. Let's take a look at this. Okay.
Spock here.
You're late in reporting in, Mr. Spock. Are you all right?
I was detained for a moment, Captain. Interesting. These creatures seem to have some kind of communication with whatever it is that is within me.
Can you clarify that?
It soon, hopefully, Captain. Spock out. Spock to Enterprise.
Enterprise.
I've secured a specimen, Captain. As well as a rather fascinating theory about them. Spock out.
Oh, I played the wrong one, but it's the same episode. That's a deleted scene, an extended scene. Here comes the scene I meant to play with Peter Kirk on the bridge of the Enterprise. This was supposed to be the original end to that episode. Here it is.
Peter, are you sure you wouldn't rather go back to Earth?
I'm sure, sir. Dad thought Denver was the best place in the whole galaxy.
Your father's partner said that he and his wife wanted a little boy.
They're not like Mom and Dad.
Nobody ever is, Petey. Run along. They're waiting for you at the transporter room.
Goodbye, Petey. Goodbye. Goodbye, sir.
He might want to go to the academy later on. He looks like a bright lad.
I hope he decides not to. If there'd been no other choice, Scotty, I'd have had to have given the order to destroy the planet. I don't want him to ever have to make that choice. Bye.
Wow.
Yeah,
they wanted it to end with levity. That's why that was cut, supposedly. What I read.
Yeah. And by the way, they brought Peter back to serve on the Enterprise in Star Trek Continues in Star Trek New Voyages, and he was going to he came on the Enterprise. James Cawley was Kirk, and it was called Of Blood and Ice, or of Blood and Fire. Sorry, Of Blood and Fire. Very good episode, and it actually featured Denise Crosby, who played the mother of Natasha Yar, who appeared later in the first season of Next Generation, and she was Dr. Yar in the episode of Blood and Fire. It was a 2-part episode on the New Voyages, Star Trek New Voyages with Cawley. So that's just a little nugget. If you guys get a chance to see Star Trek New Voyages, all 10 episodes of that series, fan film series, check it out. It
Very
shows
good.
Peter as an older gentleman. Yeah.
No, we didn't see much of Mariska in that 1-minute preview clip, unfortunately. I should have pulled a picture. I didn't. But she filmed her scenes for Operation Annihilate on Wednesday, February 15th, 1967, on location at the TRW Space and Defense Park. And on Tuesday, February 14th, that's Valentine's Day, 1967, Thursday, February 16th, 67, and Friday, February 17th, 67 at Desilu Stage 9. She was also sometimes identified in such references as the Star Trek Encyclopedia and the Star Trek Concordance as Mariska Taliaferro. And she was born in French Morocco.
Tagliaferro.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I wanted to, yeah.
There's no G. See, I see it spelled without a G. Taliaferro. Is that what you said?
Taglia. It's spelled Tagliaferro. Tagliaferro.
My notes say it's spelled Taliaferro. So I don't know.
Weird.
Anyway,
yeah, but Mariska is the same thing. Maurishka. So.
That's correct. I see that as well. That part we're consistent on. But
I have her birthday. I have her birthday. She was born in July of 1941, and so she is 84.
I mean, and that was filmed. She was like 26 or 27 or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So now she's 84. Yeah, that's cool. So she's still living. Apparently. Yeah, according to IMDb, she's still alive. So 84.
That's good. Yeah, I saw that too. And she was born in French Morocco, and she speaks 6 languages. She moved to New York City in the early 1960s, where she started out as a model and later appeared in television commercials. Wow. So I'm sorry I didn't have more footage of her or a picture. I'm pulling up before I sign off. I still want to do a few trivia questions since it was promised. I won't go much longer as for Star Trek trivia, and you may as well. I know Joe Gutfeld lives for trivia. And let me just see something here. Just reading.
Okay. Well, I know we. Okay.
Go ahead. We've run 4 hours. I mean, if you need to run, I understand.
No. I don't need to run.
Oh, and you
I told you for your thing later that you were going to do after this. So.
Oh yeah, and I have a movie review too, but that's only a couple minutes long from our man in the seats. But Joan Swift, you mentioned her. She played Areelan Kirk. I thought her acting was hit or miss, but she's a pretty good screamer, that's for sure. As a real horrible thing.
Good screamer.
But she died, as you said, at the age of 83 in June 26, 2016. She was born May 11th, 1933.
Right.
She made several shows like Lucy.
Okay. So my first trivia question for you guys out there. Now, don't cheat. Don't look this up. Wait. Either IMDb or Google. Okay. Okay. So, as I mentioned previously once before, Yvonne Craig is a distant relation of my wife, Suzanne, whose original maiden name was Craig. Okay. Now, Yvonne Craig played Batgirl for the entire 3rd season of the Batman TV series, but she also was in an episode of Star Trek. And I need you to tell me what episode that was and what her role in that was. And here's a hint. I'll give you a hint. She was all green in this episode. All green.
All right. So now, when you're thinking about that, chat, last thing I want to say about Joan Swift, she was in I Spy, Bewitched, Ironside. That's the one who played Areelan Kirk, Horrible Things. And she was in the TV movie Lucy Gets Lucky with Lucille Ball. And she was in Jerry Lewis's The Patsy in 1964, The Family Jewels in 65. Supporting roles in Brainstorm 1965, starring Jeffrey Hunter, who played Captain Pike, and Philip Pine, who was in The Savage Curtain season 3. Anyway, she was in the Andromeda Strain from 71, directed by Robert Wise, who directed Star Trek: The Motion Picture, and had Bart LaRue in it. You know, Bart LaRue was the voice in Star Trek of the Guardian of Forever, as well as he appeared on camera in season 2's Bread and Circuses and other things, other voice work he did on Trek. All right, so that's all I got to say about that. And last thing, buddy, did you know there was a screw up in the Star Trek, another screw up in the VHS release of, I meant to mention this, we're talking about The Seed and Edge of Forever. Here's the Laserdisc of it. Okay, they used the same artwork for the VHS as they did on the Laserdisc. Well, on the VHS, on the back, this always perplexed me. There's an asterisk. It says some music has been changed for the home video version of this title. And I'm like, no, it wasn't. On the VHS, it was not. But I finally got the Laserdisc, and it refers to the Laserdisc for some reason. And I'm going to, one of these days, I've promised to do this, I'm going to convert it from laser digitally so I can play it for you. It's terrible. I don't know why they changed the music. I don't think back in 1980, it would have been 85 at this point, or 86, that there would have been a music rights issue. You know, I don't think that was even a consideration. Enough said. So it's interesting that the Laserdisc has a different audio track than the VHS. Okay.
Oh, definitely, definitely. Okay, first in the chat was Introspective Gentleman who said Marta. Correct. She played Marta in an episode of Star Trek, but what was the name of that episode? So,
I know, but I'm
introspective, you got part of the answer there. So, very good.
I know, but I won't say. I want the chat to get it. See, everyone knows the character, but they can't think of the episode name. The plot
and Lord Garth was Lord Garth of Azar. That was his official title.
And in that, they reused the episode. The costumes from Dagger of the Mind on the colony. It's another insane asylum setting in this episode.
Yes. Okay.
All right, let's give him a minute. Let's give him a minute to Google cheat.
Okay, give him a minute. Okay. And it was in season 3, correct? Yes.
It was season 3. It was the green girl, and it's Eddie Murphy made a joke about when Kirk effed that green bitch. And one of his comedy routines of the 80s, he's referring to this episode.
Yeah.
And he's talking about how Kirk would F anything that moves, like the Bus Boys, the band,
yeah.
the Bus Boys.
Yeah.
Anyway,
well, don't forget in the reboot by Jar Jar Abrams, I call him. AJ. Anyway, in the reboot Star Trek, remember that's the first time he was able to meet the lady who plays Uhura in that, and that's where he finds out her first name is Neoda. But he is Chris Pine is having it with this green girl in the bed, and she's the roommate there at Starfleet Academy of Uhura. And yeah. There you go. Sean Innes. Congratulations. Whom gods destroy. Yes, that's it. Good job. Good job there, Sean. All right. Good job to Introspective Gentleman and Sean Innes. Very good. Great, guys. I'm glad. Yeah, you cheated. You cheated your butt off. You did? Okay, Sean. All right.
Honesty is the best policy. I respect that you are honest and you admit that. Good for you.
Okay, now I pass it on to my buddy here, Chance. All right,
I'll do a question. Let's take turns, but I only have a few because I was running late prepping for the show. Okay, because I'm getting used to do this on Saturday. So, all right, I already showed that, the Sandra Gimpel. All right, trivia time. Let me put my question on the screen. This is a season 2 question. I should have had a season 1 question since we're talking about season 1. I'm just glad I finally got past the Starlets of Star Trek season 1. I'm ready to start season 2. Okay, I'm trying to put it on the screen. Here it is. I can do it from my link. It puts the whole question on the screen on my Twitch. Okay, so here's the question. In the episode, season 2 of Star Trek titled Journey to Babel, season 2 episode, well, we won't say that because it's probably the NBC aired order. Anyway, in the episode Journey to Babel, we're introduced to Spock's parents. His father is Sarek of Vulcan, and his mother is an Earth woman named Amanda Grayson. Which actress played Spock's mother? I will put the choices on the screen. Oh, someone's linking your YouTube channel. Here are your choices, if I can get them on the screen. Your options are A, Jane Fonda, B, Jane Curtin, C, Jane Wyman, or D, Jane Wyatt. Let me put that on the screen for those that are watching. I shouldn't have taken the screen down. That was dumb.
Okay, I'm seeing some answers for you here, sir. Omar says Jane Wyatt. And Joe says...
Sean says Wyman.
Wyatt. He says Wyman.
Wyatt. I have 2 for Wyatt. Omar Montgomery says Wyatt. Joe Gutfeld says Wyatt, as you stated.
Yeah.
I know this. Father knows best. She says Introspective Gentleman.
And and Sean Innes who said Jane Wyman, and Introspective says it's C.
Wyman. Yeah, so it's kind of a split here between Wyatt and Wyman.
I know the real answer, but
the answer is, well, let me give a second. Does anyone else want to try to guess?
Anybody want to try to guess? A, B, C, or D?
Let me put it back on the screen there. Okay, so well, we better reveal the answer. This is boring to the listeners, I'm sure. Who played Spock's mother is the question. It's D. It's D. Jane Wyatt.
Jane Wyatt
from Father Knows Best, and she reprised the role in Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home.
There you go. You're on top of it there, Chance. You are definitely on top of it.
That was a tricky one. Now it's your turn to ask a question. I'll take this off the screen.
My turn on Star Trek. Okay. Let me think about this for a minute. Okay. All right. So, in the episode where Kirk is accused of killing his best friend, in season 1, I would want it's a two-part answer. So, what is the name of the episode and who was the last name? You don't have to give me his full name, but who was the last name of the buddy he was accused of killing? So I just need the name of the episode and the person he was accused of killing.
Any multiple choice on the character or no? That's okay. I don't put you on the spot.
Yeah, you can if you want to. Sure, if you want to. Okay. Yeah, introspective. Got it.
Some got we got half the answers correct. Yeah, it is court martial. That's correct.
Court martial. Right? That is correct. Yep. Thank you, Joe.
We have a couple different answers to the character. Finnegan says Omar Montgomery. Joe Gutfeld says Finn Lee.
Finn Lee.
And Sean Ennis says Ben Finney is the character.
Ben Finney is the character. Ah, there we go. Yeah.
Well, what do you say? What's the answer?
Finney. I believe that is correct. Yeah.
It is correct. It is correct.
Yeah. Ben Finney. Yes, very good.
Who played his daughter. She gave a fiery performance. The man who killed my father. You murderer!
Yeah.
He played Alice in the Patty Duke Show season 2 prior to that performance.
He did. Yes.
And you murderer, you murderer, you murderer. I just love that performance from that little girl. What was her name? Alice.
I've got a really good trivia question now. You go ahead. No, go ahead. You're next.
Will you look up for me who played his daughter? While I'm doing my question, will you please look up who played Ben Finney's daughter in Court Martial? Or just look up Star Trek Court Martial IMDb, and it should show her name.
Okay, sure.
I appreciate that. I'm having a brain toot. I'm putting my question on the screen. Here it comes.
It's okay. I'll find it.
All right. This lovely 19-year-old blonde attempted to kill Captain Kirk and others to protect her father from being exposed as a planet's former leader who inherited a massacre that killed thousands. I'm going to give you some multiple choices to choose from. Just looking for a character name here. Here come your options. To repeat, the question is, this lovely 19-year-old blonde attempted to kill Kirk and others in order to protect her father from being exposed as a planet's former leader who initiated a massacre that killed thousands. So here's your choices coming up on the screen.
Oh, by the way, her name was Joan Marshall. She played.
Thank you. No, Joan Marshall. No, she played the counselor. She played the lawyer.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry.
That's okay.
Wrong one.
Your choices are, you got the episode right.
Okay.
Your choices are A, Tina Lawton, B, Janet Wallace, C, Ariel Shaw, or D, Leonore Caridian.
Okay. Her name was Jamie Finney in the episode, and the name of the actress is Alice Rawlings.
Thank you, Rawlings. Couldn't remember her last name. I knew it was Alice, and her character was Alice on Patty Duke Show. Thank you. Leonora is the character. All right, we have all these. Everyone's right. This answer so far. We have Joe Gutfeld's answer. Answer is correct. It's D, Leonore Caridian. She was an actress played by Barbara Anderson, who later was on Ironside, and she left the show in a salary dispute. And that show lasted many seasons, Ironside, starring the great Raymond Burr, who was gay in real life. Not that it matters. Yeah, Leonore. I'm just trivia. Okay, so your turn. Your question.
Okay, this is going to be a tricky question because as I mentioned in the show today, both Star Trek New Voyages, which is a 10-episode fan film series created by James Cawley, along with Vic Mignogna, and then later Star Trek Continues, which Vic Mignogna continued. using the pun, which he did 11 episodes of. Now, here's the question. In Star Trek, we had Mirror Mirror, which is a fantastic episode. And it takes it from the perspective of the good Kirk. I'm going to call them good and bad Kirk. The good Kirk who ends up in the mirror universe there in Mirror Mirror, along with Scotty, Uhura, and Dr. McCoy. So the four of them are in the mirror universe trying to get out of it, and they do. Okay, now, I want you guys to really think on this. If you have seen Star Trek Continues, there is a third episode from the 11-episode series which mentions Mirror Mirror, and it takes the perspective, Vic Mignogna playing Kirk, it takes from their perspective coming back to their alternate universe as evil Kirk and the rest of them. So what was the name of that episode?
Great question.
That episode. Yeah.
While they're thinking about that, John said about Raymond Burr. Well, it is notable. Raymond Burr was very private and hit it well. Remember his line in Airplane 2, though, where when the testimony was like, "Have you ever been deeply in love?" And he goes, "Yes, yes, I have." He's all stoic. That was the part of the joke, the humor. Anyway, we have a guess. Mirror, mirror, says Sean Ennis, and Joe Gutfeld just said Barbara Luna.
Well,
and you're shaking your head.
It was actually Barbara Luna. I think in that one it was Barbara Luna's daughter that appeared in the fan film episode. So,
and you're shaking your head.
He got it. He got it. Look, wow, fairest of them all. Good job, Rodel San Mateo. Oh, wow.
Rodil.
How did you know that one, Rodil? That's it, Rodil San Mateo. How did you know that? Well, I thought that would be difficult. Wow, good job, Rodil. It's an excellent episode, by the way. And, yes, Omar says the last episode on Star Trek was delayed March of 1969 because the network did a news coverage of former President Dwight Eisenhower. They rebroadcast this episode a few days later. Yeah,
that's right. And he said the reason Uhura wasn't in that, she was written to be in it, but Nichelle Nichols wasn't. She had to help her son with some lines for a movie. I don't know. I don't know why I didn't read that aloud. That was an important comment. I don't know why I didn't read that. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. No worries.
Hey, someone saying hey to you, Lemon Pie, saying hey, Mikey.
Hey, Sir Lemon, welcome. Hey, you're a bit late there, Sir Lemon. He's a good friend of mine there. Oh, he watched the episode. There you go.
I'm going to try.
I own all 11 episodes of the entire series on. I downloaded all the episodes. They are available. It is called Star Trek Continues. It has its own website there on YouTube. Check it out. It's got all 11 episodes. Yeah. Okay.
I'm trying to find
How many
that
more
comment.
trivia questions do we have? How many more?
I'm out. That's all I've got. So it's all you, my brother, if you want to do one or two more. And
okay,
then
let's do one more. But Rodil, I'm going to have to exclude you because I know you've seen it, but nobody else has. So, okay. So, but, if that, we're going to give them about 5 minutes. But if they can't get it, then you say it. Okay, Rodil, because you've seen it. Yes. Okay. All right. So let's go back to Continues here. All right. There is a 2-part episode. And this actually picked up from what they called the Espers. So Gary Lockwood and Sally Kellerman were into Where No Man Has Gone Before, where they got it from the Great Barrier, which gave them the powers of, mind control and all this other stuff. Okay, so Continues took it up and made it a 2-part episode at the very end of their 11-episode series. 10 and 11 was called this title. So what was the title of part 1 and 2, episodes 10 and 11 of Star Trek Continues? Now, Rodil, please don't answer. Give them 5 minutes, and then if they don't get it, then you go ahead and answer it. That'll work.
Meantime, I'm trying to find the comment from Omar explaining why Nichelle was not in the final aired episode of Star Trek, Turnabout Intruder. I'm trying to find it, put it on the screen. I should have read that. That's an important piece of trivia.
Right, and Omar was trying to continue where he said former President Dwight D. Eisenhower died. That's why they had to do it. Lemon says, nice to meet you, Chance.
Nice to
And
meet you as well, virtually.
Mikey, yeah, I mentioned it. Yes, mentioned you on the stream. I did.
No prize questions tonight, buddy. I'm sorry. I'm prized out at the moment. I mean, I don't feel like going to the post office. I'm just being lazy. I have stuff I can give. I don't know. I mean, because we're almost out of questions. I'll do it next time. I will. We'll do some next week for prizes. I promise. Just give me a break.
Okay. Sean Innes made a guess. He says, my eyes. Just kidding. I have no idea. How much more time should I give them, Chance?
Oh,
minute or so?
10 seconds. No, 30 seconds. 30 seconds. I'll meet you
30 seconds. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much for coming here, Sir Lemon Pie. He is our managing moderator for Mikey Sue's 4. Great partner, great friend.
There we go. I found the comment from Omar. Nichelle Nichols wasn't in the last episode of original Star Trek because she was with her son, Lyle Johnson. He was filming The Learning Tree. She was helping him to read his lines for the movie. Thank you. I never knew that.
Thank you for that. Great. Yeah, I didn't know that either. That's something cool.
Oh, he reposted it down here. I found it. Thank you for taking the time and effort to do that.
Yeah, thank you, Omar, for doing that. Yeah, no, it wasn't called that. Okay, you guys might be kind of embarrassed, maybe not, but Rodil, do you want to go ahead and tell me what that final episode was, the 2-parter? You said since you've seen it. Go ahead, Rodil, and answer it for me. Yeah, Omar is full of knowledge. That's true.
Definitely.
Yes. Omar's, well, you all are. All of you are so well versed in science fiction and horror and everything. You guys are perfect for this, to help us out on these shows because, even though Chance and I have been there and we're pop culture, we consider ourselves pop culture fanatics. But since we've been there for so much stuff, we may not remember everything as we get older. So, you guys are youthful and know all this stuff. Rodell, San Mateo, did you want to answer that? If not, that's fine. I can tell you. Oh, okay. You've only seen, you haven't seen those last two. Okay. It's called To Boldly Go. And here's a fun fact. In both those at the very end of episode 11, a fun fact is you get to see Vic Monona. Oh, I'm sorry. Both of you guys are my new friends. Oh, thank you, Omar. Thank you so much. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Anyway, I was going to say a fun fact real quick is at the very end of To Boldly Go Part 2, it does a transition that is so cool. Vic Monona is dressed up in the actual Admiral outfit that William Shatner himself wore at the very beginning of Star Trek, the motion picture. So what Vic did was he made a transition. He had the entire crew of the Enterprise standing there as Admiral Kirk of Starfleet Operations was going to leave the ship. And then, of course, he does. That's his final speech to his crew. As he leaves the ship, he says to Spock and, the people that play Spock and Dr. McCoy, he says, we're going to meet in San Francisco at this restaurant such and such time. They say, that's great. McCoy is at that point, because he lost someone during the course of the, the 5-year mission, he just said he lost himself. He said he didn't believe in it anymore. And so he was going into retirement until Nagura pulled him out of that retirement with the little loophole. And then the other story that was complete was Spock. He had this, they tried on the 5th of that supposed 5th season, which is what Star Trek Continues covers. They had a lady there who was a ship's counselor. It was just an experiment, but somehow Spock's human half fell for her. And when she dies, spoiler alert, I won't tell you which episode, but she dies, but from the Esper's hands, he says to Kirk, he's Jim, he says, I'm going back to Vulcan. I want to purge myself of all my emotions. So, of course, that's the Kolinar test that he goes back, and, of course, he fails. So that's just a fun little fact. It ties everything together. It's called To Boldly Go Part 2. Watch it very closely. Listen to the speech, and then listen to where Kirk, McCoy, and Spock will all end up. That all comes into play with Star Trek the Motion Picture. It's very cool.
I knew that, and that was a great question.
Yes.
Who played Decker in the first Trek movie? Someone we don't really want to mention because he got in a lot of trouble, but we can say it.
Yeah, go ahead. You say it, Chance.
It is Will Decker, who was the son of Decker, the Admiral in Doomsday Machine, played by, we know who played him. That's William Wyndham. And then
right, but the one who played his Will Decker, his son, was Stephen Collins.
He was married to the lovely Faye Grant, who left him when there was some serious allegations made against him.
Right.
That's why I don't like to mention his name.
Yeah, Stephen
William
Collins.
Demarest? No, my three sons, Uncle Charlie. I don't think so. That's funny. No. Will Decker.
Yeah.
Someone else say it. I ain't gonna say it.
Oh, that was Stephen Collins.
Yeah, I didn't want to say it. I really didn't. And I met him on the set of the Three Stooges movie, and I got a weird vibe from him. He didn't do anything, but I'll just leave it at that. I don't know. It just seemed kind of aloof. Leave it at that.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was there for 14 days in sweltering heat, but it was fun.
Lemon Pie says, I don't know much about the Star Trek, except that the Klingons are good with lightsabers.
You're a funny guy.
Oh, you just want to throw in a good joke there. Thank you, Lemon. Thank you for that.
Well, we want to thank you for talking Star Trek with us. That concludes the Star Trek Starlet series, season 1. We'll be back to do season 2 really soon. Within a month or so, we'll cover that topic. I try to spread out the topics, but what do you think about this, Mikey? Next time, why don't we do, to satisfy the trivia people out there, 1970s TV trivia?
Oh, yes. For next time on Saturday, same bat time, same bat channel, Chance?
5:35 p.m. and I'll be on time this time. I had technical issues. I like that you keep me on time, but it couldn't be avoided today. I'm sorry I was late. Anyway.
Hey, don't worry about that. As I said once and twice before, I'm totally honored and blessed that you would allow me to be your co-host for these wonderful pop culture, nostalgic Podblast shows. I absolutely enjoy it. It's so much fun. It really is, and it brings back a lot of great memories. I always say that when I grew up as a kid of the '70s, watching '70s shows, and and then the '80s, of course, I was a kid of that. I was a kid and a teenager and an adult. Good night, everyone. Thank you so much.
I still have another story to cover, Mikey. When you finish your thought, I want you here for this. This is the Cracker Barrel controversy, but finish your thought, sir.
Yeah. So, as I said, I really enjoy doing these shows with you, Chance. Like I said, I feel honored and blessed every time that you allow me to be here, and it does bring back great memories. When we're children of the 70s and the 80s, some 90s, we grew up with some shows on that as well. There are some 2000s we grew up as well, but we really do enjoy being able to give you folks perspective of what true great TV, what true great films were back then. Like when we grew up with the best, we were blessed. We did. We grew up with Star Wars. We grew up with all that. We were the best. Sean says to you, Chance, he says, you do know I meant Commodore Decker, right?
Right, and that's William Wyndham, but I said Admiral. So you're right, it's Commodore Decker in the Doomsday Machine, season 2 of Original Trek. Great episode. I love the music, that original score by, was it Saul Kaplan? What a great score.
Yeah.
Who did that? Was it Saul Kaplan? Can you look that up for me? I think it was the guy that did The Enemy Within, Saul Kaplan.
I believe you're right. Yeah, I believe you're right.
Saul Kaplan, that is one of the best scores, original musical scores. Your show brings me back to great TV memories, says Joe Gutfeld. Thank you very much. Well, let's talk about this. This is a nostalgia show. It really irritated me with this Cracker Barrel controversy. We're not going to go political or anything like that, but I do have a parody song, 1 minute long, from the great Jim Gossett, comedian, about this topic. All right, so the CEO of Cracker Barrel decided to jettison 47 years of branding by introducing a new crappy logo, which is an ugly logo. It looked like a mix of Denny's and the Golden Corral. I know many have said that, but to me, it looks like both. It's uninspiring. And they got rid of the old guy with the Cracker Barrel, and the barrel would have saltine crackers in it. That's why it's called a Cracker Barrel. That's part of their heritage. I mean, they have like a general store. Do they have any Cracker Barrels in Canada? You probably remember Cracker Barrel from your time in the U.S., do you not?
I do, yes. In the time that I lived in Oklahoma was when I found a Cracker Barrel. Yes. That was the time
so
I lived
they
in
have a little
Oklahoma for
general
like 18
store.
months.
They have a little general store with little games. And they
Attached
have
to it and everything. Yeah, it was wonderful. Yeah. That was the one time I got the chance to experience Cracker Barrel was in outside of Lawton, Oklahoma.
Yeah, and they have games like
beautiful
this
place.
the peg game with one peg missing, and you try to eliminate all of the pegs by jumping. You play against somebody and little things like that. And they have rocking chairs. They have sweet tea. Now, people have complained the food quality's gone down over the years, and that may be true. But the thing I like is the country fried steak with gravy with fried okra. Not the healthiest thing in the world. Artery clogging for sure, but it's comfort food, right? And I get it maybe once a year or something. And that tastes the same to me, but people have complained about other dishes that are their favorite, and they got rid of pot roast. That irritated some people. I don't think this new the CEO that's been around since I think 2023 who made this boneheaded change to kill the nostalgia factor of that logo. But I've heard good things about their chicken and dumplings. Never tried it. I know that's a comfort food for sure, a Southern comfort food. But hell, they have them in New Jersey. They have all over the U.S. They have Cracker Barrels. So they decided to come up with this new logo. Let's look at it in this little song, real quick, and you'll see the result. This CEO who's wearing Harry Carey eyeglasses, the only one that can pull off the Harry Carey eyeglasses was the late great Harry Carey. It just looks silly on people, especially a female. But check this bonehead out who made a boneheaded decision, which cost Cracker Barrel over $250 million in the stock market. The value of the company went down $250. She should be run out in a rail, in my opinion, or rescind this stupid idea to spend millions to change all the signs nationwide, to change the menus, to change everything. Why? When it's so unpopular. And she had the gall to go on Good Morning America on ABC TV and claim that everyone was positive. That was before the backlash. So let's listen to a song by Jim Gossett, comedian, JimGossettComedy.com, JimGossett.com. Here it is.
At Cracker Barrel, they've gone incredibly woke. CEO is liberal, making the restaurant a joke. Stock price keeps dropping, soon they will be in a bind. Cracker Barrel's losing business, cause they've lost their mind. Julie Massino, she's doing all kinds of harm. Restaurant she's changing, removing its southern charm. Their DEI program, putting more losses in play. Cracker Barrel's losing business, cause they lost their way.
And that's all I got to say about that. It was actually going to be my fake rant of the week. I have like a little Incredible Hulk clip. And I do have another quick rant, and then I'll let you go after JT's movie review. But here is my fake rant of the week, part 2. Part 1 was the Cracker Barrel controversy. Here's my second rant of the week, but it's a real rant of the week, not fake at all. Here we go.
You want to fight? I'll give you a fight. Some more?
You want some more? That's actor John Crawford. I love that actor. And he was in Lost in Space, The Time Merchant, season 3. Anyway, I could go on. But I would just want to say, here's my rant. I am so stupid. Part of this is my fault. Of course, we can pay bills online, right? Well, there's certain bills I choose to pay with cash. So case in point, Xfinity Comcast. I must have a landline for my show for guests that just want to call in and not be on camera, or for people that want to call in. Although the calls, we don't get many calls, we get comments. People like to see their comments, and that's fine. That's just the way of the future. But I go to pay my bill for cable TV. I still have cable. I haven't cut the cord. For internet, I have the highest speed they offer, which today was screwing up. Could have been my computer, could have been StreamYard, who knows, at the beginning of tonight's show. And then I pay for my landline. So I go to pay, and the machine's not working, right? Yeah. So I said, is there anyone here that can fix the machine, or can you just take cash at one of your like stations? You know, they used to have not a cash register, but a drawer. Oh, sorry, we can't take cash. That's been since, you know, COVID 19 days. Well, I said, okay, well then and this Xfinity place is at the Braves ballpark. It's like 1.5 miles from my home. So I decided to drive to Sandy Springs. So can you call them and see if their machine's working? It's a kiosk. You put cash in the machine. And it says, sorry, can't accept cash. So they said, sorry, we don't know their number, which is a joke. So I drive 9 miles in rush hour traffic to Sandy Springs. They usually have 2 kiosk machines. They only have 1. It's not working. That's never happened before. This happened last in March, a few months ago. This is now August 2025. This happened in March 2025. So I call them and I get a credit for my gas and my time and my trouble. So I go to Sandy Springs, not working. What do I do now? So I call. I get a nice guy from the Philippines. Always have great customer care when it comes to the Philippines, whether it's technical support or they seem to have better training or the ability to give a nice credit. They give me a $60 credit, so that kind of calms me down. I said, well, the only close Xfinity place I know of, and yes, I know I could pay online. It's the 21st century, so part of this is on me. That's what this girl told me. She goes, just pay online. It takes 30 seconds. What are you complaining about? But I'm setting my ways. So, and plus I get credits every now and again when it's on them. So I drive to a third location on Estelle Road in Cobb County and near Marietta, Georgia, another 9 miles from me. No machine at all. But I said, oh my God, I want to pay cash. And he goes, well, we can take cash at one of our stations. Are you kidding me? I said, they don't take cash at the Battery, the Braves ballpark. They don't take cash in Sandy Springs. So they took my cash, problem solved, and I got a $60 credit for my trouble. If they didn't take cash there, they said, call back, we'll give you another credit. So that's my fake rant of the week, but it's a real rant. And part of it's on me, but I pay cash for certain bills. I just do. I don't trust that company. Here's the thing. They offer me a discount when I renew every year or 2 years if they can do automatic withdrawal. No way. I don't trust this company. They go up all the time. So that's part of my reason. Now, if I use a credit card, I have protection from my credit card company. I know that. I get it. So anyway, I'll just stop talking about that because I'm sure a lot of you in chat are like, you're an idiot. You can pay online. Just quit your bitching. But I couldn't believe it.
I didn't call you an idiot. No.
I couldn't believe it. But 2 of their stores didn't even have an operational kiosk. Why have it? It's, oh, sorry, we can't accept cash here. It's not working. And then they can't take cash. A human being can't take cash. That's a joke. Why at one location can they take cash? Anyway, so that's my little rant, along with the Cracker Barrel controversy.
Sure.
And that's going to work itself out with Cracker.
Yeah,
losing money. I mean, look at that lady. But look at that lady in her Harry Carey glasses and that big. I shouldn't look. I don't judge on looks. That's something that you can change. You know, you can choose to wear stupid glasses or not. So I don't feel bad saying that. I would never make fun of someone's physical appearance.
No,
because they can't help it. You know.
Yeah.
All right.
Joe quoted. I was just catching up for us. Joe quoted way back a little known fact about Mets losing or beating Braves.
Yeah,
you saw that. Seems like a dumb rebranding move, but then that
I agree. I agree. And the comedian that does this, like he does a lot of political comedy and he skews right. So look, I'm not endorsing everything in that song. I just thought it was kind of funny and I want to show the picture. So don't be offended. Of course, no one. Well, I don't want to rip off this guy. There's a radio host that says it's not in the Constitution that you don't have a right to never be offended. I probably did a double negative there. But anyway, I don't want anyone in the chat to be offended. I don't. This is a inclusive show, not a divisive show. So I will agree with you on that. I don't know, but I think it has something to do. It's a bad move, and it cost them $250 million. So scratch the DEI component. I think it's just stupid. It's just, why would you get rid of almost 50 years of branding? I mean, you're alienating from your base, which is a bunch of hillbillies for the most part. So anyway.
Yeah. So, Chance, before you do your review, I'll just let you know the 3 things we got planned for next week on our channel on Mikey Seuss 4. On Mondays, we're going to start doing Get Smart reviews. That's when we'll move those reviews to Monday afternoons at 12 noon Eastern. On Tuesdays, I'll always cover 2 episodes of TOS. Little bit limited information because sometimes IMDb is way too much stuff, and that's too long to do that. So, but that'll be at 12 noon. So I'll be doing 2 more, and we are in season 2 of both of these shows. So season 2 of TOS, the next 2 episodes I'll be covering, and then on Wednesday a special coverage of the A-Team. We are starting with the first 3 episodes of season 5, which involve the A-Team being finally captured by the military and put on trial. And then they face a firing squad at the very last episode of the 3-part trial series. They do have 3 different titles for each episode, but one of them is Trial by Fire. So that's basically what we call it, a Trial by Fire trilogy of the 3 episodes. And my special guest will be Jay Aldridge. He's a good friend of mine from Louisiana, and he and I are huge 80s pop culture enthusiasts. And we're going to be talking about those 3 episodes in detail. We'll let you know that those 3 episodes were probably some of the best episode writing they ever had on the show, but it also sounded the death knell for the rest of the series, because then there were only 10 episodes after that, and then that was it. Without Reservations was the final episode of that, and it didn't end with any cliffhanger. It didn't end with anything else. It just ended. And I was pissed. If you want to see me rant, I was ranting when that happened. But yeah, we'll be doing that at 3 p.m. Eastern next Wednesday, August 27th, right on our Mikey Seuss 4 channel, and it'll be a live stream on StreamYard. So make sure all of you folks are there for us next week for these 3 items that we'll be doing consistently after next week. So
very good. And look for that and subscribe to his channel. The link is in the chat. I'll put it up again before we sign off. Last thing, I used to do this. I want to bring this back. The TV cliche of the week, which I used to do. One is temporary blindness, which is a joke. I guess it's a good dramatic tool for the writer, but we're talking about old school TV where I guess it was more commonplace, like David Banner losing his eyesight in The Incredible Hulk. Richard Kimball lost his eyesight in The Fugitive. All right, here's the new one. This is the one I've not done. The ventilator shaft. The ventilator shaft that goes everywhere, right? You see everything. There's mysteries revealed. There's truths that are.
I'll give you a great example of that from the series. Yep. Mark Steiner as Donovan walking in the ventilation shaft, and he comes just at that point where Andrew Prine is talking about their plans to harvest humans for food, and one of them shows its entire lizard thing, and
how convenient.
That's an example. I just love that. Yeah,
how convenient. That's what inspired me. Actually, I was watching The Final Battle, doing an edit of some of the cut, which you mentioned last time. The cut prologues that were not on the Blu-ray or DVD.
Correct, right.
Last time on V, next time on V. But and also it happened in Space 1999, happened in Star Trek. Commander Koenig in the final episode, the Dorkons, he's looking for Maya, but they're going to perform an operation to remove her brainstem. He's up there in the ventilator shaft.
Yeah.
I mean, it's such a tired cliche. You don't see it much anymore, but I think it was used in the next generation of Star Trek. I could go on and on.
But that's weird having a ventilation shaft on another planet, which is not right.
It happened in Star Trek, Dagger of the Mind with Mariana Hill. Remember, Kirk put her into the ventilator shaft.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
You could kind of see up her skirt, not to be creepy, but they did that on purpose to get ratings.
That was a little touchy-feely, okay? Yeah, they kind of
did
that
on
out
purpose.
From the remaster.
Yeah, they did that on purpose. So
I think they did. They took away our right to enjoy.
And then here's the nostalgic. I like to also feature a nostalgic or old-fashioned expression of the week, and this one is bites the dust. First time I heard anyone say bites the dust was Lois Lane in Superman the movie, when she's waiting on Superman to show up for their interview on her balcony. And she goes, "Story of my life, Cinderella bites the dust." And that was right before the song on the Game album from 1980 by Queen, Another One Bites the Dust. Another One Bites the Dust. I'd never heard that until Lois Lane. Can you think of the expression bites the dust? Anyone in chat or you, Mikey, before Superman 1978? I'm sure it was out there, but I don't remember it being that prominent. In music and lyrics.
No, you
or in
know,
movies
that
or TV.
was my first real exposure to Bites the Dust was Another One Bites the Dust. And don't forget that Weird Al Yankovic did a parody called Another One Rides the Bus.
That's right.
I made fun of that. So yes, that was kind of hilarious. Oh, Die Hard 2 also did that as well with the Shaft.
With the ventilator shaft, says Joe Gutfeld. I mean, I just think it's so hokey, and it never looks like a real ventilator shaft opening. You know, there's like this big prop that they don't even need to pry it open. It just opens right up. It did in Star Trek. I mean, it was just like a little hinge, you know, like no problem. Go up in there. So that's funny, Joe. All right, well, I'm going to play the movie review, and then we'll finally sign off. We've gone almost, can you believe it, 4 hours and 45 minutes. We've gone 4 hours and 40 minutes. Dude. And then
our longest show by far, but the most enjoyable really is.
Well, thank you. Thank you for being so kind. And I can't believe everyone, Joe, my God, man. Thank you. Thank you for staying with us all this time. We'll do trivia next week for a prize. Don't worry. I'm sorry it'll be more Grease or Topps cards. Batman 1989 Topps cards 5 is what I usually send the winner. And I do certain questions as a prize question, and only one person can win a prize per show. All right. So here's the movie review of Nobody 2. This is JT, the man in the seats, reviewing Nobody 2, the movie.
Hello, this is Movie Reviews by JT, and I got another review for you. Nobody 2, the sequel to the 2021's film. Bob Odenkirk returns to reprise his role as Hutch, and Kai Neeson also returned to reprise his role as his wife. Christopher Lloyd also reprised his role as the dad. RZA. Nobody 2 was crazy, bloody, more violent than the first film. A lot more action scenes. And I really enjoyed this film a lot today in the theater. It was so much fun. Sharon Stone plays a villain. She was great in the film and everything. And the film was a lot more shorter than the first film, 89 minutes. The second film was 89 minutes. The first film was 92 minutes. Very little bit shorter. But I really enjoyed this film a lot. I hope they do another Nobody film, Nobody 3. And I love this film a lot and everything. The craziness. Just like the first movie I enjoyed back in 2021. Bob Odenkirk's character Hutch. Doing all the stuff that he did like he did in the first movie. But this time, instead of taking his family on vacation and wanted to do some people and everything. Tom Hanks' son's also in this film as well. And this movie was a blast from start to finish. I had so much fun watching this film today in the theater and everything. And and I hope they do another Nobody film, Nobody 3. So I really enjoyed it. Bob Odenkirk's performance is still great and everything. And I give Nobody 2 a 9 out of 10. Definitely go see this movie in theaters this weekend and everything. So that's my review for Nobody 2. All right, bye.
Thank you, JT. The popcorn's on the way. I never saw Nobody 1.
I never saw the first Nobody. But Bob Odenkirk, to be fair, he's not only a great actor, he's also a very good comedian. He has done stand-up before. He is one of the true, honest to goodness actors out there that if he does other features, I would definitely go see him do features. Yes.
Very nice. Well, I'm going to sign off now. I'm going to play our new outro music. And I'll bring the Louis Roy Space Giants back for the outro, but let's do something else. But Mikey and everyone in chat and anyone in the replay crew, anyone listening at Fistful of Radio or Apple or Spotify or tune in wherever you decide, or you stumble upon the Nostalgic Podblast. Thank you for your time. And you can always listen to these shows in stages. I'm going to do like I did before in the YouTube side and add chapters. This is where we start talking about Star Trek. This is where we start the Star Trek quiz at this Q mark. So you can skip ahead, YouTubers and Facebookers as well. And listeners, I'm going to put Q marks for these long shows so you can start and stop at your leisure, because that's a lot of time, 5 hours, unless you're driving somewhere. If you're driving to another state and you want something to listen to that takes you back to better days or days of your youth, this is your place. But I really appreciate it, Mikey and chat and everyone in the replay crew. Don't let the dragons get you. Stay safe, and we'll catch you next time right here on the Nostalgic Podblast. Good night.
Get ready to rewind time. This is the Nostalgic Podblast. Let's go! Taking it back, old school vibes on a brand new track. Toys, comics, birthdays and laughs, chances serving up the golden pass. Let's blast back, feel the glow from 16mm to Nintendo. Trivia clips and collectibles to the Nostalgic Podblast. Coming through.